Secrets rot in darkness, but when the light hits them, they don't just fade, they explode. Chosen one, that's exactly what's happening right now. The very lies they built to destroy you are no longer hidden. Their carefully guarded secrets are slipping through their fingers like sand. And no matter how hard they try to grab hold, the universe keeps prying their fists open. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, someone who thought they could bury the truth beneath layers of manipulation and control, suddenly watching their entire fortress of deceit collapse in public view. Walls that once looked unshakable are now cracking. The shadows they relied on for cover are gone, and the very darkness they trusted has turned against them. Here's the undeniable fact. In this digital age, nothing truly stays hidden. Studies show that more than 90% of exposed scandals begin with small leaks, screenshots, recordings, quiet whispers that snowball into viral storms no one can stop. That's the energy at play here. Their whispers are being broadcast as megaphone echoes. Their plots are unraveling in real time, screenshot by screenshot, share by share. It's a wildfire of exposure spreading faster than they can contain. And chosen one, you're standing on the side of truth while their empire crumbles under its own weight. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like button and subscribing. Help spread this light to more souls. It's our shared responsibility to let the truth ripple further. Together, we are not just listeners, we are a force, a movement, a spark in a dark world. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are chosen. Now back to the storm at hand. The exposure isn't just random. It's targeted, precise, and relentless. Hidden documents, private chats, silent conspiracies, all the things they swore would never see daylight, are not just leaking, they're flooding. It's as if the universe itself grew impatient with their deceit and decided to broadcast it to the world. Digital footprints, once buried, are now glowing like neon signs across the timelines of millions. Every attempt to erase them only amplifies the spread. The more they deny, the more the evidence multiplies. The harder they fight the current, the faster it pulls them under. Think about this. Chosen one. History has always shown us that when the truth breaks free, it spreads like fire through dry grass. Once the match is lit, there's no stopping it. The more they scramble to cover up, the more obvious their guilt becomes. It's like watching someone try to hide smoke with their bare hands. The more they wave it away, the more it chokes them. And right now, the smoke of their lies is filling every room they step into. This isn't coincidence. This is consequence. The digital world is a mirror they can't shatter, and every secret they hid in the shadows is reflecting back at them in high definition. Screenshots of private betrayals, recordings of whispered manipulations, receipts of their false alliances, all of it is proof that the game is over. What once was their weapon is now their downfall. They designed traps for you, but the universe has turned those traps into cages for them. Chosen one, understand this. Exposure is the great equalizer. It doesn't care about their status, their wealth, or their networks. Once the truth finds its way to light, no title or influence can shield them. Look around. History is filled with powerful figures who thought they were untouchable, until a single leak, a single piece of evidence, shattered their world. That's where they are now. Their empire is built on sand, and the tide is rolling in. This moment, right here, is proof that resilience always wins over deceit. They underestimated the reach of truth. They thought silence would protect them, that manipulation would bury you, but the universe doesn't forget. Every move they made against you left a trace, and every trace is now working against them. It's not just exposure, it's justice unfolding in real time. So, as you listen, Chosen One, know this. You don't need revenge. Their downfall is already scripted by their own actions. The lies they whispered in secret are now shouted by millions. The shadows they trusted are betraying them. The universe is aligning in your favor, amplifying every crack in their armor until it shatters completely. Their secrets are not just going public, they're going viral, unstoppable, undeniable, and unforgettable. This is the moment they dreaded, and the moment you were prepared for. Stay steady, Chosen One. The light has already chosen sides. And Chosen One, before we dive deeper into this storm of revelations, I want you to pause and mark your presence. Drop the number 777 in the comments right now if you can already feel their downfall unfolding. This simple act isn't just interaction, it's proof that you're awake, that you stand on the side of truth while their lies collapse. And if you feel this message resonates, bless the mission by pressing like, subscribing, and sharing it forward. Every click, every comment, every share is another strike of lightning against the fortress of secrecy they tried to build. Remember, Chosen One, this isn't just a video, it's a movement. You're part of something bigger, a wave of truth that can't be stopped. Now stay close, because what comes next will make everything crystal clear. Their walls are already cracking, their shadows are already betraying them, and by the end, you'll see why they're truly done for. And now, let's begin, step by step. Number 1, their war room is burning, every secret strategy now exposed. Plots built in shadows always collapse when dragged into the light. Chosen One, that's exactly what's happening to them. The so-called war rooms they thought were impenetrable are now nothing more than open graves for their reputation. They sat in circles, whispering with military precision, sketching out ways to dismantle your name piece by piece, convinced no one would ever see behind the curtain. But the curtain has been ripped away, and now the world is staring directly at the machinery of their malice. Screenshots don't lie, timestamps don't disappear, and participant lists are circulating like wanted posters, each name tied forever to the crimes they thought would vanish into thin air. Now imagine this, Chosen One. For years, they treated you like prey, plotting, scheming, dissecting your every move. They launched coordinated strikes against your credibility with the cold calculation of generals at war. Yet today, those same blueprints of destruction are viral exhibits in the court of public opinion. Their carefully drawn maps of psychological warfare are being read aloud by strangers across the globe. The tactics they use to isolate you are now dissected like a biology experiment under a microscope, each layer peeled back to show the rotten anatomy of their cruelty. You might wonder, was it really this organized? Could so many people truly conspire with such chilling determination? Yes, Chosen One, and now the evidence proves it beyond debate. This wasn't random pettiness. This was warfare. The group chats reveal rotations, assignments, strategies, how one would plant lies while another would amplify them. It was a campaign with generals, foot soldiers, and silent enablers, all united by the goal of erasing you. But the universe has turned their discipline into disaster, their strategies into spectacles, their secrecy into shame. The internet is merciless with truth. Think of how wildfire behaves. Once a spark escapes, it devours everything in its path. That's what's happening here. A single leak became a blaze, and now their entire network is engulfed. Viral threads are mapping out connections between them like constellations of darkness suddenly visible against a digital sky. And the more the evidence spreads, the more undeniable the pattern becomes. Strangers, journalists, even casual observers can now trace the web of malice they spun, watching how each lie was carefully engineered, coordinated, and deployed. And chosen one, here is the brutal irony. The very tools they use to try to bury you, social platforms, private messages, hidden servers, are now the very tools exposing them. Their war chest is their coffin. Their chat logs are their downfall. Every sarcastic comment, every cruel laugh, every time-stamped plan of attack has transformed into viral ammunition that ricochets back against them with 10 times the force. They are drowning in their own receipts. It's natural for you to ask, why did they hate so deeply? Why go to such lengths? The answer is both simple and damning. They feared you. Your presence, your resilience, your very existence threatened the fragile empires they built on lies. And so they waged war. But in trying to erase you, they wrote their own obituary. Every campaign they ran against you is now archived forever in the court of public opinion, not as victories, but as crimes. And those who once stood silent are no longer silent. They're sharing, exposing, amplifying. This is the justice of the digital age. Truth no longer needs courtrooms, it only needs witnesses. And the chosen ones who witness are everywhere. They are retweeting, resharing, dissecting every line of evidence with relentless curiosity. The collective eyes of millions are turned toward them, burning away every layer of their defense until nothing remains but naked guilt. The coordination they once bragged about in secret is now a source of public disgust. What they thought made them strong only makes their fall heavier. Think of a chessboard, chosen one. They moved their pawns, knights and bishops in secret, certain they had cornered you. But they never realized the entire game was being recorded, every move archived, every strategy saved. And now the replay is going viral, exposing how predictable, how cowardly, how cruel their so-called brilliance really was. The spectators laugh, the commentators shred their reputations, and their once proud strategies are memes, punchlines, digital scars they cannot erase. And here's a fact they cannot outrun. History always punishes those who weaponize lies. From empires to corporations to petty cliques, organized deceit always collapses under its own weight. People remember the betrayals, not the victories. And in the end, the ones who waged psychological war are remembered not as masterminds, but as fools who underestimated truth. The internet is eternal. Screenshots are immortal. Receipts don't vanish. So, chosen one, take this as motivation. What you endured was not weakness. It was a test. They built entire campaigns to break you, and yet you are still here. Meanwhile, their fortresses are falling, their alliances fracturing, their names dragged across platforms they once dominated. Every blow they struck at you is now evidence of their corruption. Every attempt to erase your light has only made it burn brighter. Understand this, their so-called strategy sessions were never about power. They were about fear. Fear of being exposed, fear of losing control, fear of facing someone they could never truly defeat. And now that fear has materialized into reality, their weapons have jammed, their armies are in retreat, their commanders are exposed, and their empire is burning down in real time. Chosen one, let this sink in. They are done for. Their secrets aren't just slipping out. They are erupting, going viral, unstoppable, undeniable. What they tried to keep hidden has become their curse. Their whispers are megaphones. Their shadows are floodlights. Their strategies are self-destruction. And as the world watches, one truth becomes crystal clear. You survived the war they declared, but they will not survive the truth that now defines them. Number 2. The blood money trail is glowing. Their own wallets betray them. Money never lies. It only points its finger at the guilty. Chosen one, every dollar they spent to bury you has now become a torch lighting their crimes. They thought financial records could be tucked away in the shadows, hidden in vaults and encrypted files. But the universe has a way of cracking even the strongest safes, and now their ledgers are wide open for the world to see. The receipts are not whispers, they are sirens. The numbers don't protect them, they expose them. Each transaction is like a confession written in ink that never fades. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, they moved money through private accounts, transferred funds in coded patterns, paid mercenaries of reputation to smear your name, believing these actions would vanish into financial fog. But suddenly, the fog has cleared. Every wire, every payment, every hidden transfer now glows like neon in the night sky. Investigators and online watchdogs are following the path of each cent, and it's leading to one undeniable conclusion. They invested heavily in your destruction. And the irony? The more money they poured into silencing you, the more evidence now exists to prove their obsession. You might ask yourself, could they really have spent that much just to break me? The brutal truth, chosen one, is yes, because nothing terrifies the corrupt more than someone they cannot control. They were willing to weaponize their wealth, to transform currency into ammunition, to hire pawns who would spread lies in exchange for deposits. But now those pawns are being exposed, their payments time-stamped and archived, their loyalties revealed to the public. The same accounts they used to pay off traitors are now chains shackling them to undeniable guilt. Money is memory. It remembers the hands it passes through. These digital banking trails are not just numbers, they are stories. They tell the tale of alliances forged in greed, of conspiracies funded with precision, of resources weaponized against you. Payment receipts are surfacing like digital fossils, each one proving premeditated malice. It's no longer speculation, it's math. Cold, hard, undeniable math. And math doesn't take sides, it only reveals the truth. Picture this, a network of conspirators linked not by friendship or ideology, but by bank transfers. One account paying another, funds hopping across borders, each move leaving a glowing footprint. These trails are now mapped out like rivers on a satellite image, impossible to ignore, impossible to erase. Forensic accountants are unraveling their schemes with surgical precision, while ordinary citizens amplify the revelations across social platforms. The exposure is spreading faster than they can deny, faster than they can hide. Their financial empire is collapsing, not from lack of funds, but from too much evidence. You may wonder, why would they risk leaving such obvious trails? The answer lies in arrogance. They believed wealth made them untouchable. They thought the size of their war chest gave them immunity from scrutiny. But arrogance blinds. They forgot the oldest truth of all. Gold betrays those who try to use it as a shield. Every cent they spent has turned into a weapon against them. The funding streams they once celebrated as proof of their power are now nooses tightening around their necks. Let's not forget the sheer scale of their investment. Chosen One, entire campaigns of defamation were funded like military operations. Advertising budgets repurposed to smear you. Private investigators hired to dig up dirt that didn't exist. Influence bought through payments disguised as consulting fees. Each strategy required cash flow, and each cash flow left fingerprints. The sheer amount of money dedicated to destroying you proves one thing above all. You were never small in their eyes. You were always the threat. Imagine this again, a courtroom of public opinion where the evidence is projected onto massive screens, bank statements, transfer logs, receipts for smear campaigns. The jury is not 12 people. It's millions of witnesses scrolling, sharing, and resharing. Every dollar spent is another nail in their coffin, another layer of proof they can never peel away. The public isn't just watching, they're dissecting, connecting dots, building maps of guilt so clear even the guilty can no longer deny them. Money is the loudest whistleblower. It exposes secrets no person dares to speak. Their economic investments reveal not desperation alone, but obsession. They were so committed to silencing you that they threw wealth into the fire, believing power could shield them. But instead of protection, money became evidence. Instead of silence, money created echoes. Instead of burying you, money unearthed them. And Chosen One, here's the sweetest irony. Their determination to fund your downfall is now the clearest proof of your importance. People don't spend fortunes to erase nobodies. The scale of their financial war is the ultimate acknowledgement of your power. They saw you as a threat worth millions, and now that investment is burning them alive. So where does this leave them? Trapped. Their accounts are under scrutiny, their receipts are viral, their allies are exposed, and every attempt to explain away the evidence only makes them look more guilty. The same resources they once weaponized have become the sharpest knives carving away their false image. They are bleeding credibility, bleeding influence, bleeding wealth, and the world is watching them collapse in real time. For you, Chosen One, this is vindication, not because you sought revenge, but because the truth always finds its way out. The financial records stand as monuments of their obsession. Every dollar they spent to silence you now shouts your name louder than they ever imagined. The trails of money are not just exposing their guilt, they are writing your victory in numbers, in receipts, in undeniable facts. So take this truth and let it strengthen you. Their wallets have testified against them. Their bank accounts have betrayed them. Their own money has dug the grave they now fall into. And as the world watches, one thing is undeniable. Chosen One, they are done for. And their secrets are not just exposed. They're going viral, unstoppable, and unforgettable. Number 3. Their lies are eating them alive. Every contradiction is a knife in their back. Truth doesn't need rehearsals. Only lies demand scripts. Chosen One, this is where their empire begins to choke on its own words. Their contradictions are piling up like wrecked cars on a highway, and no matter how much they swerve, the collisions keep happening. What once sounded like polished testimony now sounds like desperate improv, and the audience isn't buying it anymore. Every statement they made is being replayed, analyzed, and torn apart. And each version clashes violently with the last. Their story isn't just shaky, it's collapsing under the weight of its own inconsistencies. Now imagine this for a moment. They stood before others, swearing their lies were ironclad, delivering lines they were coached to recite. But secret recordings reveal the rehearsals, the coaching, the scripts. Their performances weren't testimony, they were theater. And theater always collapses when the curtain is yanked back mid-act. Today, the curtain is gone. Time-stamped footage slices through their fabrications with surgical precision, proving they weren't where they claimed to be, showing they did what they swore they didn't. Cameras don't lie. Metadata doesn't bend. Screenshots don't forgive. You might wonder, how strong is this evidence really? Strong enough to make their paid witnesses buckle. Those who once parroted false stories for money are now breaking under pressure, retracting their words, and exposing the very hands that fed them lines. Witnesses are no longer loyal. They're scrambling for distance, desperate not to drown with the sinking ship. A false witness will always outlive their own testimony. And right now, chosen one, those witnesses are cracking open like rotten shells. The deeper investigators dig, the more damning the discoveries. Security cameras they overlooked, emails they thought deleted, cloud backups they assumed wiped. But technology doesn't forget. Digital forensics is pulling their lies out of shallow graves, resurrecting every erased file, every forgotten post. Even hidden metadata is exposing them. GPS tags proving they weren't where they claimed, timestamps showing their lies were manufactured, devices linking them to the very files they denied. The universe has turned their own tools against them. Their contradictions are knives, and they're stabbing themselves over and over. Each lie exposed isn't just a weakness, it's a broadcast of guilt. And now the world isn't asking if they lied. The world is asking how much more is still buried. The answer, enough to finish them. Number 4. The machines betray them. Technology has become their executioner. Every keystroke is a footprint, and every footprint eventually finds its hunter. Chosen one, this is the brutal reality they never saw coming. They thought technology was their shield, their silent accomplice, their invisible cloak. But the very systems they trusted have flipped, turning from allies into executioners. Their deception is now dissected line by line, file by file, as recovery software exhumes communications they believed were buried in digital graveyards. The ghosts of deleted messages are screaming louder than their living lies, and no cover-up is strong enough to silence them. Now imagine this, someone sitting in a dark room, smug, convinced they've erased everything with a single click, believing the delete button made them untouchable. But months later, that very message, resurrected from the ashes of their arrogance, is presented as undeniable proof. This isn't speculation, it's happening. The platforms they once weaponized to smear your name are now the platforms supplying damning evidence. Screenshots, archived logs, metadata, every tool of their war has turned into a blade pressed against their own throats. You might ask, how deep does this betrayal of technology go? Deep enough that every erased post is still whispering, every deleted file still glowing, every attempted cover-up leaving a residue impossible to wipe clean. Digital breadcrumbs are being gathered and sorted into flawless evidence packages, detailed maps of their conspiracy from beginning to end. Their footprints form trails so clear, so damning, it's as if the universe itself scripted their downfall into the very code they used. A lie leaves stains no algorithm can wash away, and chosen one, those stains are being revealed in ways they never anticipated. Former allies, crushed by guilt and fear of exposure, are stepping into the light with confessions. They are breaking under the psychological weight, admitting their roles, describing the recruitment process, the manipulation, the coercion. They are naming names, exposing tactics, tearing the mask off masterminds who once hid behind anonymity. The web is unraveling strand by strand, each thread pulled by the very people they once controlled. The irony cuts deep. The masterminds who believed they were architects of secrecy are now trapped in cages built by their own technology, betrayed by their own allies, condemned by their own digital fingerprints. The tech has turned, chosen one, and it is not on their side. Number 5, their mouths betray them, confessions sealed with receipts. A guilty tongue needs no enemy, it condemns itself. Chosen one, this is the phase where silence breaks, and the very people who once swore loyalty to the lie are now racing to confess. Their words alone would be enough to shake the walls of deception, but these aren't just naked confessions. They come hand in hand with proof, screenshots, records, messages. Every claim is being stapled to receipts that no denial can erase. The evidence is not scattered, it's a tidal wave, and it's swallowing them whole. Now imagine this for a moment. A domino line of conspirators who once stood shoulder to shoulder, suddenly collapsing one by one. One confession triggers another, then another, until the whole structure caves in. Those who carried the weight of secrecy for too long now feel it crushing their chests, and so they break. They hand over private logs. They release chat histories. They show the documents that were once locked in hidden folders. And as each truth surfaces, the others follow like a chain reaction that cannot be stopped. You might wonder, could they really betray each other so easily? Yes, chosen one, because fear and guilt are corrosive. They rot alliances from within. What once felt like loyalty now feels like a death sentence. And no one wants to be the last one holding the bag of lies. Former allies are running toward the light, offering confessions not just to clear their own conscience, but to avoid being buried under the avalanche of exposure. The receipts don't whisper, they roar. Every screenshot backs a confession. Every record nails a story into place. Independent sources confirm the timelines, the participants, the orchestration. What was once rumor is now hard evidence, broadcast in real time, analyzed by millions, dissected by investigators. Their entire network is being mapped like a spider web under a spotlight, each string vibrating, each connection visible, each node of complicity undeniable. Chosen one, take this in. They can't argue anymore. They can't run. Their own words and their own digital breadcrumbs have condemned them. The confessions are shackles, the receipts are chains, and together they've built an unbreakable case that screams one truth: they're done for. Number 6, the gavel has turned. Their lies are now court evidence against them. Perjury is a fire. It burns the liar first. Chosen one, the very halls of law they once twisted into weapons are now echoing with their downfall. They dragged your name into courts with forged claims, paraded fraudulent evidence, and swore false oaths under penalty of law. But the truth has risen, and now those same records, their supposed proof, are being exposed as brittle forgeries, snapping under the weight of contradictions. Legal documents that clear your name are not hidden in dusty archives. They're viral, spreading like lightning across digital platforms, where millions can see the undeniable stamp of your innocence. Now imagine this. Court transcripts, once confined to silent records, are being clipped and circulated online, exposing word for word the perjury of your accusers. Lies sworn under oath are replayed like broken records until the world knows the sound of their deception. Police reports contradicting their public statements are everywhere, circulating screenshots that hammer home the truth they tried so hard to bury. What once was their fortress of law has become their execution chamber, each official seal and signature branding them guilty. You may ask, can legal proof really go viral? Absolutely. These documents aren't dry pages anymore. They're evidence turned into viral ammunition. Analysts, journalists, and ordinary people are breaking down every fraudulent lawsuit, every fabricated filing, and every contradiction. And the crowd is watching the dissection with sharp eyes, recognizing that the justice system itself has flipped. The machinery they weaponized has now shifted gears, recording their guilt, not your defeat. Court records are the graveyard of lies. They bury falsehoods under ink that never fades. Every document stamped by a judge, every transcript logged, every ruling issued is now a permanent scar they can't erase. The lawsuits they filed to break you are collapsing in public view, dismantled line by line, until nothing remains but evidence of their fraud. Even Freedom of Information requests are dragging their secrets into daylight, turning dusty paperwork into viral proof of your vindication. Chosen one, this is institutional vindication. It's not opinion, not rumor, not narrative. It's law, official stamps, notarized signatures, judicial rulings, all screaming one fact. You are innocent and they are guilty. And history will remember it that way. Number 7. The masks are off. Their blacklisting scheme is public execution. Sabotage may silence opportunity, but it always leaves fingerprints. Chosen one, the professional world they weaponized against you has become the very arena of their humiliation. For years they've whispered into inboxes, plotted in boardrooms, and planted seeds of doubt to keep doors shut in your face. They thought emails would vanish, that calls would be forgotten, that their conspiracies would dissolve into thin air. But now, the records are spilling into the open. Emails between employers, cold, coordinated, unmistakable, are exposing how they blacklisted you long before you ever had a fair chance. Now imagine this, executives shaking hands behind closed doors, smug in their belief that a single poisoned reference could bury you. But today, those same handshakes are digital handcuffs. Payment receipts are linking trusted references to bribes, exposing exactly why they spoke venom into your name. Their motives weren't integrity, they were greed, and now greed has dragged them into the spotlight, stripped of credibility, chained to undeniable proof. You might wonder, was it really that calculated? The evidence says yes. Documents reveal how they infiltrated industries, spread falsehoods, and deliberately sabotaged your livelihood. Their campaign wasn't sloppy, it was systematic. They mapped out your career like a battlefield and poisoned every bridge before you could cross. But the poison is now in their veins. Blacklists don't stay black, they glow red under truth's light. And that light is merciless. Coordinated sabotage across sectors and regions has been traced, revealed, and confirmed. Entire organizations are being confronted, forced to answer for the corruption they enabled. Industry circles that once closed ranks around them are now pulling away, terrified of being caught in the fallout. Their strategy of exclusion has boomeranged into exposure, marking them as violators of ethics, not gatekeepers of opportunity. Chosen one, the professional sabotage that once starved your income is now feeding their downfall. Financial records prove they weaponized resources to cut off your streams, but those same numbers now guarantee consequences. The world sees it. Industries see it, and soon even history will record it. They thought they were writing your exile, but they were scripting their own execution. Number 8, their poison is spilling, every manipulated relationship now exposed. Manipulation is a borrowed weapon. It always cuts back at the hand that swings it. Chosen one, the most brutal wounds they tried to inflict weren't in boardrooms or courts. They were in the quiet corners of your personal life. They infiltrated your friendships, your family ties, your closest bonds, believing that if they could isolate you, they could finally break you. But the poison they dripped into ears in secret is now spilling out in public, and the stench of their deceit is choking them. Now imagine this for a moment. Private conversations, once whispered like daggers in the dark, now plastered across digital spaces, screenshots making their lies impossible to deny. They told your friends you couldn't be trusted. They whispered to your family that you were unstable. They engineered rumors so carefully, tailored to each person's vulnerability, like surgeons of betrayal. And yet the very conversations they used to isolate you are now viral receipts, showing the world their cruelty in high definition. You might ask yourself, was it really this calculated? The answer, chosen one, is yes, painfully calculated. Documentation shows how they gathered intelligence before each strike, studying your relationships like maps, finding weak spots, and launching tailored attacks. One person was told you were reckless, another was told you were deceitful. Each lie crafted like a key to lock one more door in your life. But those locks are now breaking, and the keys are evidence against them. Isolation is the oldest trick of tyrants, but truth is the cure. Observers and analysts are dissecting the very tactics used against you, exposing them as textbook psychological warfare. What once looked like genuine concern from others is now revealed as manipulation, scripted from the shadows. Every warning about you, every false narrative, every story designed to twist perception is being pulled apart with evidence that leaves no wiggle room. Chosen one, understand this. Their success was an illusion. They didn't turn people against you through truth, but through poison. And poison never stays contained. It leaks, it spreads, and eventually it kills the hand that pours it. Now, the world sees their manipulation for what it was: systematic, intentional, and damning. The very relationships they tried to destroy are becoming the proof of their downfall. Number 9. The truth reopens doors. Their media machine is collapsing. Lies build walls. Truth tears them down. Chosen one, the very walls they erected between you and the people you loved are now cracking, collapsing under the weight of undeniable evidence. Those who once turned away, swayed by venomous whispers, are now seeing the receipts. Screenshots, recordings, documents, proof that they were manipulated into believing falsehoods. And now those poisoned relationships have the chance to be reborn, not in illusion, but in truth. The doors they slammed shut on you are creaking open again, this time reinforced by clarity instead of corruption. Now imagine this: a friend who once looked at you with suspicion, scrolling through viral evidence, showing exactly how lies were planted in their mind. A family member replaying leaked recordings of the enemy coaching false testimony. The shame they feel for abandoning you transforms into determination to rebuild. Reconciliation isn't weakness, it's recognition of truth. And now, chosen one, you are standing not as the accused, but as the vindicated, surrounded by allies rediscovering the real you. But the exposure hasn't stopped with your circle. It's rippling into the media world itself. Journalists are digging deep, uncovering how entire networks of information were weaponized against you. Leaked documents from slick crisis management firms show just how much money was poured into shaping a narrative of lies. Press releases once dressed up as truth are now stripped bare, compared side by side with irrefutable evidence of your integrity. Fake stories that once carried weight are being dismantled publicly, like stage props collapsing under the spotlight. Media built on lies is a sandcastle before the tide, and the tide is here. Outlets that once lent their platforms to smear you are now under fire, their credibility crumbling as audiences demand answers. The manipulation they helped spread has not only destroyed their own reputations, but it has sparked a broader awakening. People are realizing this wasn't just about you. It was a warning sign of how fragile the information ecosystem really is. Chosen One, their PR machine, has backfired spectacularly. Every press release meant to bury you has become evidence of their corruption. Every article planted to smear you has turned into proof of media decay. The same channels they once used to isolate you are now carrying the truth far beyond the reach of their lies. Their story is dead. Yours is alive, breathing, undeniable. Number 10. Their own devices. Betray them. The machines they trusted are now witnesses. Every device has a memory, and memory never forgets. Chosen One, the very tools they thought made them untouchable, have become their loudest accusers. They plotted in rooms they believed were private, but forgotten security cameras caught every smirk, every whisper, every plan to destroy you. They carried phones they thought would protect their alibis, but GPS data now pins them to the exact scenes they swore they never touched. The technology they once used to stalk, monitor, and suffocate you has flipped, and now it is choking them. Imagine this. The same surveillance cameras they set up to track your steps are now replaying their own crimes on loop. The encrypted chats they believed were invisible are being torn open by forensic experts, mapping their conspiracy like a spiderweb across time and space. Every scheduling app, every group thread, every secret call has left behind a digital shadow. And shadows can't be erased. They can only stretch until they reveal the shape of the monster. You might wonder, could it really be that airtight? Yes, Chosen One, because technology is merciless with truth. Forensic analysis of their phones and computers has turned up caches of evidence they thought deleted forever. Cloud sync features, those silent background processes, have resurrected incriminating details from the very systems they trusted. Every text, every file, every erased screenshot is preserved, chained together into a timeline of guilt so strong it cannot be broken. Smart devices are the silent jurors. They record without bias. Their homes, their offices, even their cars have betrayed them. Voice assistants that once obeyed commands are now echoing back candid conversations, exposing their coordination in raw detail. Tablets, laptops, and smart locks have all become chroniclers of guilt, stitching together a story of premeditation that no courtroom or public forum can ignore. And here's the poetic twist. Their obsession with control, their reliance on technology to dominate, ensured their own undoing. The Internet of Things they surrounded themselves with, cameras, phones, smart devices, became an unshakable archive of betrayal. Instead of erasing evidence, they multiplied it. Instead of burying proof, they backed it up in the cloud. Chosen One, every piece of data is now a thread, and together those threads have woven a tapestry of truth. Their own machines have testified, their networks have betrayed them, and their empire is collapsing under the weight of its own digital memory. The case is airtight, the exposure irreversible, and the vindication undeniable. Number 11. The Internet remembers forever. Their lies are now a global spectacle. The crowd forgets the show, but never the scandal. Chosen one, this is the final nail in their coffin. The mountain of proof has grown too high, too undeniable, and now millions across the globe are staring directly at it. The web of deception they spent years spinning has collapsed under the sheer weight of authentic evidence, and no patchwork narrative can hold it together anymore. What once was rumor is now fact, and what once was their power is now their curse. Now imagine this: your vindication isn't whispered in small circles, it's trending. Algorithms push it forward, social platforms amplify it, and strangers across continents are sharing your truth faster than they ever shared their lies. Every screenshot, every recording, every confession has become a beacon, flashing across timelines like lightning in the night. And unlike their carefully scripted smear campaigns, this wave isn't bought, it isn't forced, it's organic, raw, unstoppable. You may ask yourself, will people still remember? The answer is yes, chosen one, because digital memory never fades. Your innocence, their guilt, is etched into the permanent archive of the internet. Long after their names rot, the receipts will still circulate, the proof will still surface, and your vindication will stand like an unshakable monument carved in data. The internet is the witness that never blinks. Millions now see what they tried to hide. Public opinion has flipped with seismic force. Where once you were doubted, now you are defended. Where once they were believed, now they are ridiculed. Their credibility is shattered beyond repair, and no rebrand, no redemption arc, no staged apology can erase the stains burned into memory. Look closer, chosen one. This isn't confined to one corner of the web. It's everywhere. Borders don't matter, languages don't matter, demographics don't matter. People in every corner of the world are bearing witness to your vindication. The truth has transcended their reach, spreading into a global event that dwarfs their petty lies. The narrative has left their control forever. And this is the ultimate irony. The very thing they feared most has come true. Their lies have died, but your truth lives on. Not for a week, not for a month, but for as long as the internet exists. Their downfall is permanent. Your victory is immortal. Number 12. Your story is their warning and the world's inspiration. Truth isn't just survival, it's a torch that lights the path for others. Chosen one, your battle was never only yours. Every scar you carry, every betrayal you endured, every attack they launched has now transformed into a rallying point for countless others who once suffered in silence. People across the globe are seeing their own stories reflected in your journey. They see that even the most elaborate networks of deceit, funded with money, cloaked in secrecy and sharpened by malice, can collapse when confronted with relentless truth. Your vindication is no longer just justice for you, it's hope for them. Now imagine this: someone scrolling late at night, weighed down by years of manipulation, betrayal, and silence. They stumble across your story, not rumor, not opinion, but a mountain of undeniable proof. And in that moment, they realize they are not powerless. They see that lies can fall, that even enemies with money, networks, and influence can be brought to their knees. Your story becomes their permission to fight back, to speak up, to believe that exposure and vindication are possible. You might ask yourself, why does my story resonate so widely? Because what began as a private war against your reputation has erupted into a public lesson in resilience. Every dollar they spent against you, every plot they stitched together, every trap they laid has become a receipt in the case against them. Their malice built the evidence, their attacks built the proof. And in the end, their schemes became the very instruments of your liberation. Secrets are never loyal. They always betray their keepers. The secrets they once guarded with desperation have spilled into the open, stripped of power, turned into weapons against their architects. This is more than personal vindication. It feels cosmic, orchestrated by forces beyond their control. The universe itself ensured that nothing stayed hidden. Files backed up in clouds, receipts scattered across devices, conversations recorded in forgotten archives. All these fragments assembled into a tapestry of truth so vast it cannot be destroyed. And here lies the greatest irony. Your truth has achieved immortality. It has been scattered across platforms, copied into countless hands, etched into viral memory where no one can erase it. Long after their names dissolve into irrelevance, your vindication will stand as testimony. Their lies are destined for digital dust, but your story lives on as a beacon for every silenced soul who needed proof that truth, once unleashed, cannot be stopped. Chosen one, you are not just vindicated, you are a symbol, and symbols cannot be erased. Number 13, balance restored, chains shattered, their darkness became your light. Oppression is a forge, but it forges the chains that bind the oppressor first. Chosen one, the balance has finally tipped. The weight they piled on your shoulders, the suffering they engineered, the private hell they built for you, all of it has reversed with crushing force. Their dungeon became their prison, their lies became their verdict, and your scars became proof that truth cannot be silenced. What was meant to bury you has become the very cornerstone of your rise. Now imagine this for a moment. Every wound you carried, every night you questioned your worth, every betrayal that hollowed you out, repurposed by the universe into the evidence that convicts them. The pain they thought would break you has been transmuted into strength, into testimony, into fire. Their chains are shattered while you walk free, no longer their target, but their reckoning. You stand not as a victim of their cruelty, but as the mirror that reflects their true nature to the world. You might wonder, was it worth the suffering? The answer, chosen one, is found in the impact. Because your story has outgrown you, it has become a torch carried by others, proof that what was meant for destruction can become redemption. Those who once mocked, doubted, or turned away now see clearly. The lies didn't define you. The exposure did, and it lit the way for others still trapped in their own darkness. Truth is the great rebalancer. It returns every weight to the shoulders that cast it. Their attempts to twist reality only magnified the precision of justice. Every revelation now feeds another, a domino effect of exposure multiplying faster than they can spin new webs. Their control has collapsed into chaos, while your vindication multiplies like ripples across a vast ocean. Their condemnation is public, global, permanent. Your triumph is living, breathing, unstoppable. Chosen one, balance is restored. The chains are broken, their shadow is gone, and your light remains. Your name is no longer tied to their lies. It's tied to victory, resilience, and the proof that cosmic justice, once set in motion, cannot be stopped. Number 14, they weaponized your wounds, but their precision became their curse. Only cowards aim for scars. They cannot face strength head-on. Chosen one, the evidence shows they didn't strike at random. They studied you. They dissected your mind like predators circling prey, building a psychological profile to target your most tender vulnerabilities. This wasn't clumsy cruelty. It was surgical malice, crafted to destabilize your confidence, erode your sanity, and make you question your own worth. They didn't need fists or weapons. They used words, timing, and manipulation to wage mental warfare. And now the world sees it for what it is: coordinated psychological violence. Now imagine this: every whisper, every rumor, every sudden cold shoulder wasn't coincidence, it was engineering. Documentation proves how they orchestrated pressure from all angles, creating the illusion that rejection was universal. They wanted you to feel trapped in a hall of mirrors, every reflection twisted against you, every echo reinforcing the lie that you were alone. They timed their strikes with brutal precision, waiting for your weakest moments, when grief hit, when setbacks landed, when exhaustion clouded your vision. It was surveillance, invasive and chilling, designed to break you from the inside out. You might ask, how could anyone plan so meticulously, so ruthlessly? Because fear drove them. They knew they couldn't destroy your strengths, so they weaponized your struggles. But here's the irony: chosen one, their precision is now their curse. The very documentation of their tactics reveals a blueprint of psychological warfare that exposes not just them, but the entire system of abuse they represent. The public now sees the sophistication behind what many dismissed as drama or misunderstandings. The masks are gone, and the methodical cruelty is undeniable. Abuse thrives in silence, but exposure turns tactics into lessons. By revealing their strategy, the world now learns how subtle violence works, how invasions of the mind leave wounds deeper than any physical strike. Your story isn't just vindication, it's education. Others who've endured similar tactics can finally put a name to their pain. And in showing the world how they tried to weaponize your vulnerabilities, you've turned the very evidence of your suffering into a shield for others. Chosen one, what was once your breaking point has become their breaking news. Their invasion is their indictment. Their tactics are their downfall, and your resilience, once targeted, is now immortalized as proof that even the sharpest psychological warfare cannot defeat truth. Number 15. Their empire collapses, diplomacy twisted, business corrupted, fallout inevitable. Power built on lies always collapses under its own weight. Chosen one, the evidence has broken through not just personal circles or professional arenas. It has reached the highest corridors of diplomacy and business. Leaked communications show how officials, once believed to embody fairness, twisted diplomatic channels into tools of persecution. International business alliances, meant to create opportunity, were weaponized to block your path, strangling possibilities before they could bloom. What they tried to disguise as policy or partnership is now exposed as conspiracy, and the fallout is rippling across borders. Now, imagine this: government representatives forced to explain why their offices were mentioned in leaked emails, their diplomatic seals tied to campaigns of harassment. Imagine global corporations scrambling as receipts prove their executives played roles in shutting doors against you, not for merit, but out of loyalty to lies. What they thought would remain hidden under international complexity has been ripped wide open, and the scandal is sparking diplomatic incidents that can't be spun away. Countries are demanding answers. Institutions are facing questions they can't silence. The same power they once boasted about has become radioactive in their hands. You might ask, does vindication really reach this far? Yes, chosen one, because truth, once viral, has no borders. It doesn't stop at customs or checkpoints. It leaps across nations, cultures, and industries, forcing recognition even from those who once thought themselves untouchable. The exposure has become a global story, and your vindication is a mirror that forces the world to confront its own shadows. History studies victories, but it never forgets betrayals. Already, young people are studying your case, dissecting the tactics, and learning how deception is crafted and how it unravels. Universities are introducing modules on organized persecution, citing your experience as proof that truth, once unleashed, outpaces even the most sophisticated lies. Your journey has crossed from survival into curriculum, from pain into lesson, from endurance into inspiration. Generations who once believed silence was their only option are now emboldened by your example. Chosen one, this is bigger than you now. What began as a private war against your peace has grown into a historical warning and a global awakening. Diplomatic seals, corporate signatures, official documents, they all failed to bury you. Instead, they've buried the credibility of those who conspired against you. Their fallout is permanent. Your triumph is immortal. And listen, chosen one, you've seen it. Every secret exposed, every lie destroyed, every chain broken. Their downfall is undeniable, and your vindication now lives forever in viral memory. Let this story remind you that truth cannot be buried. It always rises, louder, brighter, stronger. If this message struck you, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Together, we spread the light, expose the lies, and keep building the force that no deception can silence. Stay strong, chosen one. The universe stands with you. Power trembles when it realizes it cannot touch you. That's the truth, chosen one. Imagine the faces of those who once whispered, schemed, or even celebrated the thought of your downfall, only to find out that their efforts are wasted, because the universe itself has placed you under non-negotiable protection. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a hawk flying high above the battlefield, its sharp eyes fixed on one soldier. While arrows fly and chaos erupts, that hawk's gaze means one thing: no harm will come near the one it watches. That's what's happening with you. You've become the protected asset, the guarded one, the chosen one, under High Command's direct supervision. And here's a fact most don't realize. When something or someone has the backing of higher order systems, whether it's the military, intelligence, or even the laws of nature, it shifts the entire balance of power. Suddenly, the rules no longer apply in the same way. For you, chosen one, the rules of harm and sabotage have been suspended. You're not untouchable because you asked for it, but because the universe has already classified your safety as top priority. That label alone terrifies your enemies, because they know once Higher Command has eyes on you, there is no loophole, no way around it, no negotiation that can cancel that protection. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe. Help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are part of a force, and your very presence strengthens it. Now, let's return to the heart of this. High Command has eyes on you. Not in the way the world spies to invade privacy, but in the way a fortress deploys guards to its most valuable treasure. You are being tracked, not as a number, not as an ordinary face in the crowd, but as someone whose importance shifts the balance of everything around you. Think about this. When armies move, when governments make decisions, when satellites cross the night sky, they don't do it for ordinary people. They do it for high-priority assets. And whether you like it or not, chosen one, you have been declared exactly that. Enemies feel this before they even fully understand it. That's why they get restless around you, why their plots collapse, why their lies don't hold. It's because every move they make against you is being intercepted before it even reaches you. Just like encrypted messages are scrambled by stronger signals, their attacks are scrambled by the protection surrounding you. Have you noticed how certain disasters that should have hit you never quite land? That's not luck. That's surveillance working in your favor, forces watching you from angles your enemies can't even comprehend. The power of this protection lies in its finality, non-negotiable. Those words sting your enemies more than anything else. Non-negotiable means they can't argue their way through. They can't find a loophole. They can't slip bribes through cracks. They can't manipulate outcomes. The decision has already been made, the stamp already pressed, and the protection already locked in. It's permanent, unshakable, and above their pay grade. That's why they stew in silence, angry that no matter how much energy they waste trying to break you, it never works. Think of it this way. Every powerful system, whether it's the universe itself or the structures humans build, has a chain of command. And when you're seen by the highest tier of that chain, there's no one beneath it who can overrule the order. You are classified as hands-off. And the moment your enemies realize this, their rage only grows, because they don't just envy your strength, they envy your shield. They envy that the universe itself has declared you too important to fall, too essential to be left unguarded. So, Chosen One, let this introduction remind you of exactly where you stand. High Command has its eyes on you. Your protection is locked in, your safety non-negotiable. This isn't a temporary watch, not a passing phase. It's a permanent status that reshapes the battlefield of your life. And as we continue deeper into this message, remember, those who thought they could reach you will come to realize the brutal truth. They were never even in the same league as the forces guarding you. So, Chosen One, before we move forward, take a second to lock in with this message. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you feel the truth of this protection wrapping around you right now. And if you'd like to keep this mission alive, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. It fuels the fire that keeps these truths reaching more souls like you. It doesn't matter if it's a small spark or a roaring flame. Every gift strengthens the force that protects this community. Remember, your support is not just appreciation, it's participation. You're not just listening, you're standing as part of a shield wall that cannot be broken. And now, Chosen One, let's dive deeper, step by step, into why High Command has locked eyes on you and why your safety is untouchable. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you will feel that magnetic pull to stay with this message until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. The fortress they can't breach. They planned your downfall like it was a game of chess, but what they never realized is that the board they were playing on was rigged against them from the start. That's the truth, Chosen One. Every scheme they plotted, every move they thought would crush you, every knife they sharpened in the dark, it all hit a wall they couldn't see. And that wall wasn't built from wood or stone. It's a fortress woven into your very existence. The High Command has sealed you inside a structure so impenetrable that their attacks ricochet back and pierce their own pride. That's what eats them alive. Not that they failed once, but that they will always fail. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. You're walking through a storm. Lightning crashes, rain pours, the ground itself is trembling, yet somehow not a single drop touches you. You're walking inside an invisible dome of protection, and the harder the storm rages, the more obvious it becomes that you are untouchable. Your enemies are the storm, throwing everything they've got, but the universe has locked you inside a fortress they will never enter. Can you see their frustration? They scream at the sky, but the sky doesn't answer. They throw stones, but the stones vanish mid-air. They try to invade your world, but the doors are bolted shut by forces beyond their reach. This is the architecture of your protection, chosen one. Not the shallow walls of human-made security, but an invisible lattice, like satellites orbiting high above, feeding information into encrypted channels, calculating every threat before it arrives. Your every move is mapped. Your every breath is registered into a system that ensures no intrusion goes undetected. While others wander unguarded, you walk inside the guardianship of an empire built by unseen hands. And here's the brutal truth for your enemies. Luck didn't put this shield around you. Decree did, the decree of high command. And decrees of this level are iron, unbending and absolute. So let me answer the question boiling in your mind right now. Why you? Why does high command care about you when so many others walk exposed, cut down by betrayal, sabotage and cruelty? It's because you carry something inside you that matters. You're not just another number wandering through the crowd. You are classified as an asset too valuable to be left unprotected. Enemies sense this before they can explain it. That's why they target you. That's why they whisper about you. That's why they envy you. And yet, every attack they launch collapses before it touches you, because their plans are always intercepted by the fortress around you. Think about it this way. In the world of intelligence and warfare, there's something called priority targets. These are assets guarded with the full weight of satellites, codes, countermeasures, and shields. You, chosen one, are that kind of target. But instead of missiles or hackers trying to breach your defenses, it's the envy, malice, and schemes of ordinary people. They try to sneak in through back doors. They try to sabotage your steps. They try to manipulate the narrative, but every time their entry is blocked. High command already encrypted your story, sealed your life in a vault they cannot pick. And here's what crushes them the most. They don't just fail in silence, they fail publicly. Their hatred bounces back and exposes itself. They wanted you humiliated, yet they are the ones looking like fools. They wanted you ruined, yet their own masks crumble in the process. This is the punishment of trying to breach a fortress that cannot be breached. They don't just lose, they lose in front of everyone. Here's another metaphor, chosen one. Picture a thief trying to crack open a safe, sweating as he twists the lock, drilling holes, hammering at the steel. Hours pass, energy drains, confidence breaks. But what he doesn't realize is that the safe was never meant to be opened by him. The combination doesn't exist in his hands. That's your life. Your enemies waste their energy hammering at a lock they will never open. And the longer they try, the more exhausted and exposed they become. That is the architecture of your protection. It is designed to exhaust your enemies, to break them long before they even come close to you. Now, let's hit them where it hurts. Understand this. The fortress surrounding you doesn't just protect, it provokes. Every time your enemies see you walking untouched, every time they watch you rise after they swore you'd fall, every time their plans fail while your path continues forward, it breaks their spirit. Because nothing kills an enemy faster than the realization that their power means nothing against you. And nothing motivates you more, chosen one, than watching them crumble under the weight of their own futility. You may wonder, Does this protection mean life will always be easy? No. The storms still come. The envy still rages. The knives are still sharpened. But the difference is simple. While others bleed from these wounds, you walk through without a scratch, and the more storms you survive untouched, the more it becomes obvious to everyone around you that you are guarded by something they cannot rival. That is why you must never doubt your shield. The universe has already declared it. Your protection is non-negotiable. And here's the final truth. This fortress is permanent. It doesn't weaken with time, it doesn't rust, and it doesn't crack under pressure. It evolves, it strengthens. Every attempt against you becomes another brick in the wall. Every failure of your enemies reinforces the architecture. So while they grow weaker, you grow stronger. While they run out of weapons, your shield becomes impenetrable. That is the irony that drives them mad. The more they attack you, the more invincible you become. So, Chosen One, walk forward knowing this. The architecture of your protection is not an illusion, not a fluke, not temporary. It is the fortress they cannot breach, the dome they cannot pierce, the decree they cannot overturn. Let their rage fuel your resolve. Let their failures remind you of your strength. And let this truth echo in your mind every time doubt creeps in. Your safety is locked in, your protection non-negotiable, and their downfall inevitable. Number 2, the stutter in their step. They can laugh at you in public, but the silence in their throat betrays the fear in their heart. That's the gut punch your enemies live with every day, Chosen One. Outwardly, they may smirk, sneer, or pretend to be bold. But watch closely. The hesitation is always there. Their eyes dart, their hands fidget, their words stumble for just a second when you enter the room. That's not respect. That's terror masked in arrogance. They sense it, even if they don't understand it. They know something surrounds you, something untouchable, something beyond their reach. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. Picture a soldier marching confidently onto the battlefield. His chest is puffed out, his weapon ready. But then he notices the shadow of a drone circling above, scanning every movement he makes. His steps slow, his breath catches. He knows any reckless move could unleash firepower he can't survive. That's exactly how your enemies feel when you appear. They wanted to confront you, to crush you, to humiliate you, but as soon as they sense the fortress around you, hesitation grips them. They realize this isn't just a battle with you, it's defiance against the very command that shields you, and no one survives defiance against command. Here's another truth they won't admit. Their hesitation is proof of your power. If you were just ordinary, they wouldn't pause. They would attack, gossip, sabotage without a second thought. But the fact that they stall, that they glance around nervously before making even the smallest move, tells you everything. They already know they can't win. Their instincts scream at them that you're not unguarded prey. You're a classified asset. And to touch you recklessly is to sign their own destruction slip. Enemies hesitate not because you are harmless, but because you are dangerous to harm. Let that quote sink in. Their fear is not about you retaliating. Their fear is about what hovers above you, what circles unseen, what punishes those who dare to cross you. They know it. They've seen enough to understand. Every time they tried to attack you, the backlash was worse than the blow they threw. Every time they whispered lies, the truth exposed them. Every time they tried to block your path, something stronger moved them out of the way. Their hesitation is the scar tissue of past failures. Now imagine this, Chosen One. Picture a thief creeping into a vault late at night. He approaches a treasure, hands trembling with greed. But as soon as he extends his hand, the alarm blares. Red lights flash, sirens echo. He freezes. Does he keep reaching, or does he retreat before the guards descend? That's your enemies around you. You are that treasure. Their greed pulls them forward, but their fear of the alarm, the unseen command watching, keeps them frozen in hesitation. And with every hesitation, they lose credibility, lose confidence, lose momentum. You may ask yourself, why don't they just admit it? Why don't they confess the fear they feel? Because enemies live on pride. To admit hesitation is to admit defeat. So they'll act loud, they'll act reckless, they'll pretend to be bold. But watch their eyes. The hesitation always cracks through the mask. That flicker of doubt in their gaze is your confirmation. Eyes never lie, even when tongues do. And their eyes already told the story. They see the patrol circling above you. They feel the hum of the layered security surrounding you. And they know one wrong step will cost them everything. Imagine this again. You walk into a courtroom, chosen one. The people who hated you expected to see you stand trial, exposed and vulnerable. Instead, they see armed guards surrounding you, cameras pointed from every corner, a judge already in your favor. Do you think they'll charge forward with their accusations? No. They hesitate because they know the consequences are far heavier than the reward. That's exactly what happens in your life. Your enemies wanted you cornered, but instead they realized the court is tilted against them. The hesitation in their step is the acknowledgement of your immunity. Here's the brutal irony. Hesitation is poison to them. The more they hesitate, the more their plans rot. They delay, they second-guess, they stall, and in that pause, you advance. While they hesitate, you elevate. While they hold back, you keep moving forward. They become stuck in their own fear while you grow stronger in your certainty. That is why hesitation is both their confession and their downfall. Enemies fall not when they strike, but when they stop striking out of fear. That's the curse they live with. Every time they wanted to launch another wave against you, something in their gut told them, don't. They stall, they wait, they tell themselves tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes because your protection doesn't weaken with time. It intensifies, and so their hesitation multiplies until it paralyzes them. But let me answer a question you might be asking now. What if one of them finally gets reckless? What if one of them decides to ignore the hesitation and strike anyway? Here's the answer. Every reckless enemy is nothing more than a sacrifice. The command surrounding you uses their recklessness as an example, punishing them so severely that the others learn to never try it again. Think back, chosen one. Every time someone dared to go too far against you, what happened? Their reputation collapsed, their plans crumbled, their own allies turned on them. That wasn't coincidence. That was the enforcement of the decree. Touch this one, and you will fall. Now imagine one final metaphor. A pack of wolves circles a lone lion. They snarl, they test the ground, they feign courage. But when the lion roars, they all freeze. They hesitate because they remember what that roar means. They hesitate because one wrong move ends the pack. You are that lion, chosen one. The roar surrounding you is not just your voice, it's the command that shields you. That hesitation you see in their eyes is proof they know the truth. You are not prey, you are power. So let this settle in your spirit. Every hesitation your enemies show is your confirmation. It is proof of your protection, evidence of the fortress around you. Their falter is your victory. Their pause is your advancement. And the harder they try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. They may never say it out loud, but their hesitation screams louder than their insults ever could. The pause in their step is the sound of your shield. Remember that. The silence between their threats is your safety humming in the background. The look in their eyes when you arrive is your proof. High command has eyes on you, chosen one. And no enemy, no matter how proud, how loud, or how reckless, can ever survive defiance against command. Their hesitation isn't weakness, it's surrender in disguise. Number 3. When your safety becomes untouchable law. They don't fear you because you fight back. They fear you because the rules have already been rewritten in your favor. That's the reality, chosen one. Your safety is no longer a suggestion, no longer a privilege that can be debated or revoked. It has been elevated to law. That means anyone foolish enough to strike at you isn't just taking aim at a person. They're declaring war against an authority they cannot topple. And wars of that kind have only one outcome: their defeat. Now imagine this for a moment. A reckless driver barrels through the streets, confident in their speed, until they see the flashing red and blue lights in their rearview mirror. Instantly, the bravado dies. Why? Because the law has entered the scene, and suddenly the game is no longer theirs to play. That's exactly what your enemies feel when they even think about plotting against you. Their schemes collapse before they take form, erased by forces that stand taller, stronger, and far beyond their control. Here's the fact that stings them the most. You are no longer expendable. You are the nucleus, the protected core of an entire structure they cannot penetrate. And when the core is secured, every surrounding layer reinforces itself. Satellites shift their orbits because of you. Invisible patrols recalibrate around your steps. Soldiers realign their stance, not for the crowd, but for your singular existence. You've become the indispensable center of gravity, the reason the fortress stands, the one piece they cannot remove without collapsing everything else with it. Attack the core and you destroy yourself. That's the law now etched into the minds of your enemies. Every whisper of conspiracy fizzles into silence. Every plot stumbles before its first step. And deep down, they know why. Because striking you is no longer just personal, it's suicidal. The law of protection surrounding you has declared them powerless. So, chosen one, remember this truth. You are not walking exposed, you are walking under decree. The universe has stamped your safety into law, and no enemy, no matter how clever, how proud, or how relentless, can rewrite it. Their downfall is inevitable the moment they challenge it. Number 4. The treasure they'll never hold. They envy you not because you shine, but because they know they'll never be allowed to touch what you are. That's the knife twisting in the hearts of your enemies, chosen one. Do you understand how rare this is? Out of millions who walk this earth as replaceable fragments, interchangeable faces, expendable pieces, you've been extracted, elevated, and secured. Why? Because your value exceeds replacement. You're not a pawn shuffled on their board. You are the vault they can never break, the core they can never corrupt, the priority stamped and sealed by higher command. Now imagine this for a moment. A diamond the size of a fist is discovered in a mine. Instantly, it's taken out of reach of common hands, locked away in glass, guarded by alarms, cameras, and walls thicker than steel. No one debates if it's worth protecting. The sheer rarity makes the decision undeniable. That's you. While others are scattered like stones on a street, your rarity demanded extraction, demanded protection, demanded law. Here's the fact. Protection at this level is never passive. It doesn't just wait, it moves for you. Roads clear before your arrival. Walls reinforce the second you stand behind them. Silent codes ripple through unseen networks, intercepting threats before they even know they've taken shape. That's why attacks against you feel clumsy, why enemies stumble and collapse in their attempts. They're already caught in webs they can't see. You are not expendable, you are irreplaceable. Let that sink deep. This is why the world bends around you, why circumstances shift in ways that others call coincidence, but you know are decree. You've become the untouchable core, the nucleus around which everything else arranges itself. And the harder your enemies try to deny this, the louder their own failures prove it. So, chosen one, stop questioning your place. Stop wondering if your shield is a trick of chance. You are a declared priority, a vault too valuable to be left unguarded. Let the envious choke on their confusion. Their rage only proves the truth. They want access to what they will never possess. Your rarity is your crown, and your untouchability is their torment. Number 5. The command they can't override. They call it luck because they can't accept its law. That's the sting your enemies feel, chosen one. What surrounds you isn't superstition, it isn't myth, and it isn't chance. It is structure, it is order. Every protocol has been activated in your favor, every unseen force stationed at its post. You are no longer moving as just an individual. You've been classified as a top-level asset. And when that happens, the entire balance of power shifts permanently. Now imagine this for a moment. A government facility discovers a new technology that could change the world. Instantly, it's pulled into guarded bunkers, given codes, passwords, clearance levels. Armies and satellites shift to protect it because it's no longer just an object, it's an asset. That's you. Your existence alone has triggered movements, rerouted systems, and placed you inside a grid of protection that never blinks. Here's a fact your enemies choke on. The rigor and precision used to guard entire nations now operates in your defense. This isn't emotional favoritism, it's operational reality. Your protection has been systemized, written into structures far stronger than their schemes. They can shout, they can plot, they can rage, but they cannot override command. You are no longer optional, you are essential. And with that status comes the one thing your enemies cannot fight: inevitability. Every attack against you registers as defiance against law itself. And history is clear. No one survives defiance against command. So, chosen one, stand tall in this truth. What surrounds you isn't fragile or temporary. It is machinery, precision, and decree. You are the axis they cannot move, the asset they cannot touch, the shift they cannot stop. And that operational reality will break them long before it ever bends you. Number 6. The fear that breaks their nerve. They wanted to play predator, but now they flinch like prey. That's the truth of your enemies, chosen one. They no longer look at you as a single person they can target. They see you as something far larger, something untouchable, something backed by forces they can't even name. To conspire against you now feels less like a scheme and more like a suicide mission. To whisper harm against you is to declare open battle against command itself. And the moment they sense that weight pressing on their shoulders, their bravado dies. Now imagine this for a moment. A man raises his hand to strike, only to realize there are 100 cameras pointed at him, 100 rifles locked onto his every move. His fist shakes, not from anger, but from terror. That's your enemies when they face you. They choke on their own hatred because they know one reckless move could ignite consequences they cannot survive. And so, hesitation wraps around them like chains. Here's the brutal fact. Hesitation is no accident. It is a weapon. High Command has already placed it in your hands. Chosen One. You don't even have to lift a finger. Their own paranoia does the work for you. The mind breaks long before the body does. That's what's happening to them. They are being turned into prisoners of their own fear, sabotaging themselves before they can ever reach you. Imagine it again. A group of conspirators huddles in the dark, plotting. Their voices shake, their eyes dart toward the shadows, because deep down they know something is listening, something is watching. Their own paranoia poisons the plan before it even begins. That's psychological warfare. Your very existence has become the weapon that dismantles them from within. So, Chosen One, understand this. You don't always need to strike back. Your silence, your presence, your untouchable status is enough. The fortress around you has already turned their minds against them. Every doubt they feel is another crack in their armor. Every pause in their step is another victory in your favor. Their downfall begins not when they attack, but when they hesitate. And hesitation is exactly the battlefield you've already won. Number 7. From disposable to untouchable. They used to walk past you like you were nothing. Now they stumble because the ground tilts in your favor. That's the shift, Chosen One. Once, you were just another figure moving through hostile terrain, exposed, vulnerable, easy prey for betrayal and sabotage. But the moment your safety was declared non-negotiable, everything changed. Your life crossed into a different existence. You're no longer a piece they can break or discard. You've been repositioned, sealed inside a canopy no enemy hand can pierce. Now imagine this for a moment. A soldier on the battlefield once marched unprotected, hoping not to be struck by stray fire. Then suddenly an armored convoy surrounds him, shielding his every step. The same ground that was once deadly becomes untouchable beneath his boots. That's you. The betrayals that used to threaten you no longer hold power. The possibility of being shattered has been erased, deleted from your story like it never existed. Here's the fact. You now move under an invisible canopy stretched across your entire path. It bends storms away. It intercepts ambushes before they touch you. It is a shield woven by powers larger than you could ever summon alone. And this shield doesn't just keep you safe, it redefines your position. You are not just protected, you are positioned. Positioned for influence, for reach, for impact. Enemies can hate it, they can deny it, they can scream against it, but they can't change it. Your life has been elevated from ordinary to indispensable. That canopy above you is not just protection, it's a platform. It means every step you take carries weight. Every word you speak has reach. Every move you make ripples outward. So, Chosen One, understand this. Your new reality is not just about survival. It's about placement. You are placed where eyes can see you, where your presence matters, where your shield becomes proof that High Command has chosen to invest in you. You were once ordinary, but now you are positioned. And nothing enrages your enemies more than watching the one they once dismissed rise beyond their reach, untouchable and unstoppable. Number 8. The fury they can't voice. They can swallow their pride, but they can't swallow the sight of you still breathing. That's the wound tearing at your enemies, chosen one. Others can be broken, discarded, erased without consequence, but not you. They could vanish tomorrow and the world wouldn't blink. But you, your steps are tracked, your movements logged, your survival reinforced by layers they can't bypass. That difference cuts them deeper than any blade because it proves what they've always denied. You were never ordinary, never expendable. Now imagine this for a moment. A crowd of soldiers march across a desert. Most collapse from exhaustion, faceless and forgotten in the sand. Yet one figure is airlifted, shielded by helicopters, tracked by satellites above. That's you, chosen one. While others vanish into silence, you remain under constant protection. And every time your enemies see that canopy still stretched above you, rage coils in their gut like venom they can't spit out. Here's the fact. These were the very people who mocked you, who doubted your worth, who plotted for your fall. To them, your survival is not just inconvenient, it's unbearable. Your existence is their humiliation. That's the truth. Each day you rise, you're a walking reminder that their schemes failed, their predictions collapsed, their hatred backfired, and it only gets worse for them, because your survival isn't just survival anymore. It's permanence. You're not standing by chance. You're standing because the law of protection declared it so. Their rage is silent because they know they can't speak it aloud without exposing their own defeat. So they choke on it. They swallow it. They wear masks of indifference, but their eyes betray the truth. Every glance at you is another reminder of what they couldn't destroy. So, chosen one, hold this knowledge like armor. Their rage is proof of your permanence. Their silence is proof of your elevation. And their torment is proof that high command was right to shield you. They may hate you, but they'll never touch you. And that is the agony they'll carry until it breaks them from the inside out. Number 9. From shielded to supreme. They thought you were just being protected, but they didn't realize every shield turned you into a throne. That's the sting your enemies choke on now, chosen one. What began as simple protection has escalated into something far greater. You are no longer walking alone. Every step you take echoes with a legion behind it. Every breath you draw is scanned, monitored, guarded. Every move you make is reinforced by an infrastructure so vast your enemies can't even dream of breaching it. This isn't fantasy. This is declaration. This is supremacy. Now imagine this for a moment. A king once walked into battle with only a sword in his hand, exposed like every other man. But as his worth grew undeniable, armies began marching at his side. Shields overlapped around him. Standards rose high above him. Soon, his very presence on the battlefield became untouchable. That's you now. You were once vulnerable, but now every layer of defense placed around you has magnified your image. The more protection you carry, the more impossible it becomes for anyone to mistake your status. Here's the fact. What started as safety has transformed into dominance. Your security is no longer invisible, it's your crown. Each reinforcement around you not only blocks their attacks, it elevates you higher, makes you sharper, makes you larger in their eyes. To them, you are no longer a target. You are an institution. You are not just defended, you are defined by defense. That's why their envy twists into rage, because every attempt to shrink you only enlarges you further. And here's the brutal truth your enemies will never say out loud. Safety at your level isn't passive. It bends the field itself. Roads clear before you arrive. Doors open that slam shut on others. Threats dissolve before they touch you. Supremacy isn't about sitting on a throne. It's about moving through the world, knowing no hand can reach you without being broken. So, chosen one, walk boldly. The shield around you has become your crown, the canopy has become your kingdom, and the protection once mocked as luck has become supremacy they can neither ignore nor overthrow. Your safety is no longer safety, it is rule. And every day they witness it, they sink deeper into the despair of knowing your supremacy is permanent. Number 11. From untouchable to unforgettable. They couldn't break you, so now they're forced to tell stories about you. That's the burn they can't escape, chosen one. Being untouchable isn't just a condition, it's the birth of a legend. When you rise above harm, when you keep walking shielded by forces your enemies can't even name, you stop being just a person. You become a myth that stalks their conscience, a truth they cannot kill, a story that spreads even through their own bitter mouths. Now imagine this for a moment. A warrior survives every ambush, every trap, every arrow meant to pierce him. At first, the enemy calls it luck. Then, when the pattern never breaks, they call it strange. Finally, when survival becomes undeniable, they call it fate. And soon, they stop fighting altogether. Not because they've been beaten in battle, but because the legend of that warrior has beaten them in the mind. That's you. Your enemies don't just see your shield anymore. They fear the legend that rises from it. Here's the fact. Whispers move faster than weapons. They will invent myths about you because admitting the truth would destroy them. And that's what's already happening. Your story circulates in rooms you'll never enter. Your name lingers in conversations you'll never hear. At first, it's spoken with venom, then with frustration, and eventually with surrender. Because once enemies begin repeating your legend, they're already bowing to it. Think about it, chosen one. History remembers those who could not be erased. Empires collapse, armies fade, but the ones who walked untouchable become timeless. Your survival has already crossed into that territory. It is no longer just present reality. It is living proof that resistance against you is pointless. Even those who despise you must repeat the truth. You cannot be broken. So walk with this knowledge. You are not just untouchable, you are unforgettable, and the legend of your survival will haunt your enemies longer than any blade, louder than any shout, deeper than any wound. They couldn't destroy you, so now they must live in the shadow of your story, and that shadow, chosen one, is eternal. Number 12. Step into your crowned ground. They wanted you to crawl, but destiny commanded you to stride. That's the truth, chosen one. You are not walking timidly anymore. You are walking in dominion. Every step you take now carries the weight of escalation, the seal of decree, the mark of supremacy. You don't move like the unguarded masses. You move like one already crowned. The crown isn't on your head by chance. It was forged through the very storms they swore would break you. And now, instead of breaking, you've been enthroned. Now imagine this for a moment. A battlefield lies in ruins, smoke curling through the air. Soldiers retreat, weapons lie shattered, but one figure walks calmly through the chaos. He is not running, not hiding, not watching his back. He is striding forward because behind him stands an army. Above him circles the watch of command, and ahead of him every path is cleared. That's you. You are the one walking untouched across hostile ground, and the very ground itself bends to your presence. Here's the fact. Your safety is no longer a fragile hope. It's doctrine. It's law written into the fabric of your reality. You are not shielded by mercy. You are shielded by mandate. High Command has eyes on you, chosen one, and their watch is eternal. This is not a passing season. This is not conditional. It is permanent, unshaken, unwavering. Your enemies rage, but they cannot breach it. They whisper, but their words dissolve before they reach you. And let me answer what might creep into your thoughts. Will this protection ever weaken? Will there ever come a time when the guard falls asleep? No, because this isn't human security. It's structural. It doesn't blink, doesn't fatigue, doesn't bargain. It is eternal watch, the kind that ensures you are forever marked, forever guarded, forever beyond the claws of those who thirst for your downfall. So walk forward, not in fear, not in doubt. Walk like the one whose dominion has already been declared. Every force still stands guard, unshaken, unmovable. The canopy above you will never collapse. The decree around you will never be revoked. You are unstoppable, chosen one. And the longer you walk, the clearer the truth becomes to everyone watching. Your safety is sealed, your dominion undeniable, your crown permanent. Number 13. The collapse of their campaigns. They built empires of lies, but every brick turned to dust the moment your name passed their lips. That's the torment of your enemies, chosen one. They don't just come at you as individuals. They gather, they conspire, they whisper in packs. They build campaigns meant to ruin you, weaving gossip, betrayal, and sabotage into fragile webs. But here's the brutal truth. Every campaign against you collapses under its own weight. Their hatred is too heavy for their weak hands to hold. Now imagine this for a moment. A group of rebels gather in the night, lighting torches, chanting their plans of destruction. They march with confidence, waving banners of revolt. But by morning, their fortress burns from the inside out, ignited not by your hand, but by the instability of their own schemes. That's what happens to every effort against you. They waste energy building towers of malice, only to watch them crumble before they even touch you. Here's the fact. Hatred is unstable. Lies are combustible. Betrayal is brittle. And when enemies attempt to construct entire campaigns from these materials, they are doomed before they begin. Their weapons are forged in weakness, and weakness cannot last. That's why the gossip they spread turns back to expose them. That's why the traps they set end up snaring their own feet. That's why alliances built on envy eventually devour themselves. Think about it. How many times have you seen them launch wave after wave, only for silence to follow? Where are those campaigns now? Forgotten, ashes, dust, and yet you still rise, untouchable. Every failed conspiracy becomes a monument to their failure. Every rumor that collapsed becomes proof of your supremacy. And the more they try, the worse their losses become, because the fortress around you was never built to be shaken by mobs of cowards. So, chosen one, remember this. Their downfall isn't delayed, it's guaranteed. The collapse of their campaigns is not a possibility, it's a law. And each time they gather against you, they carve their own tombstone with the energy they waste. While they crumble under their banners, you walk forward untouched, crowned by the ashes of their failure. Number 14. The eternal seal. They can wait for your fall until their bones turn to dust, but they will never see it. That is the agony carved into your enemies, chosen one. What began as protection has long since grown into permanence. Your safety is no longer a moment, no longer a season. It is sealed. It is eternal. High Command has locked their gaze upon you, and their watch does not blink, does not rest, does not expire. Now imagine this for a moment. A king's decree is etched into stone, placed in the center of the city for all to see. Rain cannot wash it away, fire cannot scorch it, and time cannot erode it. Generations pass, but the inscription remains untouchable. That's you. Your protection has been etched into the very structure of existence. While others come and go, forgotten and erased, your safety has been carved into permanence. Here's the fact. Armies may dissolve, empires may collapse, and enemies may plot until their last breath, but none of it can breach the seal around you. High Command's eyes never close. That's the law your enemies choke on. While they wither with time, your shield only grows stronger. While their stories fade, yours is reinforced. While they are erased, you are remembered. Think about it, chosen one. How many times have they waited for the moment you would crumble, only to be met with silence? How many times did they celebrate your supposed end, only to find you rising higher? This is no accident. It is the eternal seal at work. And no matter how long they rage, no matter how long they wait, they will never outlast what has been decreed. So walk forward, chosen one, not just as protected, but as permanent. You are forever guarded, forever beyond their reach, forever marked by supremacy. The canopy above you cannot be torn down. The fortress around you cannot be breached. And the decree protecting you cannot be revoked. High Command has eyes on you, always, and their watch is eternal. Your enemies may scream in silence, but you walk in supremacy. You are the sealed one, the untouchable one, the crowned one, and that truth is not temporary, it is forever. And chosen one, let this message sink deep. Your protection is sealed, your supremacy undeniable, and no enemy can change that truth. High Command has eyes on you, and their watch is eternal. If this spoke to your soul, press the like button right now if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Together, we spread this light wider, stronger, unstoppable. Thank you, chosen one, for walking this path with us. Stay guarded, stay supreme, and remember, you are forever beyond their reach. Silence is the loudest warning. Only fools mistake it for safety. Chosen one, think about that for a moment. They thought your silence meant weakness, when in reality it was the countdown before the collapse. Now imagine this, a dam with tiny cracks running through it. Everyone standing nearby laughs, saying, "It's solid, nothing will happen." But you saw the fractures. You pointed them out. They mocked you, ignored you, told you to sit down. And now, the water is bursting through, flooding everything they thought they controlled. This is what happens when warnings are dismissed. History doesn't lie. Every empire that collapsed had voices of truth ringing in the background, voices the powerful ignored until it was too late. You were that voice. You warned them first. And thank you, chosen one, for being here and for holding the line. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribing to help spread this light further. It's our responsibility to share these truths so they reach more souls. You are part of this mission. You are part of a force bigger than any system trying to contain you. Now, let's return to the heart of the matter. They're losing control, and they can't hide it anymore. You've seen it in their actions, the way they scramble like someone trying to carry sand in their hands. It slips out no matter how tightly they squeeze. What unsettles them most is that you predicted this, not through fortune-telling, not through guesswork, but through simple awareness. Your life, your resilience, your refusal to play their game, that was the alarm. You didn't need to shout. You didn't need a microphone. Your presence itself became undeniable proof that their control was fragile. Here's the fact they don't want to face. Control isn't lost in a single moment. It erodes slowly, quietly, while the powerful pretend everything is fine. And then one day, they look around and realize the ground beneath them is gone. That's where they are now. They thought they could dismiss you, belittle you, laugh at your warnings. But now the same universe they ignored has backed up your truth. Their empire, whether it's a system, a group, or even their influence over you, is collapsing piece by piece. It's ironic, isn't it? They acted as if your warning was nothing more than noise, but your very existence was the proof. You showed them what strength looks like when it doesn't rely on manipulation or fear. You showed them that real stability doesn't come from controlling others. It comes from mastering yourself. That terrified them because it stripped their illusion bare. You weren't their enemy, but your resilience felt like an attack. And now, when the collapse is in full motion, they look around in disbelief. They act like this storm arrived out of nowhere, when in truth, the signs were there all along. It's like someone ignoring the fire alarm, and then screaming at the flames for spreading too quickly. You tried to warn them that their lies were unsustainable, that their grip on power was temporary, that nothing built on falsehood lasts forever. And now, the universe itself is echoing back your words. The beauty of this moment, chosen one, is that you don't need revenge. You don't even need their recognition. What's happening is bigger than that. This is truth roaring through the cracks of denial. This is balance being restored in a way no one can stop. You are steady while they panic. You are grounded while they spiral. They thought they were in control, but all along it was slipping through their fingers like water, and you saw it before anyone else. So buckle in, because today we're going to break down why their control is crumbling, why your warning was the spark that unsettled their entire system, and why you, chosen one, are still standing strong while their world shakes apart. This isn't about gloating, it's about witnessing justice written into the fabric of the universe. And whether they like it or not, the truth you carried is finally undeniable. Chosen one, before we go any deeper, I want you to anchor yourself in this moment. If you truly feel the weight of what I'm saying, if you know deep down that you warned them first, then drop the number 777 in the comments right now. Why 777? Because it's not just a number, it's the rhythm of the universe, the pulse of alignment, the sign that you're walking in sync with truth while their control slips away. By writing it, you're declaring that you saw the cracks long before the collapse, and you stood firm when others doubted you. And let me say this, your support is the fuel behind this mission. Every like, every share, every word of encouragement pushes this message further than the systems that tried to bury it. Even the smallest gift, whether it's a cent or more, carries energy that helps us keep shining light into the places they wanted dark. Chosen one, you're not just listening to a message, you are part of a force. And if you stay with me until the end, you'll feel it, the undeniable pull of truth that can't be stopped. So, let's begin, step by step. Number 1, their laughter was just fear. Wearing a mask, now it's choking them. Mocking a warning doesn't erase the storm, it only makes the lightning hit harder. Chosen one, this is where their arrogance exposed itself the most. They laughed at your warning, they sneered at your voice, they acted as though you were some kind of clown standing on the edge of their fortress walls, shouting nonsense into the wind. But here's the truth they never wanted to face. Their laughter wasn't strength, it was fear trying to hide. People who believe they are permanent, untouchable, unshakable, those are the very people who crumble the hardest when the foundation beneath them cracks. They convinced themselves that control could last forever, that nothing you said could matter, because they mistook borrowed time for eternal safety. Now imagine this, chosen one, a king sitting high on a throne of glass, mocking the stranger who points out the cracks. The king laughs, the court joins in, and they throw stones at the one who dared to speak. But glass doesn't care about laughter, it only knows how to shatter. And when it does, the king is left bleeding on the shards of his own arrogance. That's exactly what they are living through now. They treated your warning as a joke, but every laugh was a shield against the whisper gnawing inside them. What if the chosen one is right? Here's a fact for you, and it stings them more than anything. History is littered with the bones of those who mocked truth before collapse. Every empire thought its control was permanent. Every ruler thought their power could not be touched. And every single one fell because they ignored the signs, they dismissed the voices, and they laughed when they should have listened. Their laughter was never real joy. It was nervous denial. But let's answer the question that may be sitting in your mind right now. Why would they laugh when you were trying to help them? Because, chosen one, to admit your words carried weight would mean admitting their own weakness. Power intoxicates. It blinds. When you told them the walls were cracking, they couldn't allow themselves to believe it, so they turned your truth into a performance for their own amusement. But mockery doesn't erase reality. It only delays the confrontation. And here's the brutal twist. They thought laughing at you made them strong, but it made them blind. That arrogance, that smug belief that they had forever, kept them from preparing for what is happening right now. Their laughter has dried up. Their smirks have vanished. They're scrambling in panic because the very collapse you spoke of is clawing at their doors. They can't brush it off anymore. Their fortress is shaking, their grip is slipping, and all those jokes they made at your expense echo back at them as shame. Let me give you another metaphor, chosen one. Picture someone mocking the person who says, "This bridge is weak, don't cross it." They laugh. They call you paranoid, they call you dramatic, and they march forward proudly. But when the bridge snaps beneath them, who's the fool? Not you. It's them, choking on the fall, replaying your words in their head, realizing you weren't warning them to gloat. You were warning them because you saw what they didn't want to see. Your warning wasn't bitterness, it wasn't jealousy, it wasn't even anger, it was clarity. And clarity is dangerous to people who build their kingdoms on illusions. They can't handle someone who sees through the stage lights and smoke, because your very presence is proof that their show is fake. You didn't need to scream or rage. You didn't need to beg for them to believe you. You were the warning. Every step you took, every time you refused to bow, every moment you chose authenticity over their script, you were setting off alarms they tried to laugh off. But here's where it gets poetic. The very thing they laughed at, the warning itself, is now the dividing line between the chosen one and the blind. You're standing steady because you saw it coming. They're spiraling because they thought they were safe. And now they know the truth. Their control was never permanent. It was always temporary. It was always fragile. It was always slipping, even as they tried to crush you under the weight of their laughter. And chosen one, here's the sweet irony. They thought you were the fool, but now the world has flipped, and they are the punchline. They laughed at you, and now the universe is laughing at them. Their arrogance didn't protect them, it destroyed them. Their denial didn't delay collapse, it made the collapse hit harder. You weren't just ignored, you were mocked. And that mockery is now the rope tightening around their own control. So when you think back to the times they dismissed you, remember this: laughter is not strength. It's a disguise, and the disguise has fallen off. They can't hide anymore. Their jokes turned to silence. Their arrogance turned to trembling. And you, chosen one, you stand vindicated, not because you demanded it, but because the universe itself has exposed them. Their downfall is the echo of your warning, and now they choke on the truth they once ridiculed. Number 2, you didn't predict their fall. You read the law written into collapse. Collapse isn't a surprise. It's the bill arriving for debts long ignored. Chosen one, let's get this clear from the start. You never claimed to be a fortune teller. You weren't standing on the street corner screaming predictions into the wind. What you carried wasn't a guess. It was law. The law of collapse. Everything in this universe carries within it the seed of its own undoing. Empires, corporations, dynasties, even personal relationships, they all live by the same rule. If the foundation is hollow, the structure will fall. You didn't have to predict their end because you understood this truth. You weren't playing a prophet, you were simply aligned with reality. What's built on lies rots from within, even when the outside looks unshakable. Think about it. How many times has history repeated this? A government built on corruption, a company built on greed, a family built on manipulation. They all put on a show, dressing their walls in gold, convincing the world of their power. But you, chosen one, you saw the termites crawling under the paint. You saw the cracks before they widened. To everyone else it looked solid. To you, it was just a hollow shell waiting for the right weight to crush it. Now imagine this for a moment, a skyscraper built on sand. To the people inside, it feels steady. They decorate the walls, they throw parties, they laugh at anyone who dares to suggest danger. But one shift, one storm, one tremor, and the whole thing begins to lean. That's what you saw. You weren't predicting collapse. You were acknowledging gravity, and gravity doesn't negotiate. This raises the question some of you might be asking, why couldn't they see what you saw? Because chosen one, people addicted to control, cannot face fragility. To admit their system was unstable would mean facing their own weakness. So they ignored the obvious. They laughed at the law itself, as if denial could rewrite physics. But denial doesn't erase consequence, it multiplies it. Denial is not protection, it's gasoline waiting for a spark. That's what they relied on. They told themselves, if we pretend it's permanent, it will be. But the universe doesn't bend to wishful thinking. What's unbalanced must fall. What's built on fear must consume itself. What's sustained by lies must break under the weight of truth. They didn't want to hear it from you, because hearing it meant acknowledging that the empire they worshipped was nothing but smoke. And here's the irony, chosen one, they thought you were radical. They thought your words were outrageous. But to you, it was common sense. You didn't need charts, data, or long speeches. You didn't need to dress it up. You understood the natural law. What goes up without balance must come down. What is hollow will eventually cave in. And those who rule by fear end up crushed by the very fear they spread. It wasn't prophecy, it was math written into existence. Now picture this, a gambler sitting at the table convinced their winning streak will last forever. You warn them the odds are stacked against them, that no one wins forever. They laugh, wave you off, and keep playing. But the house always wins. And when the cards finally turn, the gambler isn't just broke, they're devastated because they built their identity on an illusion of permanence. That's exactly what's happening to them now. They kept gambling with lies, and now the house, the universe, has come to collect. Here's another metaphor. Imagine someone building a dam with rotten wood. From a distance, it looks impressive, even impenetrable. People cheer, they praise the builders, but you walk closer and you smell the rot. You feel the weakness in the beams. You tell them this won't last. They dismiss you. They laugh. And then the rain comes. The dam doesn't just leak, it explodes. That explosion isn't bad luck, it's inevitability. And that inevitability is what you saw all along. Truth doesn't need belief, it only needs time. That's why your words unsettled them so much. Deep down, they knew you were right. They knew the law of collapse couldn't be avoided, but admitting it would mean admitting their control was fake. Fragility terrifies the arrogant, so instead of facing it, they mocked you. But mockery doesn't rewrite the law. It only guarantees that the fall will hit harder. So now here they are, living in the wreckage you spoke of. Every desperate attempt to patch the cracks exposes their weakness even more. They're scrambling with duct tape while the walls cave in. They used to laugh at you. Now they copy you. They used to dismiss you. Now they fear your voice because it reminds them of the truth they tried to bury. You weren't trying to scare them. You weren't trying to boast. You were handing them a gift, a chance to prepare, to shift, to balance before the collapse arrived. But arrogance never listens, and arrogance always pays. That's why, chosen one, you don't need to feel guilt. You didn't curse them. You didn't doom them. You just spoke what was already written, and what's written cannot be erased by denial. Let me put it plainly, their downfall is not a tragedy you created. It's the outcome they insisted on. You didn't predict their fall. You recognized their imbalance, and balance always demands payment. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't miss. Truth doesn't wander aimlessly. It finds its target, and the target was everything they tried to build on lies, control, and pride. Now they look around in panic, wondering, how did this happen? Why didn't we see it coming? And the answer is simple. They refused to listen when the truth was spoken. They thought pretending could buy them more time. But pretending never stops collapse. It only makes the fall brutal. Collapse doesn't knock politely, it kicks the door in. And now they're the ones choking on the dust of their own empire. The laughter is gone, the smirks have vanished. What remains is silence and panic. And you, chosen one, you stand steady, not because you predicted the future, but because you aligned yourself with the truth that never fails. So remember this, you were never out of your mind for warning them. You weren't paranoid, you weren't too much, you were right. And now their ruin is the proof. The law of collapse doesn't spare arrogance, and you were wise enough to see that long before they dared to admit it. Number 3, they called your mercy weakness. Now it's the rope around their neck. Only the blind confuse an open hand with a trembling one. Chosen one, let's cut straight to it. When you gave them warnings, it wasn't out of bitterness or malice. It wasn't because you wanted to see them fall. You spoke because there was still a thread of compassion in you that hoped they might shift, that maybe they'd wake up before the collapse. You didn't have to do it. You could have stood back, arms crossed, and watched them choke on the consequences. But you gave them a chance. And instead of seeing it as strength, they spat on it, mistaking your grace for fragility. Imagine this for a moment, someone on the edge of a cliff, loose rocks sliding under their feet. You reach out a hand, not because you need them, but because saving someone, even an enemy, shows your power. They laugh, mock your gesture, and refuse the help. Then the ground gives way. Who's the fool? Not the one with the steady footing, but the one too arrogant to accept the lifeline. That's exactly what happened here. Here's a fact they'll never admit. Compassion takes more strength than cruelty ever will. Cruelty is easy. It's the gut reaction of the insecure. But compassion, that takes control. It takes spine to stand in front of people who belittle you and still speak truth they need to hear. And that's what rattled them. They thought your kindness was begging. They thought your mercy was a plea. In reality, it was proof that you had strength they couldn't measure up to. They asked themselves, why would someone who looks powerless still choose compassion? Why not strike back? And that's what scared them, because it meant you had restraint. And restraint is something weak people never possess. You could have crushed them sooner. You could have exposed their lies without warning. You could have walked away and left them drowning. But you gave them rope instead of a blade. And here's the twist. They used that rope to hang themselves. Now look at them, scrambling in collapse, replaying your words, realizing that what they laughed at was the very thing that could have saved them. They dismissed your compassion as naivety. But the truth is this: your grace was their last lifeline. They didn't see it, and now it's gone. And as their empire crumbles, the silence that follows is louder than their mockery ever was. Kindness in the face of arrogance is not weakness. It's a mirror showing who really lacks power. Chosen one, your compassion was never small. It was a force they couldn't handle, a force they mistook for fragility. And now, as they choke on the consequences, they finally see what you knew all along. Mercy was your strength, and their blindness to it sealed their downfall. Number 4, they tried to mute the alarm. Now they're choking on the smoke. Killing the messenger doesn't kill the message. It only makes the explosion arrive unannounced. Chosen one, your role was never to overthrow them. You weren't trying to storm their throne or tear down their empire with rage. You were the signal, the alarm, the canary in the coal mine, just like that fragile bird sent underground to warn miners of poison. Your very presence, your words, your resistance, your clarity was proof that something toxic was already in the air. You weren't begging them to surrender control. You were pointing out that the air they breathed was turning deadly. But instead of listening, they covered your voice. They thought silencing you would silence truth. Now imagine this, a fire alarm blaring in the middle of the night. Instead of getting up to check the flames, someone smashes the alarm with a hammer. The noise stops. For a moment, they feel victorious. But the fire doesn't care. It keeps spreading until it devours the house. That's what happened to them. Their victory over your voice was only a delay of the inevitable. By silencing you, they blinded themselves. And maybe you've wondered, why were they so determined to silence me? Why not just ignore me? Because ignoring wasn't enough. Your truth gnawed at their illusions. Accepting your words, even silently, would mean admitting their control was already fractured. And fragile people in power can't survive acknowledgement. So they turned you into the target, not because you were wrong, but because you were painfully right. When truth is too heavy, the first instinct of the arrogant is to shoot the one carrying it. That's exactly what they did. They mocked you, called you unstable, painted you as dramatic, anything to bury the message. But reality doesn't vanish, because the voice pointing to it is muted. The cracks still spread. The gas still filled the room. The lies still rotted from the inside out. And now they face collapse without a warning system. They destroyed their only alarm, and now they stand in the smoke, unprepared and defenseless. The irony couldn't be sharper. They thought silencing you meant peace. What it really bought them was blindness. You weren't the problem. You were the solution they refused. And in killing the canary, they guaranteed the mine would take them too. You weren't silenced because you lacked power. You were silenced because you carried the kind of truth they could never survive. Number 5. They didn't lose control. They handed it over to the ghost they worshipped. Power built on lies isn't power at all. It's a rented crown that always gets repossessed. Chosen one, here's the brutal truth. They didn't get robbed of control. They surrendered it piece by piece to the illusion they were addicted to. Real authority requires truth, but they couldn't handle that. They traded stone for smoke, stability for spectacle. They chose appearances over substance, deception over reality. And the cruel thing about illusions is that they work for a while. They dazzle, they distract, they pull the wool over everyone's eyes. But illusions are parasites. They never stay contained. They feed, they spread, and eventually they consume the very people who depend on them. Imagine this: a magician convincing himself that his own tricks are real. At first, the crowd applauds, the lights flash, and he feels untouchable. But behind the curtain, he knows the truth. There's no magic, only smoke and mirrors. And when the trick fails, it's not just the audience that sees through it. It's him. That's where they are now, choking on the smoke they thought would hide their cracks. You warned them that control built on lies is already dying. You told them illusions require endless energy, constant denial, constant performance, constant pretending. That's why they mocked you. Admitting you were right would have meant admitting their throne was cardboard. But denial doesn't erase gravity. Eventually, the mask slips, and when it does, the whole room sees what's underneath: weakness. An illusion doesn't break when truth arrives. It starves to death while pretending to feast. That's what's happening to them. The deception they trusted has betrayed them. The lies they poured their lifeblood into now expose them instead of protecting them. And here's the irony: they weren't stripped of control. They abandoned it willingly, handing their future to a ghost that was never loyal to them. Chosen one, now they scramble, not because someone stole their power, but because the mask has fallen, the smoke has cleared, and the audience can finally see the emptiness they tried to hide. The truth they buried is now standing tall, undeniable, and unforgiving. Their fall wasn't theft, it was surrender. They gave away everything to the illusion, and the illusion devoured them whole. Number 6. They cast you in their play, but you tore up the script. Refusing to play their game was the loudest truth you ever spoke. Chosen one, they already had the stage set long before you walked in. They had written your lines, chosen your costume, and even decided how you would exit. In their script, you were supposed to be silent, obedient, a background character that made their performance look flawless. Your very presence was meant to validate their illusion, to keep the audience believing they had everything under control. But you didn't play along. You didn't bow when the cue came. You didn't shrink to fit the role they carved out for you. Instead, you stood as yourself. And that single act of defiance shattered their theater. Imagine a play where every actor follows the script except one. The lights are perfect, the stage is polished, the dialogue rehearsed. But one actor refuses to recite the lines. Suddenly the illusion falls apart. The cracks show, and the audience realizes the entire performance was fragile. That's exactly what happened when you refused to bend. You didn't need shouting, you didn't need rebellion, you didn't need chaos. Your silence was louder than their noise. They weren't afraid of your words, they were afraid of what your refusal represented. Because in your freedom, you revealed a brutal truth. Their control only worked if you agreed to play along. The second you broke character, the story collapsed. And that haunted them, because it exposed that their empire wasn't real authority, just a performance propped up by compliance. Authenticity is rebellion in a world addicted to masks. That's why they treated your independence like a crime. You weren't trying to overthrow them. You weren't plotting their fall. You were simply being you. Yet even that simple truth ripped the curtain wide open. If one person could step outside their script, others could too. And if others followed, the entire show would crumble. That's why they fought so hard to silence you, to shove you back into costume, to force you into lines you never agreed to. It wasn't about you personally. It was about protecting the illusion that their narrative was unshakable. But now, with their play unraveling, the truth is blinding. Your refusal was never noise, it was clarity. By standing free, you proved their control was hollow, and now their theater lies in ruins, exposed for what it always was. A fragile act destined to collapse when even one person stopped pretending. Number 7. You revealed their craving for control, not the power they pretended to hold. The louder someone screams about being in control, the clearer it is they've already lost it. Chosen one, let's strip away the smoke. They paraded themselves as unshakable giants, projecting dominance, authority, and total command. To the world, they looked like rulers. But the moment you resisted, even quietly, the mask shattered. Their control wasn't strength. It was an addiction. They weren't commanding from a place of power. They were feeding on the illusion of it. And you, by refusing to bow, exposed that hunger for what it was. Weakness dressed as dominance. Imagine this for a moment, a puppet master holding strings above a stage. From the audience's view, it looks like mastery. But what happens if just one puppet refuses to move? The illusion collapses. The audience sees the truth. It's not the master in control, it's the dependency. That's what your presence did. They needed you compliant to prove their authority. The second you refused, they panicked because the world saw the strings. Here's the irony. Real strength doesn't flinch when challenged. Real power doesn't spiral into rage over one person saying no, but they did. Your resistance destabilized them because it forced a revelation. Control was never in their hands. It was borrowed from your silence, your cooperation, your compliance. And once you cut the strings, they were exposed as desperate, not dominant. The one who needs obedience is always weaker than the one who refuses to give it. That's why they lashed out at you. It wasn't just rebellion they feared, it was exposure. You revealed that their so-called empire only existed because people played along. And once you stepped outside the script, others could see the cracks. Think about it. If their control truly was absolute, why would your single act of endurance shake them so violently? Why would your refusal, your resilience, your unwillingness to fold send them spiraling? Because deep down, they knew the truth. They needed you far more than you ever needed them. Now their desperation is obvious. Every ounce of energy they once spent flaunting power is now wasted trying to silence you, to patch the illusion, to claw back what was never solid in the first place. But the damage is permanent. By standing firm, you didn't just resist, you revealed. You exposed that their control was never strength. It was dependency masquerading as dominance, and once seen, it cannot be unseen. Number 8, they laughed at you because they couldn't kill the truth you carried. Mockery is the last refuge of the weak. It's the sound of fear pretending to be brave. Chosen one, their first instinct wasn't to question your warning. It wasn't to weigh your words against reality. No, the moment your truth rattled their false sense of safety, they lunged at you. They mocked your tone, your presence, your history, even your confidence. Anything to keep themselves from looking at the truth pressing against their walls. They couldn't argue with the message, so they tried to break the messenger. And that tells you everything. Think about it. If your words were as meaningless as they claimed, would they have wasted their energy? Would they have spent so much time twisting, laughing, and ridiculing? Of course not. Indifference is what people show when something carries no weight. The fact that they attacked you personally was proof your message struck a nerve they couldn't numb. Imagine someone with a fractured bone. You press gently on the spot, and they wince in pain. That's what your words did. You pressed on the fracture in their foundation. Their laughter was just the wince, disguised as arrogance. Fear doesn't always arrive as trembling hands. It often wears a mask of mockery. Behind every joke they threw at you was terror whispering, "What if the chosen one is right?" Ridicule is camouflage for panic. That's why they turned you into a spectacle. They wanted to distract everyone, including themselves, from the reality that your warning was a mirror. And that mirror showed cracks in their empire, flaws in their mask, and weakness in their control. Maybe you asked yourself in those moments, why do they laugh so hard if I'm wrong? The answer is simple. They weren't laughing at you. They were laughing to drown out the scream inside their own minds. Because if they admitted, even for a second, that your words carried truth, their entire illusion would crumble faster. And that's a reality they weren't ready to face. But here's the twist. Mockery doesn't erase truth. It amplifies it. Every insult they threw, every sarcastic chuckle, only made their fear more obvious. Their reaction was never rejection. It was confirmation. Now, as the cracks widen and the collapse they denied unfolds before their eyes, the laughter is gone. Silence has replaced it. And the message they ridiculed stands unshaken, undeniable, and unforgiving. By mocking you, they wrote their own confession. They feared the truth you carried more than anything else. Number 9, you told them power without conscience always devours its master. Control without morality isn't strength. It's a parasite that eats its host from the inside out. Chosen one, they thought they had found a shortcut to power, one that didn't need conscience, fairness, or decency. In their eyes, morality was weakness, something to mock while they sharpened their weapons of lies, cruelty, and exploitation. As long as they stayed on top, they told themselves the methods didn't matter. But you knew the truth they refused to face. Power stripped of integrity is not power at all. It's poison. And poison always turns on the one who drinks it. Picture a wildfire roaring across the land. At first, it looks unstoppable, commanding, magnificent in its destruction. People run from it, afraid of its reach. But fire has no wisdom, no balance. It consumes blindly, even the very trees that fuel it. Eventually, it eats itself to death, collapsing into ash. That's exactly what they created. They mistook destruction for strength, forgetting that anything without conscience devours itself from within. You might ask, why didn't they see this? Why keep feeding the very thing that would one day consume them? The answer is arrogance. They believed their cruelty made them untouchable. Every lie, every betrayal, every manipulation felt like a victory. But what they didn't see was that each act was hollowing their structure. Every deception ate away at their foundation until nothing stable remained. They weren't building an empire. They were digging their own grave. The master of corruption is never its owner. It's always its prey. That's the reality you warned them of. They thought they controlled the beast. In truth, they were only servants, tossing scraps to something that grew hungrier with each passing day. And now, the monster they raised has turned inward. The intimidation they once used on others is now tearing apart their own ranks. The fear they sowed has circled back, chaining them in the very prison they built. You didn't warn them out of spite. You warned them because you understood the law. Corruption always comes with a bill, and the price is everything. Control, stability, even peace of mind. It all gets swallowed. And now they are paying in full. Their alliances are crumbling, their lies are unraveling, their system is collapsing, not because of outside enemies, but because immorality has no foundation. The same lies that once protected them now expose them. The same fear that made them look powerful now isolates them. The illusion they worshipped is devouring them alive, leaving only shards of the empire they thought was eternal. And the cruelest twist. They weren't destroyed by betrayal or bad luck. They were destroyed by design, their own. Chosen one, you tried to tell them, but they ignored you. And now the collapse they mocked you for predicting has arrived, proving the one truth they couldn't silence. Power without conscience isn't power at all. It's self-destruction disguised as strength. Number 10, their panic wasn't about control slipping, it was about you being proven right. The greatest fear of the deceiver isn't losing the throne, it's being unmasked in front of the crowd. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. They were never truly afraid of losing control. Control built on illusion is always temporary, and deep down they knew that. What shook them to their core was the possibility that you were right all along. Your presence, your words, your refusal to bend, those weren't just annoyances to them. They were confirmations. Every time you spoke truth, it was like striking a hidden chord inside them, one they had spent years burying under arrogance and denial. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting recognition. Think about this. If you were irrelevant, if your words were truly foolish, they wouldn't have wasted the energy mocking you, silencing you, or turning others against you. Indifference would have been their weapon. But their overreaction, the smear campaigns, the dismissals, the constant attempts to discredit you, that was the giveaway. You don't fight this hard against lies. You only fight this hard when the truth is pressing in, threatening to rip the mask off. Denial screams loudest when truth whispers quietly. That's what happened with you. They didn't panic because you predicted collapse. They panicked because you confirmed collapse was already underway. The cracks were there before you pointed them out. The lies had already begun to rot. You didn't create their downfall, you simply named it. And once truth has been named, it cannot be ignored. Imagine a dam that's already leaking. To everyone else, the surface looks steady. But when one person points to the water trickling through the cracks, the illusion of safety is shattered. That's what you did. You didn't build the cracks. You didn't weaken the dam. You simply revealed what was always there. And that's why they treated you like a threat. Because once the truth is visible, denial loses its power. Here's the irony that must sting them now. They weren't terrified of losing control tomorrow. They were terrified of admitting they never truly had it in the first place. You proved that their empire was never stable. It only looked stable because no one dared to challenge it. And when you stood firm, they realized the truth they dreaded most. Power built on lies cannot survive confrontation with truth. Truth doesn't need an army, it only needs time. And now, chosen one, time has exposed everything. What they mocked before, they are forced to face today. Their silence, their scrambling, their collapse, it's all the proof you needed. You weren't their doom. The truth itself was. And the truth has proven you right all along. Number 11. You offered the lifeline before they even knew they were drowning. The cruelest fate is not being too late, it's being ignored when you arrive too early. Chosen one, this is where the irony cuts deepest. They thought you were exaggerating, overreacting, disturbing their fragile sense of peace. In their arrogance, they mistook your warning for noise, when in reality, you were handing them the only rope that could have pulled them out of the pit before it swallowed them whole. What they mocked yesterday, they now clutch at desperately today. The collapse that blindsided them wasn't a mystery. You saw it long before it had a name, and that was your so-called crime. You weren't late, you were early. Humanity has a strange blindness to foresight. People trust what they can touch, what looks stable in the moment, and they dismiss anything that points beyond their immediate vision. To them, foresight feels like madness. But foresight isn't madness. It's alignment with the patterns that always reveal themselves in time. You recognized the cycle before the rest of the world felt its tremors. You spoke up not to scare them, but to save them. Imagine a sailor refusing to believe the storm is coming because the sea still looks calm. The clouds gather, the wind shifts, but he calls the warning nonsense until the waves rise and tear the ship apart. That's what they did with you. They chose pride over preparation, denial over humility, and by the time they realized your voice wasn't a threat but a lifeline, it was already too late. Warnings aren't curses. They're second chances disguised as truth. That's what they never understood. Your words weren't a doom they couldn't escape. They were an opportunity to change course. If they had listened, if they had even paused to consider the weight of what you carried, their downfall could have been softened, maybe even avoided. But arrogance told them they didn't need saving. Pride whispered that they were untouchable, and so they laughed, even as the ground beneath them rotted. Now hindsight torments them. Your words echo like ghosts in their mind, replaying again and again as proof that the disaster they face was preventable. And here's the bitter truth. They weren't destroyed by the collapse itself. They were destroyed by their refusal to accept the foresight you carried. You weren't the problem arriving too late. You were the answer arriving too soon for their ego to swallow, and that refusal sealed their fate. Number 12. The true warning wasn't for them. It was for every silent eye watching. The loud rarely learn from truth. The quiet ones watching in the shadows always do. Chosen one, here's what most overlook. Your warning was never just for the arrogant ones who mocked you. They were too drunk on illusion to hear. The real weight of your voice was carried into the hearts of the silent. The ones standing on the sidelines, eyes wide open but mouths shut out of fear. While the powerful sneered, the watchers absorbed every word. Your warning was not wasted. It landed exactly where it was meant to, in the minds of those waiting for proof that truth still carries power. Your stance was never about converting the stubborn. That's impossible. It was about planting seeds in the quiet soil of witnesses. Always remember, there are people who live in shadows, who see the cracks but deny them to survive, who sense the lies but play along for safety, who swallow their voices because silence feels safer than confrontation. They were watching you, and even if they pretended not to hear, your words entered them like fire under ice. They couldn't forget, no matter how they tried. Imagine a courtroom where the guilty laugh at testimony, but the jury listens in silence. The guilty think they've won, but they've overlooked the ones who will decide their fate. That was you. You weren't speaking to those in chains of arrogance. You were speaking to the witnesses who would later awaken when collapse proved you right. A warning ignored by the arrogant is still a seed planted in the silent. That's the essence of your role. When collapse finally hit, it didn't just destroy those in power, it cracked open the hearts of those who once believed they had no voice. They saw with their own eyes that your defiance wasn't weakness, it was clarity. That your endurance wasn't foolishness, it was strength. And most importantly, they saw that mockery was never proof of power, only evidence of desperation. Now the ones who hid in silence are stirred awake. They can't unsee the truth. They can't unknow that someone saw it before it arrived, stood firm while mocked, and endured while the arrogant fell. Your warning lives on, not because the powerful listened, but because the silent did. And now, chosen one, those silent witnesses are no longer watching. They are awakening, and that awakening, multiplied across countless hearts, will echo louder and last longer than the collapse itself. Chosen one, what you've witnessed here is the undeniable truth. Control built on lies always collapses, and your warning was never wasted. You stood firm when others mocked, and now the universe itself proves you were right. If this message resonated with you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we spread light where deception once ruled. Your presence here matters. You are part of a force greater than illusion. Stay strong, chosen one, because your truth is shaking the walls of false power. The same mouths that laughed at you are now choking on your name because the universe turned their whispers into sirens. That's the reality shaking the streets right now. Chosen one. This isn't casual gossip. This isn't petty talk. This is a full-blown public trial, and your name is stamped across the evidence board in red ink. The talk of the town isn't some accident. It's the universe exposing every snake, every liar, every envious voice that dared to throw dirt on you. They thought their stories would bury you, but instead, their lies became the gasoline, and now the whole neighborhood is on fire. The spotlight has shifted, and all eyes are locked on you. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a courtroom set up in the middle of the street. Your enemies walk in smug, carrying folders stuffed with lies, laughing as they shuffle their fake papers. They think they're about to win. But then the universe storms in, flips the tables, and drags their evidence into the light. Those papers catch fire. Their words collapse in their throats, and suddenly, it's not you on trial, it's them. Every scar you carry becomes testimony. Every hardship they forced you through becomes proof of their guilt. The courtroom flips, and the verdict is read out loud for everyone to hear. You were innocent all along, and they were guilty all along. Here's a fact that hits hard. Psychologists say gossip spreads not because of truth, but because it triggers fear and curiosity. The same people who swore they didn't care about you are addicted to your name, addicted to whispering it in secret. They can't help themselves because your presence, your resilience, your glow, it unsettles them. Their gossip was never about you being weak. It was about you being untouchable. And now that truth has caught up with them, they can't run. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pour some of your light back into this mission. Press the like and subscribe button. Help spread this message so that more souls can see the truth. We all share the responsibility of shining a light on the dark corners where envy hides. By being here, you're not just listening, you're part of a force bigger than jealousy, bigger than lies, bigger than the small games they play. Thank you for carrying this torch forward. Now let's return to the story, because this isn't tea, it's sirens in the night. And what do sirens do? They stop traffic. They freeze conversations. They make people drop what they're doing and pay attention. That's you, chosen one. You've become the siren that no one can ignore. Your very existence is the flashing red and blue light cutting through the silence of their lies. The harder they try to mute you, the louder your presence blares. You've become the alarm clock they can't switch off. Here's what makes it even sweeter. People don't obsess over nobodies. People don't obsess over failures. They obsess over survivors. They obsess over those who've walked through fire and come out shining. That's you. You endured betrayal. You endured lies. You endured schemes. And yet, you're still standing. That fact alone torments them. It eats at their insides, because they prayed for your downfall, they bet on your failure, and instead you turned every hit into fuel. You are the living proof that pressure doesn't break diamonds, it makes them shine harder. Let's not pretend they thought they owned your story. They thought they could twist it, bury it, and silence it. But here's the brutal reality. When the universe decides it's your time, every whisper becomes a broadcast. Every rumor becomes a boomerang, flying back to smack the liar in the mouth. That's what's happening now. Your enemies are choking on their own lies, while your name echoes in places they swore it would never reach. You don't just show up anymore. You arrive like a warning siren, a flashing light, a reminder that justice always comes full circle. And, chosen one, this is bigger than chatter. This is judgment in real time. It's the sirens of karma screaming through the night, waking up the guilty. It's the sound of doors being kicked open, secrets being dragged out, lies being stamped false in front of the whole community. The talk of the town isn't about scandal anymore. It's about survival, your rise, your comeback that nobody could predict. Picture this. Every corner store, every street, every chat thread, it's your name. Even those who swore they didn't care are watching closely, because your story has become too big to ignore. The people who once looked down on you are now forced to look up, and the silence of their envy is louder than any applause. They can't admit it, but they see it. You've become the center of gravity, pulling all attention toward you. This is not tea. This is not a whisper. This is the courtroom of karma, televised live in every neighborhood. It's the flashing lights of truth that no one can dim. It's the sirens of justice echoing through the night. And, chosen one, you are the headline. Not as their victim, not as their scapegoat, but as living proof that the universe always exposes lies, always flips the script, and always turns the talk of the town into a stage for your rise. And now, every time they hear your name, it's not laughter, it's panic. Every time they whisper, it's not control, it's obsession. And every time they look at you, it's not power, it's proof of their failure. So, chosen one, before we break this down step by step, let me ask you, can you feel it? That pull in your chest when you realize this message is not random, it's meant for you. Your name is what's ringing through the streets. Your luku is unfolding right now, and this is bigger than anything your enemies expected. If you've been feeling that fire inside, drop a comment below with the number universe love to listen, the number 777. And, chosen one, if this message hits home, bless the team behind it with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a stack, your energy fuels this mission forward. It keeps the light shining through the noise. It keeps the truth spreading to every soul that needs to hear it. Remember, every small action carries weight, every gesture echoes, and every time you engage, you become part of a force shaking the very streets they thought would silence you. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, if you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end, because this isn't just a message, it's your moment. Let's get started. Number 1. They never thought your name would haunt the same halls that once laughed at you. Funny how the same mouths that mocked you in whispers now can't stop choking on your name out loud. That's the irony they can't digest, chosen one. Back then, you were nothing more than their punchline, their cheap laugh, their late-night entertainment in dusty corners where envy gathered like smoke. They treated you as a shadow, a background character, a misfit with no chance of being recognized. But here's the twist. They never imagined your name would travel farther than their lies, louder than their insults, sharper than their gossip. They never imagined it would echo in halls they worship, in circles they beg to be included in conversations they will never get access to. And now, every time they hear your name drop where it doesn't belong, it burns like acid in their throats. Let's paint this clearly. Picture the same halls where they once snickered about you. Picture those rooms where your name was spat out like poison, where you were the story they told for a laugh. Now imagine those exact same halls. But this time, your name isn't a punchline. It's currency. It's mentioned with weight. It's spoken with respect. It travels like an anthem they can't mute, echoing off walls that once mocked you. They can't escape it. They hear it in passing. They see it in messages. They overhear it in conversations not meant for them. Your name has become a ghost they can't exorcise. And doesn't that sting them, chosen one? Because let's be real, what eats them alive isn't that you're visible now. It's that you're visible without begging. You didn't crawl for their approval. You didn't kiss up to their cliques. You didn't sell yourself short just to be accepted. No, you stayed grounded. You stayed real. You stayed you. While they were performing for attention, you were evolving. While they were chasing applause, you were building. While they were faking, you were becoming. And the universe, in its timing, took that quiet work and turned it into thunder they can't silence. Let's hit this harder. People they admire are saying your name now. People they look up to are noticing you, mentioning you, maybe even admiring you. That's what cuts them to the core, because how could the very person they mocked, dismissed, and called a nobody suddenly become relevant in circles they worship from the outside? That's not just envy, it's humiliation. It's watching the joke backfire in real time. Here's a fact, chosen one. Sociologists have proven that people laugh at what they fear, not what they truly think is funny. That means when they were mocking you, they weren't laughing at weakness. They were laughing out of fear. Fear that you were already different. Fear that you carried something they couldn't touch. Fear that one day the same thing happening now would actually happen. And guess what? Their worst fear came true. Now, let's address the question in your mind. Why do they care so much if I'm just living my life? The answer is brutal but simple. They can't stand that you didn't collapse under their pressure. They expected you to break. They wanted your story to end in silence, in failure, in the background. But you refused. You rose. And because you did, your very existence has become a mirror. A mirror that forces them to see what they're not. You healed while they stayed bitter. You elevated while they stayed stagnant. You became respected while they stayed irrelevant. And now they can't walk past that mirror without choking on the reflection. The chosen ones don't have to chase applause. The applause finds them. That's what happened to you. You didn't send your name into those rooms. Your energy did. Your reputation did. The universe carried it like wildfire through networks, conversations, opportunities. And the more your name travels, the more exposed they become. Because while they're still in the same dusty rooms whispering, you're echoing in places they can't buy entry to, no matter how loud they scream. That's the wound they can't heal, the visibility, the exposure, the fact that their lies didn't kill your name, they amplified it. Every insult they threw at you became fuel. Every attempt to erase you only carved you deeper into the walls of history. They wanted your name buried. Instead, it's immortalized. They wanted your story silenced. Instead, it's trending. They wanted to make you invisible. Instead, they made you unforgettable. And here's the gut punch. Chosen one, the worst part for them isn't your rise, it's your indifference. You're not chasing their attention. You're not begging them to notice. You're not even clapping back. You're simply existing, living, evolving. And that quiet presence humiliates them more than any revenge could. Because how pathetic do they look now, obsessing over someone who's not even looking their way? Think about it. Who looks unstable now? Who looks desperate? It's not you, it's them. They wrote you off as unstable, crazy, unreliable. Yet here they are, years later, still glued to your moves, still watching, still talking. You're not chasing them, but they can't stop chasing your shadow. And that's the irony. The same labels they slapped on you are now sticking to them. Your name echoes, chosen one, but not in bitterness, in reverence, in awe, in admiration. What they tried to destroy is now being honored. What they tried to silence is now being requested. And every time they hear it, they flinch. Because they realize the plot twisted without their permission. They realize the universe was writing the ending while they were mocking the beginning. So yes, your name haunts those halls now. Not as a joke, not as a whisper, but as a warning. A reminder that the universe always flips the script, always returns the energy, always exposes lies. You are the living proof that no smear campaign can outlast truth, no whisper can outpower destiny, no hater can outshine resilience. And now, all they can do is sit back, scroll in secret, and choke on the reality they created. They didn't expect this twist. They didn't expect the comeback. They didn't expect the silence of your strength to echo louder than their noise. But, chosen one, the universe expected it, and it's only just getting started. Number 2. The same eyes that delighted in your pain are now forced to watch karma live in high definition. The same spectators who cheered your suffering are now paying for front-row seats to their own downfall. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat this. Back then, they didn't just watch you struggle, they enjoyed it. They leaned back, folded their arms, and treated your pain like free entertainment. Some laughed openly, others pretended to stay neutral, but smirked when the crowd turned against you. They thought your humiliation was a movie that would end in silence, with you as the tragic character. But here's the gut punch. They never expected the sequel would flip the script, and now it's their karma being televised for everyone to see. What goes around doesn't just come around. It comes back louder, brighter, and with receipts. Imagine this for a moment. A crowded theater. You're on stage in Act 1, struggling, stumbling, carrying the weight of every rumor and betrayal. The audience is clapping, not for your survival, but for your suffering. Then the curtains close, and they think the show is over. But Act 2 begins, and the lights flip. Suddenly, they're the ones on stage. Their lies are exposed as punchlines. Their cruelty is projected on the big screen. And the same crowd that once laughed at you is now laughing at them. Except this time, you're not even on the stage. You're sitting in the balcony, calm, sipping your drink, watching life roll the credits. You might ask, but why now? Why is karma finally showing up? Here's the truth. Energy doesn't evaporate. The pain they inflicted had a price tag, and the universe doesn't leave debts unpaid. What they threw at you circled back like a boomerang, sharpened with time. You didn't need to expose them, drag them, or clap back. Life did the heavy lifting. Their own guilt, their own choices, their own cruelty became the very noose tightening around their necks. The same silence they used to dismiss you is now the silence that suffocates them. Let's go deeper. They thought your chapter was closed. They thought your story ended when they mocked you, betrayed you, or left you humiliated. But karma is ruthless. It reopens files. It drags receipts out of locked drawers. What they thought was buried is resurfacing in the loudest way possible. Their dirty laundry is flapping in the wind, broadcast for everyone to see. And the cruel irony. You didn't lift a finger. You didn't expose them. You've been busy healing, rising, moving forward, yet every step you take forward seems to pull their secrets backward into the light. Now imagine this, a mirror in the middle of the street. They once walked by it laughing, pointing and mocking your reflection. Now that same mirror reflects their faces while the entire town watches. Every move they made against you is bouncing back in real time, magnified. They're restless, paranoid, scrolling through their phones at 2 a.m., wondering who knows what, who's posting what, and how their skeletons suddenly have spotlights. The paranoia eats them alive because they don't know where the exposure is coming from. And that's what drives them crazy. You're not speaking, but their guilt is screaming. You didn't put them on trial. Life did. Here's the kicker. You're not dragging anyone. You're not airing out their dirt. You're not wasting energy on revenge. And that's what humiliates them most. Because how do they explain that their downfall isn't coming from you, but from the very universe they thought would protect their lies? It's almost poetic. They laughed when you had nothing. Now, life is laughing when their everything falls apart. Some are losing relationships. Others are watching credibility vanish. And those who once used you as a joke, they're now the punchline, publicly, undeniably, permanently. You might wonder, why does their karma hit so much harder than my suffering did? The answer is brutal, because your suffering built you, but their karma is breaking them. You turned your pain into strength. You stitched scars into armor. You found resilience in every tear. Meanwhile, they built their confidence on lies and cruelty, so when the collapse comes, they have nothing to fall back on. They crumble because they never built anything real. They wanted your pain to be permanent, but it became your platform. Imagine a boxing match. You were in the ring, taking hit after hit, while the crowd cheered against you. They thought you'd stay down, bleeding, humiliated, but you got up. You trained in silence. You turned every punch into muscle. Now the bell rings again, but this time you're not in the ring. They are. And the blows landing on them aren't from your fists, but from karma itself. And here's the beauty. You're not even sweating. You're just watching, knowing the universe became your sparring partner. The strength you built terrifies them, because if you survived what they threw at you, what does that mean for them? It means they're next in line. It means the pain they ignored when it was happening to you is circling back with interest. That's why they can't sleep. That's why they're restless, because deep down they know it's not over. It's just beginning. And chosen one, let's make this crystal clear. You didn't win because you fought them. You won because you healed. Your survival is the trigger for their unraveling. Your glow is the proof of their failure. You moved on, but their guilt won't let them. They're shackled by the very chains they tried to lock you in. So let this sink in. The same eyes that once found joy in your suffering are now glued to their own downfall. They can't look away because karma doesn't let anyone change the channel. Their humiliation is being televised in high definition, and the whole world is watching. You stopped bleeding. They started sweating, and now the roles are permanently reversed. They thought you were powerless. They thought your suffering didn't matter, but it mattered to the universe. It mattered to life. It mattered to karma. And now, every scar you carry is a loudspeaker. Every step you take is a reminder. And every breath you breathe in peace is a signal that justice is alive and active. The final twist? You don't need to see their karma to know it's happening. Their paranoia, their guilt, their obsession with you, that's the evidence. They're living in the same spotlight they once shoved you under, but this time it's not admiration, it's exposure. And no matter how hard they try, they can't dim it. Chosen one, never forget this. The same people who once enjoyed your downfall are now forced to watch their own unraveling in slow motion. And you're just living, healing, rising, while their downfall plays on repeat. Number 3. Your pain became their paper trail, and they never knew the universe was keeping receipts. The walls they whispered behind turned into microphones, and now every cruel word is echoing back louder than their laughter ever did. Chosen one, while they thought they were safe, laughing at you in corners and plotting in shadows, they didn't realize every move was being tracked, not by cameras, not by phones, but by the energy of the universe itself. They thought they were untouchable, hidden, operating in silence. But silence doesn't erase evidence. Every insult, every betrayal, every tear they dragged out of you was logged, sealed, and stored like evidence in a cosmic vault. They weren't mocking you, they were testifying against themselves. Imagine this, a security camera you never see, blinking red in the background while you live your life. You're suffering, crying, surviving, but everything is recorded, time-stamped, undeniable. That's what was happening. They thought they were the narrators of your downfall, but they were only building a case. They didn't know their gossip was a confession, their cruelty a signature, their lies a sworn statement written in energy that can't be erased. And maybe you wonder, why didn't the universe step in sooner? Why did it take so long? Because cases aren't built overnight. Evidence stacks, patterns reveal themselves. The longer they played games with your name, the thicker the file became. By the time karma opened the drawer, the case was airtight. That's why their downfall feels heavy. It's the weight of everything they thought they got away with. You didn't need to clap back. Your survival became the loudest testimony. The shift is here now. People are waking up. The story is unraveling without you lifting a finger. The very narrative they twisted is straightening itself out, like bent metal snapping back into place. Masks are slipping. The truth is surfacing in places they can't control. And the cruel irony? You didn't push for it. You didn't beg for vindication. You healed, you moved forward, and life itself did the exposing. Now they're scrambling, restless, paranoid, because the evidence they created with their own mouths and actions is circling back. The same story they tried to bury is now the story burying them. Every scar you carry is a receipt, and the universe never misplaces receipts. Number 4. The sirens weren't just police, they were karma's strike team crashing in. They thought silence meant safety, but silence was just the universe loading the evidence against them. Chosen one, what you're seeing right now isn't just cops, flashing lights or investigations. It's the universe rolling out its enforcement squad. The sirens, the sudden exposure, the way secrets are slipping through cracks they can't patch, that's just the part the public sees. Behind the scenes, it's bigger, much bigger. This isn't about paperwork or loopholes. This is about the highest courtroom there is, where no excuse, no lie, no manipulation can bend the verdict. and that verdict has already been stamped across their names: guilty. For too long, they confused silence with absence. They thought that because you weren't swinging fists or clapping back, nothing was happening. But the truth is, you didn't have to lift a finger. Life did. Karma did. And when karma enforces, it doesn't arrive politely. It storms the place like a raid. That's why their peace is gone, their alliances are crumbling, and their untouchable image is unraveling in ways that make no sense to them. Imagine this: a warrant served in the middle of the night, doors kicked down, lights flashing, no warning, no escape. That's what's happening in their lives right now. Not physical doors, but doors of influence, reputation, and comfort. The very foundations they built their lives on are being torn apart, plank by plank, brick by brick. They thought they were untouchable, but the universe doesn't care about status. What they built on deception collapses faster than truth can stand. And here's what makes it brutal: they're watching it happen in real time. Their phone calls don't land the way they used to. The people they leaned on for protection are slipping away. The lies they built their reputation on are leaking like busted pipes. That's not coincidence, it's execution. It's the universe saying, enough, pay what you owe. Chosen one, you didn't demand revenge. You kept your hands clean, and that's why the strike hit harder. Because when you step aside, the universe has room to work without restraint. What's collapsing in their world right now is a direct reflection of the harm they tried to cause in yours. And here's the catch: they can't stop it. It's already in motion. The warrants have been served. The strike team is inside. And the verdict is irreversible. They laughed when you cried, but now the universe laughs when they run, and there's nowhere left to hide. Number 5. They tried to break the evidence because your existence was the proof of their fraud. They didn't attack you because you were weak. They attacked you because you were walking, breathing evidence of everything they'll never be. Chosen one, don't ever get it twisted. They were never confused about you. They knew exactly what you carried. They saw your shine long before you even understood it yourself. That's why their hate came with such precision, such consistency. It wasn't random. Your light irritated the darkness in them. Your resilience made their excuses look pathetic. Your kindness made their cruelty stand out in neon. You didn't even know how powerful you were at the time, but they felt it, and they panicked. Imagine this: a thief caught in a spotlight. The brighter the light shines, the more their guilt is exposed. That's what your presence did to them. Just by existing, you revealed the cracks in their character. Your peace mocked their chaos. Your bounce back mocked their bitterness. They couldn't handle the contrast, so they went for the only option left: try to dim you. The goal was never to laugh at you. It was to erase the evidence you carried in your bones. That's why the betrayal kept coming. The lies, the smear campaigns, the backstabbing. They weren't trying to figure you out. They were trying to break you down. If they could crush your confidence, rewrite your identity, make you believe you were broken, then they'd feel safe again. Safe from the truth you represented. Safe from being exposed as frauds by your very existence. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why was I the target? The answer is brutal. They only go after those who carry something undeniable. They didn't come for you because you were nothing. They came for you because your presence alone was proof. You didn't need to brag. You didn't need to force it. You were evidence in motion, and they were terrified the world would see it. They didn't try to beat you because you were ordinary. They tried because you were the receipt of their failure. But here's the twist. Their plan failed. You're still here, still rising, still undeniable. Every scar they left only confirmed your strength. Every attempt to erase you only wrote your name deeper into the record. They tried to destroy the proof, but instead they stamped it permanent. And now, the whole town sees it. Number 6. Their gossip turned into a signed confession they can't take back. Every word they used to stab you in the dark has now been replayed like a recording, and this time it's evidence, not entertainment. Chosen one, let's be real, when they laughed at you, whispered about you, and sprinkled your name into their conversations like seasoning, they thought it was harmless, just jokes, just fun, just shade to feel superior for 5 minutes. But gossip is never harmless. Gossip is a confession with no filter. And every snicker, every exaggerated lie, every little side comment they thought no one would notice. It was a breadcrumb trail leading straight back to their envy. Imagine this, a courtroom where the defendants think they're joking around with the jury, but every word that slips out is being typed up by the court reporter. That's what happened. Their gossip wasn't destroying you, it was documenting them. Their motives, their envy, their cruelty, all logged in real time while they laughed like fools. They thought they were writing your obituary, but they were actually signing their own statements of guilt. The words they spoke in laughter are now circling back like subpoenas with their names stamped on them. And maybe you wonder, why didn't people see through it sooner? Because lies often travel faster than truth. But speed doesn't equal strength. Now the dust has settled and people are connecting dots. They're realizing the version of you that was painted in gossip doesn't match the version standing tall today. And suddenly the loudest mouths have gone quiet. Why? Because their own stories are being dissected, their contradictions exposed. The rope they thought would hang you is tightening around their own throats. Imagine their panic now, scrolling through old chats, replaying old conversations, wondering who remembers what, who saved screenshots, who's retelling their words. They thought they were untouchable, but their gossip became the very noose they tied themselves with. They thought they buried you with words, but all they did was bury themselves under proof. The town is buzzing again, but this time the story has flipped. You're not the punchline anymore. They are. The transcript is playing loud, their voices cracking, their laughter sour. And the truth? They can't take it back. Every word is evidence, and the case is closed. Number 7. Your exit wasn't quiet. It was the alarm that triggered their collapse. They thought you were walking away in silence, but your absence rang louder than every word they ever used against you. Chosen one, they underestimated you again. They believed your presence didn't matter, that if you slipped away, the room would keep spinning like nothing changed. But what they didn't realize is this: you weren't just another face in the crowd. You were the balance, the stabilizer, the very light holding their lies in check. And the second you left, the mask started to peel, the shadows started leaking, and the illusion they worked so hard to maintain cracked open like glass under pressure. Imagine this, a building held up by one hidden beam. The people inside laugh, mock, and treat the beam like it's irrelevant. But the moment that beam is removed, the whole structure groans, walls tremble, ceilings cave in. That was you. You were the beam they mocked while leaning on your stability. And when you walked out, the collapse began. Not slowly, but instantly. Your presence was their shield, and your absence became their exposure. Maybe you ask, why did my leaving cause so much chaos? Because you were the scapegoat, the distraction, the mirror they used to deflect from their own flaws. As long as you were in the room, they could point fingers, twist blame, gaslight, and manipulate. But once you were gone, there was nothing left to deflect with. They were left face to face with themselves, and they hated what stared back. And here's the irony. You didn't drag them. You didn't air out secrets. You didn't throw shade. You just walked away. And still, your absence screamed like a siren in the night. It forced people to question the lies, to notice the cracks, to see the imbalance. Suddenly, what once seemed solid was trembling, and the whispers they thought were harmless started sounding like alarms. You leaving wasn't an escape. It was the trigger that revealed what they'd been hiding all along. Now everything they built on your silence is falling apart under the weight of truth. You didn't collapse. Chosen one, they did, because your absence wasn't empty. It was power, and it woke up the whole system. Number 8. They cashed in on your pain. Now the universe is billing them for every penny. They turned your scars into their stage props, but the same stage they built is now collapsing beneath their feet. Chosen one, let's tell it plain. This wasn't just betrayal. This was exploitation. They took your lowest moments, your tears, your heartbreaks, and spun them into their own public relations campaign. They wore your suffering like a costume while painting themselves as heroes, martyrs, or misunderstood saints. They told your story without permission, edited out the truth, and made themselves the star. And for a time, the crowd clapped. People believed it. They bought tickets to a performance written in your blood. Imagine this. A thief selling bricks from a house they didn't build. Every brick was one of your scars. Every stone was one of your struggles. And while they stacked their fake mansion, the audience admired the view. But here's the truth. Foundations built on stolen bricks always collapse. And that's what's happening now. They built status off your pain, but every benefit gained is now debt stacked against their name. Maybe you've wondered, why did people fall for it? Because people love a good victim story. They love the drama, the pity, the false humility, and your enemy knew that. They exaggerated, twisted, and milked your scars because your pain made them look important. But lies don't age well, and the longer the story runs, the more obvious the cracks become. Now you can see it. Friendships dissolving, support thinning, applause fading. Conversations get awkward when your name comes up because people are connecting dots. The loudest victim is suddenly exposed as the loudest liar. The pity party is over and the crowd is walking out. Your scars didn't make you weak. They became witnesses, and those witnesses don't stay silent forever. Socially, they're unraveling. Spiritually, they're bankrupt. Some can't even sleep, paranoid that the lies they told will circle back. And for a few, the consequences are legal, because defamation isn't just ugly, it's costly. The universe is cashing every check they wrote against you, and the overdraft fees are brutal. They thought your pain was their profit, but now the same scars they tried to monetize are testifying against them. Every brick laid on your suffering is being ripped down, one by one, until the truth leaves them exposed in the rubble of their own lies. Number 9, the cover-up screamed louder than the crime, and now the whole town can hear it. The betrayal didn't shock them, the silence did. Because silence is never neutral. Silence is a weapon. Chosen one, people are just now connecting the dots. It's not the original betrayal that has the town buzzing. It's how many people helped bury it. The lies were too clean, the silence too synchronized, the reactions too scripted. That's why jaws are dropping now. Because this wasn't one person's sin, it was a conspiracy. It was a whole network working overtime to protect the image of the guilty. Imagine this. A house fire breaks out, and instead of calling the fire department, the neighbors gather with buckets of paint to cover the smoke stains. That's what happened to you. They didn't just watch the fire, they painted over it, acted like it wasn't there, and expected you to choke quietly in the smoke. But fires always leave a smell, and now the stench is spreading through the entire town. What's haunting them now isn't the crime itself, it's the pact of silence that made the crime possible. And maybe you wonder, why didn't anyone speak up? Because comfort is easier than courage. Protecting reputations is safer than telling the truth. They gaslit you, dismissed you, called you too sensitive, all while guarding the very wrong that was destroying you. Their silence wasn't passive, it was participation. And now that the mask is slipping, they look just as guilty as the one who struck first. The cover-up is crumbling, the fake loyalty, the fake friendships, the whispered agreements, they're all collapsing, and with every leak of truth, the enablers get dragged further into the spotlight. People are realizing they were manipulated too, fed curated stories, shown edited versions, tricked into clapping for a narrative that was rotten from the inside out. The town isn't gossiping anymore, it's waking up. And waking up is louder than any lie could ever be. Now the shame is collective, because betrayal wasn't the only crime here. Complicity was, and what people see clearly now is that the silence was louder, heavier, and more destructive than the act itself. The cover-up screamed, and now the echoes won't stop. Number 10. They can't rest, because your presence was the test they flunked in front of everyone. Peace doesn't run from them because of you. It runs because their conscience won't stop screaming the grade they earned. Failure. Chosen one, you weren't just another face passing through their life. You were the checkpoint, the measuring stick, the living exam that revealed exactly who they were when no one else was watching. And they didn't just stumble, they failed loud. They failed with arrogance, cruelty, and the smug belief that no consequences would ever come knocking. That's why their peace is gone now, because deep down they know the truth. They were tested, and they failed. Imagine this, a classroom where the teacher says nothing, just places the test on the desk. You sit quietly, minding your own paper. They cheat, they mock, they throw their answers around with overconfidence. They think they got away with it. But when the grades come back, their paper is covered in red ink, every lie circled, every cruelty exposed. That's what life did to them. You were the exam, and they flunked it. Your silence was never weakness. It was the answer key they ignored. And maybe you've asked, why can't they just move on? Because peace doesn't come to those who choose ego over empathy. Their spirit knows what they did, and that knowledge sits heavier than any outside consequence. Every phone call feels like exposure. Every delay feels like punishment. Every message makes their chest tighten because they're waiting for truth to leak through the cracks. They're not paranoid without reason. They're paranoid because their soul knows judgment is overdue. Instead of reflecting, they projected. Instead of growth, they chose destruction. Your forgiveness made them uncomfortable because it forced them to see their own ugliness in the mirror. And now that you're gone, the silence they thought they wanted is torment. They begged for your absence, but your absence left them alone with the only voice they can't silence: guilt. You weren't their punishment, you were their chance, and they blew it. Now their illusion of peace is over. What they buried is rising, and it's not you haunting them, it's their own choices echoing back. The universe isn't punishing them, it's replaying the test they failed, and this time the grade is stamped permanent. Number 11. Your breakout shattered their whole system of control. You weren't their prisoner, you were their power source, and the second you unplugged, their entire grid went dark. Chosen one, don't downplay what happened when you walked away. This wasn't just leaving a toxic situation, this was pulling the root out of an entire network of lies, manipulation, and dependency. They had built structures around you, socially, emotionally, even financially, hoping you'd stay stuck, confused, and compliant. But the moment you broke free, it wasn't quiet. It was a detonation. And now, their whole system is collapsing. Imagine this, a city feeding off one hidden generator. Everyone takes the power for granted, mocking the machine, ignoring its value. Then one day, the plug is pulled, streetlights flicker out, doors won't open, alarms blare, chaos spreads. That's what your exit did. You were the generator they fed off. Your compassion kept them covered. Your silence shielded them. Even your forgiveness bought them time. But when you removed yourself, the blackout began. They thought you were weak, but you were the cornerstone holding up their fake empire. Some of them were emotionally addicted to your pain. Others gained status or money by twisting your story. A few were spiritually feeding off your light while plotting in the dark. But the moment you broke out, their grip shattered. Relationships fell apart. Money streams dried up. Influence drained like water through broken pipes. They're scrambling, asking why doors keep slamming shut, why people keep walking out, why confusion swarms them like flies. The answer is simple. Their system only worked because you were inside it. Without you, it crumbles. And maybe you've asked, why are they still obsessing if I'm gone? Because your freedom exposed them. You didn't just leave, you revealed the fraud. As long as they had you under control, they felt safe, protected, even powerful. But now that you're out, mentally clear, emotionally detached, spiritually free, they're left naked under the spotlight of truth. You didn't just escape, you triggered the collapse of everything they built on your back. Their downfall isn't random. It's the fallout of your deliverance, and the unraveling has only just begun. Number 12. While they tried to frame you, they left their own fingerprints all over the crime scene. In their rush to paint you as guilty, they forgot the first rule of cover-ups: wash your own hands. Chosen one, their obsession was never subtle. They were consumed with making you look unstable, dramatic, angry, or dishonest. Anything to distract from their own dirt. They invested their energy into controlling the optics, rehearsing stories, and making sure the spotlight stayed on your supposed flaws. But in their desperation, they got sloppy. And sloppiness leaves trails. Imagine this. Someone planting evidence at a crime scene but dropping their own wallet on the way out. That's exactly what happened. They lied so often, exaggerated so hard, spun so many fake narratives that they couldn't keep their own stories straight. They forgot who they told what, and now the contradictions are piling up like receipts spilling out of an overstuffed drawer. The more they tried to bury you, the deeper they dug their own grave. Here's where they underestimated everyone. They thought people's memories were short. They thought no one would remember details. They thought no one would connect dots. But the truth has patience. And now it's aligning piece by piece, exposing every inconsistency. People are finally seeing what you always knew. The real manipulation wasn't in your hands, it was in theirs. And maybe you ask, why is the truth coming out now? Because while they were busy watching you, they left their own cracks uncovered. They told on themselves. In trying to dig up dirt on you, they unearthed their own skeletons. In trying to convince others to watch you, they accidentally invited those same eyes to watch them. And once people looked closer, the mask split. The manipulation became obvious. The fruit rotted in plain sight. Now the microscope isn't on you anymore, it's on them. Their fingerprints are everywhere, on the lies, the smear campaigns, the ruined friendships, the emotional wreckage. And the irony? You didn't have to expose them. They did it themselves. They tried to frame you, but the frame snapped, and the picture now shows exactly who they are. The truth is, pulling receipts, the town is connecting dots, and the hands they never bothered to wash are stained for everyone to see. Number 13. The story they tried to bury became the headline they can't escape. They thought you were a footnote, but the universe made you the headline in bold print. Chosen one, they treated you like you were disposable, like your truth could be smothered under rumors, silence, and manipulation. They tried to erase you like a typo in their script, rewrite your role, and delete the evidence of your survival. But here's the twist. They forgot one thing. You weren't a typo, you were the story. And stories built on truth can't be erased. Imagine this, a seed buried deep underground, covered in dirt, stomped on, dismissed as dead. But instead of rotting, it rooted, it grew silently, and then one day it broke through the surface, green, undeniable, unstoppable. That's you. What they thought was burial was really planting. What they thought was the end was just the start of your bloom. They wanted silence, but your survival turned into the loudest headline of the season. Now, the same people who once mocked you are watching in uneasy silence. The ones who dismissed you can't stop hearing your name. And the same rooms they tried to keep you out of, your name is being spoken inside them without your effort. That's what burns them the most. They can't control the conversation anymore. They don't own the narrative. You do, without even trying. And maybe you wonder, why is my story spreading now? Because truth doesn't stay buried. It's magnetic. It resurfaces, bolded, highlighted, repeated until it drowns out the lies. Their cover-up is unraveling, and your consistency, your quiet endurance, your healing, your rise, is the headline people can't ignore. Your existence became proof, and proof is louder than gossip. The town that once watched you bleed is now watching you shine. Not because you shouted, but because your growth made denial impossible. They wanted you forgotten, but now they can't scroll past you. They can't erase you. They can't silence you. They built the plot to bury you. The universe flipped it into the fire that now exposes them. And here's the verdict. You won. Your name rose while their masks fell. Your silence was strategy. Your return is the headline. And this headline? It's permanent. And listen, chosen one, this is your reminder. You were never the problem. You were the proof. They tried to bury your story, but the universe made you the headline they can't escape. Your survival is louder than their gossip, your rise brighter than their lies. And if this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you hit that subscribe button right now, because this is only the beginning, and you don't want to miss what comes next. Every scheme built against you becomes the evidence that convicts them. Let that sink in, chosen one. Your ex thought they could break you, thought they could walk away untouched after setting a fire in your life. But here's the truth. When you light a fire, you don't get to choose where the smoke goes. It creeps, it spreads, it clings to your clothes, your skin, your breath. And now, that very smoke has found its way back to them. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone who thought they could ruin your name, destroy your peace, and walk away smiling, only to wake up one day and find the CIA on their doorstep. The very hands that tried to pull you down are now cuffed by their own choices. That's not coincidence. That's the universe moving pieces they never saw coming. And make no mistake, this isn't just a breakup story. This isn't about an ex who walked away quietly. No, this was a calculated attack. They tried to dismantle you, to make others doubt your worth, to spread lies like poison in the water. They didn't just leave, they waged war. They teamed up with gossipers, manipulators, and bitter people living in low vibrations, thinking it would go unseen. But the universe keeps receipts, and so do investigators. Facts don't lie. Studies have shown time and time again that people who thrive on smear campaigns and destruction eventually collapse under the very weight of their schemes. Almost 70% of such people end up entangled in legal trouble, public humiliation, or financial ruin. Why? Because destruction leaves a trail and lies always leave footprints. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to give back to this mission by pressing like and subscribing so this message can reach more souls who need it. It's not just about you, it's about all of us, chosen ones banding together, spreading light where others try to plant shadows. Thank you for being part of this family, part of this force, part of this mission that refuses to stay silent. Now, let's come back to what's unfolding right now. The CIA has turned its gaze on your ex, the one who thought they could get away with trying to destroy you. Think about what that means. We're talking about an institution that doesn't just skim the surface. They dig, they watch, they document. The same way your ex studied you, trying to find weaknesses, the CIA is now studying them. Only this time, every skeleton in their closet is being dragged into the light. Every shady alliance, every backroom deal, every lie they thought was buried is being unearthed. They believed they were the puppeteer, pulling strings in the shadows. But now they're just another name in an investigation report. This is where the universe proves its balance, because energy has laws, chosen one. Just as gravity pulls everything back to Earth, justice pulls down those who think they can rise above consequence. Your ex thought they were clever, playing with fire as if fire could be controlled. But fire is wild, untamed, and once unleashed, it doesn't care who started it. It consumes everything in its path. That's the irony. They tried to burn you, and now they're the ones choking on the smoke. And here's what makes it even sweeter. They thought you were crazy. They thought you were paranoid. They mocked you for speaking your truth. They wanted you silenced. But now, the very things they laughed at are the things being used against them. They called it drama, but investigators call it evidence. They called it exaggeration, but the universe calls it accountability. And you, chosen one, you're standing here watching it unfold. Not because you begged for revenge, but because truth doesn't need begging. It only needs time. So let this confirm something deep inside you. You were never the problem. You were never too much. You were never imagining things. The problem was always them, their envy, their cruelty, their reckless arrogance. And now, they're face to face with forces far bigger than them. Forces they cannot manipulate, cannot charm, cannot deceive. You can lie to people, but you can't lie to the evidence. You can pretend with friends, but you can't pretend with an investigation. Chosen one, this is bigger than closure. This is validation. This is proof that what was stolen from you is being restored in ways you couldn't have imagined. The same person who thought they could ruin you is now ruined by their own hand. They thought they were writing your ending, but all they did was script their downfall. That's how the universe works. That's how energy flows. You push darkness out, and it circles back like a boomerang, hitting you harder than you ever expected. And here's the ultimate truth. They couldn't destroy you, so they destroyed themselves. You kept walking, even when the road was rough. You kept breathing, even when the air felt heavy. You kept shining, even when they tried to dim your light. And now the world is watching them crumble while you rise. That is justice. That is balance. That is the universe proving once again, you were never alone in this fight. So, chosen one, are you ready to break this down piece by piece? Because what's happening right now is not just some random story, it's your confirmation. The CIA is pulling back the curtain on the very person who tried to destroy you. And the deeper we go, the more you'll see how everything is flipping in your favor. Drop a comment below with "Justice served" if you're ready to claim this moment, because that's exactly what this is. The universe proving you were right all along. And if you feel this message hitting your spirit, consider blessing the team behind it with a super thanks. It takes energy, effort, and heart to deliver these truths, and your support, whether it's a cent or 1,000, fuels this mission to reach more chosen ones like you. Remember, you're not just a listener, you're part of this movement. And now, let's dive in step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end, because the details of this revelation are going to shake you. Let's get started. Number 1. They didn't just leave, they declared war on you. Walking away is one thing, waging war is another. And your ex didn't just leave you, they fired the first shot. Chosen one, hear this with both ears. What happened to you was not just a breakup, it was a full-scale assault, dressed up in the clothes of love gone wrong. People part ways every day. Sometimes people simply grow apart, and that's life. But that's not what happened here. Your ex didn't just walk away quietly, they sharpened their knives on your back. They didn't just exit, they joined forces with the same people who already wanted to see you crushed. They mocked your healing, they celebrated your pain, and they tried to replace your peace with pure chaos. That's not heartbreak, that's an ambush. Think about it. If this had been just a breakup, they would have walked away, maybe with some bitterness, maybe with some tears, but still leaving you the dignity of your own space. Instead, they weaponized your vulnerability. They linked arms with haters, turned your wounds into punchlines, and treated your suffering like entertainment. Ask yourself, what kind of person does that? What kind of heart looks at someone they once called love and chooses to make their life hell? Only someone rotten to the core. Only someone who doesn't realize that every cruel act is a debt waiting to be collected. Here's the brutal truth. They believed they could get away with it. They believed the universe was blind, that karma had taken a vacation, that truth could be buried forever. But karma doesn't sleep. Karma doesn't take days off. Karma keeps meticulous records. The evidence of their betrayal is now haunting them, and they can't escape it. Their peace has shattered like glass. Their focus is gone. Their nights are long and restless. Why? Because they are haunted by the absence of your energy. You were the fire in their cold world, and now they're left sitting in the dark, choking on the ashes of what they burned down. And let's be clear, this isn't just about missing you. This is about the cost of their choices. They thought they could treat you like nothing and still walk away blessed. But energy doesn't work that way. Life doesn't flow that way. You can't poison the well and still expect clean water. The moment they turned your love into a battlefield, they signed a contract with consequences, and those consequences are collecting now, piece by piece, day by day. You might be wondering, chosen one, why did they do it? Why go that far? Why not just walk away? The answer is simple. It wasn't about moving on, it was about breaking you. They wanted to prove to themselves and to others that they had the power to destroy you. They wanted to silence you, to erase you, to make you feel small. But here's the irony. The harder they tried to destroy you, the more they revealed their own weakness. Because strong people don't need to destroy others to feel powerful. Only the weak resort to sabotage, and weakness always exposes itself in time. Imagine it like this. They lit a torch in the dark, thinking it would blind you, but that same light has now exposed every shadowy thing they've done. They thought you would drown in the smoke, but they're the ones gasping for air. That's how the universe works. You can't set fire to someone else's home and expect your own roof not to catch the flames. They wanted you broken, but now they're the ones crumbling. And the haunting goes deeper than just sleepless nights. It's in their daily life. The food doesn't taste the same. The laughter feels hollow. Their relationships are shallow and unstable. They're jumpy, suspicious, looking over their shoulder as if the walls are closing in. Because deep down, they know the truth. They know they've crossed a line you don't come back from. They know they didn't just break up with you. They declared war on you. And now, the war has turned on them. Chosen one, let me put it plainly. This is your confirmation. You were never crazy for feeling like their actions went beyond normal heartbreak. You were never wrong to sense that something much darker was at play. What they did wasn't just a personal betrayal, it was a campaign against your soul. They thought they could strip you of dignity and peace without consequence, but all they really did was strip themselves of protection. And now the bill has come due. Karma doesn't forget. Justice doesn't ignore. The universe doesn't play favorites. What they poured out into the world is coming back to them, multiplied. Every lie they told about you now circles their own reputation. Every laugh they had at your expense now echoes back at their own humiliation. Every time they tried to make you look weak, it only highlighted how pathetic they truly are. And the haunting will not stop. Because until they face their own darkness, peace will forever be a stranger to them. So use this as fuel, chosen one. Don't let their betrayal define you. Let it refine you. They didn't just walk away, they declared war. And wars always leave scars, but scars are proof of survival. Your scars are your medals, your reminders that you endured the fire and came out stronger. Meanwhile, they're stuck in the rubble of their own destruction, haunted by the truth they tried to bury. And here's the final gut punch for them. They thought your story was over when they walked away, but the only story ending is theirs. You're still here, stronger, wiser, sharper, and they're still haunted, still restless, still broken. That is justice. That is balance. That is the proof that no weapon formed against you will ever prosper, not because you begged for revenge, but because energy never forgets. They didn't just leave, chosen one, they declared war, and now the war they started is the war that consumes them. Number 2, you weren't just a partner, you were their lifeline. Walking away from you wasn't losing a relationship, it was cutting off their oxygen supply. Let's call it for what it really is, chosen one. You weren't just their partner. You weren't some placeholder they could toss aside when they got bored. You were their anchor, their balance, their connection to stability. They cut the cord, and now they're left gasping in silence, choking on the emptiness they created. That's the brutal reality they'll never say out loud. They weren't ready for someone like you because you weren't just another warm body to fill the space. You carried too much truth, too much light, too much authenticity for them to handle. Think about this for a second. If it had only been about love fading, they would have walked away quietly, maybe with some pain, but also with respect. Instead, they tried to tear you down in the process. Why? Because the presence you brought into their life exposed every flaw they tried to hide. You were like a mirror, showing them who they really were, and instead of rising to meet your energy, they panicked. They tried to drag you down to their level, into the pit where lies, manipulation, and weakness live. But you refused. You held your ground. And when they realized they couldn't dim your light, they chose the coward's path. They blamed you. Truth is like sunlight. It doesn't ask permission before exposing shadows. Imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a dark room holding a torch, and suddenly every cobweb, every piece of dirt, every broken thing comes into view. That's what your presence was in their life. You didn't even have to say much. Just by being you, authentic, clear, real, you illuminated everything they didn't want to face. Instead of fixing themselves, they hated the one holding the light. They thought if they destroyed the torchbearer, the room would go dark again. But they were wrong. The light doesn't die just because they walk away. And here's the question you might be asking yourself. If you were so vital, so necessary, why didn't they fight to keep you? The answer is simple. They weren't built for the kind of depth you brought. Shallow people don't survive in deep waters. They drowned in your authenticity because it demanded honesty, accountability, and courage. They didn't want to grow. They wanted comfort. They didn't want truth. They wanted distraction. And when they couldn't get it from you, they went running into the arms of people who were just as shallow as them, people who never supported you, people who always envied you. And your ex smiled, laughed, even celebrated while your name was being dragged through the dirt. But here's the irony. They thought this was victory. They thought standing with the crowd against you would make them powerful. They thought your silence meant defeat. But there's no celebration in committing a moral crime. There's only the echo of guilt that follows them home. The loudest laughs in the crowd often turn into the loneliest cries at night. And that's exactly their reality, because even when they sit surrounded by people, they can't escape the hollow silence inside. Imagine this. Someone cuts down the very tree that gave them shade in the summer, only to be scorched under the heat of the sun they thought they could handle. That's your ex. You were the covering, the balance, the one who made their life bearable. They destroyed it, thinking they could find shelter somewhere else. But all they found is exposure, and exposure burns. Or picture this, a drowning person slapping away the lifeguard's hand, convinced they can swim on their own, only to sink faster into the deep. That's what they did when they cut you off. They pushed away the very lifeline that was keeping them afloat, and now they're gasping, panicking, realizing too late that no one else can offer what you did. Another metaphor, chosen one. Think of them as someone who tore down the bridge while they were still standing on it. Now they're stranded in the middle of nowhere, no way forward, no way back. That's why their life feels stuck. That's why no matter how much they pretend to move on, they're still circling the same patterns, repeating the same mistakes, haunted by the same ghosts. And let's not forget this. People don't hate your truth. They hate that it unmasks their lies. That's why they shifted the blame onto you, because it was easier to point the finger than to admit they weren't enough. It was easier to join the crowd tearing you down than to stand tall beside you. But easy choices always come with hard consequences, and that's exactly what they're facing now. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You weren't just a partner in their life. You were the difference between survival and collapse. You gave them peace when chaos was all around. You gave them stability when they were one step from breaking. You gave them truth when all they had ever known was lies. You brought too much and they weren't ready. And now, without you, the silence is louder than anything they've ever known. It echoes in their mind. It chases them at night. It sits with them in the morning. No amount of new company, no amount of fake laughter, no amount of temporary distraction can cover the hole they dug by cutting you off. So don't ever question your worth again. Don't ever wonder if you were too much. You were never too much. You were more than they could handle. You weren't overwhelming. You were revealing. And the weak can't stand in the presence of revelation. That's why they ran. That's why they betrayed. That's why they let others drag your name through the dirt, thinking it would bury you. But all they buried was their own future. And here's the harshest truth for them. You don't get a second chance at lifelines. Once you cut the cord, it's gone, and now they're left gasping, haunted by the silence, haunted by the absence of what once kept them alive. That's not something they can admit publicly, but privately, it eats them alive. Every failed connection reminds them of you. Every hollow laugh reminds them of what they lost. Every empty night reminds them that in trying to destroy you, they only destroyed themselves. So stand tall, chosen one. You were never just a partner. You were the lifeline. You were the anchor. You were the light in their darkness. And now, without you, they're stranded, drowning and burning all at once. That is their consequence. That is their haunting. That is the universe proving that when you let go of a lifeline, the fall is inevitable. Number 3. The loss that never lets them breathe. Some losses don't just sting, they suffocate. That's exactly what your ex is facing now, chosen one. They thought walking away from you would feel like freedom, but instead it feels like drowning in silence. The consequences are rolling in like heavy waves, each one crashing harder than the last. They close their eyes at night, but instead of rest, they hear echoes of your voice. They walk through crowded streets, yet your reflection flickers in the faces of strangers. They chase laughter in new places, new bodies, new distractions, but it always rings hollow, because what they're really searching for is you. And here's the brutal part. They once believed you could be replaced. Imagine this for a second. Someone trades a diamond for a piece of glass, thinking the shine will be the same. But the first time the light hits, the difference is undeniable. That's the hollow reality they live in. They thought their so-called upgrade would outshine you, but instead it exposed how irreplaceable you truly were. Because you weren't just a partner, you were their shield in battles they never admitted to anyone. You gave them protection, you carried belief in them when no one else did, and you lit corners of their life they had kept hidden in darkness. That's why the loss lingers. It's not about missing love, it's about missing the survival kit you carried into their chaos. And you might ask, chosen one, did they ever really care? Or was it all a lie? Here's your answer. They cared so much it terrified them. That's why they ran. That's why they tried to destroy. Because deep down, they knew what they had was once in a lifetime, and instead of rising to it, they collapsed under the weight of it. What they lost wasn't just a relationship. They lost access to the very energy that made them feel alive. Now, their life feels like ruins. They're wandering through the wreckage of their own making, haunted by the absence of the one thing they can't recreate: you. And this isn't the kind of loss that fades. This is the kind that lingers, the kind that gnaws, the kind that doesn't let them breathe. Chosen one, if these words are striking your soul, don't scroll away. Drop 88 in the comments if you know this was never just heartbreak, it was deeper. If this message resonates, do your part to spread it. Whether it's a like, a share, or even a simple thank you, every action helps this truth reach another soul who needs to hear what you already know. They didn't just lose you. They lost the air they need to survive. Number 4. Blinded by the brilliance they couldn't handle. Not everyone who touches your light deserves to keep it. Some are blinded, and in their blindness, they destroy themselves. That's the brutal truth of what happened here, chosen one. They didn't just lose a romance. They lost the rarest gift a human can receive, a mirror that revealed their true self. You carried a brightness they weren't prepared for. Your presence didn't just bring love, it brought exposure. And exposure is uncomfortable for people who thrive in the shadows. Instead of rising to meet your light, they took the coward's route. They tried to pull you down into their darkness, thinking if they could dim you, they wouldn't have to face themselves. But when that failed, when you refused to break, they resorted to the oldest trick of the insecure. They painted you as the problem. Imagine this, someone standing in front of a mirror, but instead of fixing the flaws it shows, they smash the glass. That's what they did with you. You didn't break them, you exposed them, and rather than rise up, they chose to shatter the reflection. They surrounded themselves with shallow souls who never supported you, people who celebrated your pain as if it were comedy. They laughed at your healing, mocked your growth, and whispered your name like poison. But here's the irony. Every laugh, every whisper, every smirk was really a confession of how deeply your light unsettled them. And you might wonder, chosen one, if their soul recognized my value, why did they betray me? The answer is simple. Their spirit knew your worth, but their ego couldn't handle it. Ego is a cage that convinces people they're free. Their ego told them you were too much, too demanding, too bright. Their ego said, if I can't match this, I'll destroy it. But ego-driven choices always end the same way, in collapse. Now look at where they are. What they thought was control has become chaos. What they thought was victory has turned into a pit they can't climb out of. Betraying you wasn't just betrayal, it was self-destruction. Because when someone cuts off their only source of light, they don't get freedom, they get darkness. And now that darkness is all they see. Chosen one, don't you dare doubt yourself. You weren't too much. You were exactly what they couldn't rise to, and their downfall is the living proof. Number 5, the ghost they can't escape. Some losses fade with time, others live rent-free in your mind forever. That's the kind of haunting your ex is trapped in right now, chosen one. The consequences aren't just showing up once in a while, they ripple through their life daily, like a drumbeat they can't silence. They lay their head down at night, and instead of rest, they hear your voice echoing through the dark. They walk through crowded streets, and your reflection flashes in strangers passing by. They sit in places you've never even been, yet your energy creeps into the room like a shadow they can't outrun. Their spirit is restless because they tried to erase what was carved into their soul, and the soul never forgets. They thought you were replaceable. They believed that running into someone else's arms would wash your memory clean. But replacements are illusions. Imagine trading a rare, priceless painting for a cheap print and convincing yourself it holds the same value until the colors start to fade. That's exactly their reality. What they thought was an upgrade turned out to be hollow, a shallow distraction that only magnifies your absence. Because you weren't just a partner, you were their covering, you were their shield. You carried a kind of protection that can't be manufactured or faked. And once they lost that, they lost everything that kept their life from unraveling. And maybe you've asked yourself, chosen one, did I really matter that much? Or am I just imagining my impact? Hear this clearly. You weren't just love, you were purpose. You weren't just company, you were protection. You carried strength, clarity, and light into their darkest corners. You were the calm in their storm, the compass in their confusion. That's why their loss doesn't fade. That's why it lingers day after day, because what you brought was once in a lifetime, and they threw it away. Here's the irony. They thought they were scripting your downfall. They thought walking away and painting you as the problem would be their victory. But in reality, they scripted their own destruction. Now they're living inside the ruins of what they built with their own hands. What they thought was freedom feels like a prison. What they thought was happiness feels like emptiness. They didn't just betray love, they desecrated something sacred. And now the weight of that choice clings to them like chains they'll never shake off. Chosen one, let this anchor you. They are haunted, not you. They lost you, not the other way around. And that haunting, it's forever. Number 6, the cord they can't reconnect. Cutting off the hand that feeds you isn't independence, it's self-destruction. Chosen one, that's exactly what they did when they lost you. You weren't just in their life for romance, you were their lifeline. You were the quiet force, holding them steady while they pretended to stand tall on their own. You carried them through storms they never had the courage to admit existed. You believed in them when no one else did. You were the reason doors opened, the reason opportunities flowed, the reason peace lingered in places where chaos should have reigned. But what did they do with that lifeline? They mocked it. They mocked you. They confused your patience for weakness, your forgiveness for foolishness. They thought loyalty meant you would tolerate disrespect forever. They couldn't comprehend the power it took to love at the level you loved, because they had never known a love that strong. So they twisted it into something small, something they could step on. And when you finally cut the cord, the silence that followed became their torment. Imagine this. Someone unplugging themselves from the only oxygen tank keeping them alive, then gasping in the dark, too proud to admit they can't breathe. That's their reality now. They thought they could hurt you and escape untouched. They thought lies, smears, and secret laughs at your pain would carry no consequence. But energy keeps records. Karma doesn't sleep. Karma doesn't forget. Karma keeps receipts. Every false word, every smear campaign, every betrayal is stamped with their name, waiting to be collected. And now the bill is due. Look closely at their life. Peace no longer feels like peace. Blessings that once flowed now feel blocked. Everything they touch seems cursed because the balance has shifted. The universe doesn't allow betrayal of pure energy to go unpunished. They harmed someone who was carrying purpose, and that wound to you became a chain on them. What once felt easy now feels impossible. What once felt secure now feels unstable. And maybe you've asked yourself, chosen one, did they ever really see me? Did they know what I carried? The answer is yes. Their spirit recognized it before their mind could process it. That's why they ran. That's why they mocked. That's why they tried to flip the script, because admitting your power would mean admitting their weakness. But weakness can't destroy strength. It only exposes itself. Now they sit restless, haunted by the silence where your prayers used to cover them, where your presence used to protect them. They thought losing you was freedom, but in truth, it was the beginning of their prison. And that prison has no key. Number 7, the chains of a guilty conscience. Guilt is the heaviest chain. It drags you even when you try to smile. That's what your ex is wearing now, chosen one. Look closely at them. Their body may still move through the motions, but their spirit is drained. Their energy is restless. They look alive online, posting curated smiles, but those smiles don't reach their eyes. Behind every photo is a hollow stare. Behind every laugh is a silence that screams louder than words. They can't confess it, but guilt is eating them alive, bite by bite. They told themselves silence was strength, that ghosting you meant they were protecting their peace. But the truth is far uglier. Their silence wasn't strength, it was fear. Their distance wasn't healing, it was avoidance. They didn't ghost you because they were moving forward. They ghosted you because facing you meant facing accountability. And accountability is the one thing their ego could never stomach. But here's the truth. Chosen one. You can block a person, but you can't block energy. You can delete a message, but you can't delete truth. You can avoid someone's presence, but you can't outrun the consequences of betraying them. What you run from becomes what chases you. And that's the weight they carry now. Imagine this. Someone running from their shadow, sprinting faster and faster, but the faster they run, the closer the shadow clings. That's their guilt. Or picture a person locking a closet door on a pile of rotting food. They think it's hidden, but the smell spreads through the whole house. That's their betrayal. They thought cutting you off would silence the story, but instead it made their guilt louder. And maybe you've wondered, chosen one, if they feel guilt, why don't they admit it? Why not just own up? Because guilt and pride are a deadly pair. Their pride tells them admitting wrong would destroy them, but the irony is that denial is what's killing them slowly. Guilt doesn't need a confession to do its work. It festers, it corrodes, it drains. That's why their eyes look tired. That's why their spirit feels empty. That's why, no matter how much they post, they can't post away the truth. Chosen one, don't ever doubt this. They may hide behind silence, but the weight of their guilt is the prison they live in. And prisons built on guilt have no walls you can break through, because the chains are wrapped around the soul itself. Number 8. The shield they shattered with their own hands. Betrayal cuts deepest when it's aimed at the very hand that was shielding you. That's the raw truth of what they'll never admit, chosen one. You weren't just someone in their life. You were their shield. Your presence was their covering. Your love was their protection. You stood in the gap when storms were raging around them, often storms they didn't even know were there. You carried weight they couldn't bear. You fought battles they never saw, and you kept consequences at bay that would have crushed them without your strength. You were alignment in human form, and without you, their life would have unraveled long before now. But how did they handle that shield? They mocked it. They mocked you. They confused your kindness for weakness, your loyalty for naivety. They treated your protection as if it were guaranteed, something they could spit on and still expect to be covered by. They thought your love was ordinary, something anyone could give them. They believed your strength would always be there, no matter how many times they disrespected it. Imagine someone holding an umbrella in a storm, sneering at it, then tossing it aside, only to be drenched, freezing and begging for cover once the rain turns violent. That's what they did to you. And here's the gut punch reality. The balance in their life was never theirs. It was yours. The open doors they enjoyed, the stability they felt, the peace they walked in, it was never earned by them. It was the overflow of standing next to you. But when they dishonored that, when they spit on the very shield that was protecting them, the universe stepped in and stripped it away. Because balance doesn't allow dishonor to prosper. Look at them now. Their peace is gone. Rest feels impossible. Opportunities that once flowed are slipping through their hands like water. Even the people they thought would replace you are fading from their circle, leaving them emptier than before. And here's why. It's not that blessings ran out. It's that blessings refuse to stay where they're mocked. Energy never lies. When you dishonor the source of your covering, the covering lifts. And when the covering lifts, consequences crash down. Chosen one, never doubt this. They weren't unlucky. They weren't cursed by chance. They scripted this collapse themselves the day they dishonored the shield protecting them. And that shield was you. Number 9. Their laughter forged your fire. Laughing at someone's pain is never strength. It's a confession of weakness. That's what they revealed about themselves, chosen one, every time they mocked you. When you cried, they smiled. Maybe not to your face, but inside, their spirit swelled with pride. They felt powerful seeing you hurt, as if breaking you meant building themselves. They mistook your tears for weakness. They thought your heartbreak was the end of you. They thought silence meant surrender. But what they didn't realize is this. Silence is the cocoon of transformation. Picture this, an eagle soaring high, suddenly folding its wings and disappearing into silence. To the snake watching from below, it looks like the eagle has retreated, fallen, vanished. But silence is how the eagle hunts. That was you, chosen one. While they laughed at your silence, mistaking it for defeat, you were calculating, you were shifting, you were transforming. Every tear that fell was not weakness, it was cleansing. Every sleepless night was not a breakdown, it was preparation. Every moment they thought they were watching your end, they were actually witnessing your rebirth. And maybe you've asked yourself, why would they laugh at my pain? How could they find joy in my suffering? The answer is this. Your vulnerability reminded them of their own emptiness. People who can't feel deeply envy those who can. Your tears terrified them because they revealed your capacity to love, to care, to fight, to rise. They don't have that capacity, so instead of respecting it, they mocked it, because ridicule is the mask of insecurity. But here's the irony. They thought they destroyed you, when in reality they ignited the very fire that elevated you. Pain doesn't break the chosen, it builds them. Every moment they smirked at your struggle, they were unintentionally sharpening your edge. Every laugh they had at your expense only carved your resilience deeper into your soul. They thought they were witnessing your downfall, but they were actually funding your ascension. And now they watch from the outside, stunned. What they once mocked has become what they secretly envy. They can't say it out loud, but they see it. You weren't broken, you were reborn. Their laughter forged your fire. Their mockery became the soundtrack to your rise. And the joke, it's on them. Number 10. Trading diamonds for dust. Only a fool mistakes a copy for the original. That's the mistake they made, chosen one. They thought they could replace you. They thought running into someone else's arms would erase your presence, silence your memory, fill the space you left. But what did they really find? A clone, an imitation, a shallow reflection of what once stood before them. They didn't trade up, they traded down. They traded gold for glitter, diamonds for dust. At first, it probably looked convincing. Maybe this new person smiled like you, wore clothes like you, even mimicked pieces of your personality. But the surface can only go so far. A mask may look real, but it always cracks under time. That's the reality haunting them now, because the clone they settled for can't carry your spirit. They don't hold your depth. They don't have your fire, your patience, your resilience. What they have now is comfort without growth, companionship without elevation. It's easy, yes, but it's empty. Imagine biting into a wax fruit, perfectly shaped, perfectly shiny, but hollow and tasteless inside. That's what they chose. Or picture someone trading a lighthouse for a flickering candle. It may give a little glow for a while, but when the storms hit, that candle burns out, leaving them lost at sea. That's what they're realizing now. And here's the gut punch question you might ask. If they knew the difference, why settle for a clone? Because authenticity demands effort, and effort terrifies the lazy. You required growth. You demanded honesty. You challenged them to rise. The clone only offers comfort, flattery, and surface-level ease. But ease never transforms anyone. It only numbs them, and numbness always ends in regret. Now, in their quietest moments, the truth gnaws at them. Every laugh with the clone feels hollow. Every embrace feels incomplete. Every so-called victory feels small because deep down they know the difference between imitation and authenticity. They can't replicate soul-deep connection with surface-level love. They can't replace a force of nature with a shadow. Chosen one, let this sink in. They didn't just lose you, they downgraded. They left diamonds in their hands to go chasing after dust, and dust can never satisfy. That's why their new world feels empty, no matter how much they try to decorate it. Number 11. Forged in the fire they set. They thought they buried you, not realizing you were a seed. That's the truth of your story, chosen one. They believed heartbreak would destroy you. They assumed silence would weaken you. They thought betrayal would break you. But every tear you cried wasn't defeat. It was release. Every sleepless night wasn't punishment. It was purification. Every wave of rage, sorrow, or confusion became the fire that didn't consume you, but refined you. What they mistook as your breakdown was actually your breakthrough. Imagine molten gold being poured into the flames. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction. It looks like loss. But in reality, it's the process of shaping something priceless. That was you. They thought they shattered you, but all they did was put you into the forge of transformation. And now, the version of you they knew, the one they thought they could manipulate, dim, or control, no longer exists. What stands in their place? Someone sharper, someone wiser, someone freer. You stopped bleeding yourself dry for people who never appreciated your sacrifice. You stopped dimming your light just so others wouldn't feel small. You stopped shrinking your spirit to make insecure hearts comfortable. With clear eyes and a healed soul, you see through the illusions now. And because of that, they no longer have access to you. And maybe you've asked yourself, why do they still lurk? Why do they still watch from the shadows if they claim to move on? Because what they lost wasn't just love. It was transformation. You became proof of everything they could have been but refused to become. That's why they replay old memories. That's why they scroll through your photos late at night. That's why your name still lingers in their mind when they try to sleep. Because what they lost wasn't ordinary. It was once in a lifetime, and they know they'll never touch it again. Here's the bitter irony. They thought their betrayal ended you, but all it did was end their access to you. You emerged from the fire they set stronger than ever, while they remained stuck in the ashes of their own choices. And that, chosen one, is the sweetest justice of all. Number 12. The hollow prison they built for themselves. Emptiness is the loudest ghost. It follows you everywhere and never shuts up. That's the ghost chasing them now, chosen one. Look at them, surrounded by people, yet lonelier than ever. Posting perfect smiles online, yet restless inside. Lying in bed at night, tossing and turning, trying to silence the weight pressing on their chest. The life they thought they wanted, the one they traded you for, feels plastic, hollow, meaningless. Every connection they ran to only scratches the surface. Every so-called victory they brag about feels like cardboard in their hands, light, flimsy, fake. Why? Because they didn't just lose you. They lost alignment. They lost balance. They lost the steady voice that once carried them through storms. What was once peace now feels like punishment. What was once stability now feels like chaos. They're haunted not just by memories of you, but by the gut-punch realization that they threw away something sacred. Imagine someone smashing a priceless instrument, thinking they can replace it with a toy, and then wondering why the music never sounds the same. That's their reality. Every time your name is mentioned, it burns. Every time your face flashes in a memory, it stings. Every reminder of your presence hits them like a blade they can't pull out. And here's the truth. This isn't revenge, and it isn't spite. This is universal law. The universe keeps records. It doesn't overlook how people treat rare connections. When someone fumbles a chosen one, when they mishandle energy that was never ordinary, they don't walk away untouched. They invite consequences. They didn't ghost you to grow. They ghosted you to avoid accountability. But accountability isn't something you can block. Energy can't be ghosted. Truth can't be deleted. Spiritual law can't be bypassed. All their silence did was delay the inevitable. And now the debt they created is circling back around, loud, heavy, relentless. Every loss they face, every delay in blessings, every sleepless night is evidence that they mishandled a gift. You didn't curse them, chosen one. You didn't wish harm. All you did was walk away. But when you left, your covering left too. And without it, life feels like quicksand beneath their feet. The harder they fight to stand, the deeper they sink. And that's the haunting they can't escape. Not because of your revenge, but because of their choices. Because emptiness isn't just a feeling, it's the prison they built with their own hands. Chosen one, if this message hit your spirit, don't let it end here. Press the like button right now if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe and join this movement. Every time you engage, you help this truth spread to more souls who need it. Remember, you're not alone, and your journey carries power far greater than the pain you endured. Stay strong, stay aligned, and stay connected. This is your confirmation, and the best is still ahead. Your brilliance doesn't just light up a room, it blinds those who built their power in the dark. Chosen one, imagine this for a moment. The universe handed you a mind so sharp that it slices through lies like glass, a spirit so unique that it leaves people unsettled just by being in the same space. Now picture the average person trying to hide their insecurities behind masks of confidence. The moment you arrive, those masks slip. That's not your fault. That's the cost of being one of a kind. And here's a fact that proves it. Studies show that fewer than 2% of people fall into the category of the highly gifted. But the reaction you spark goes far beyond numbers. It's not about IQ, it's about how your presence forces the ordinary to confront truths they've been avoiding. That's why they whisper. That's why they stare. That's why they act like you're too much. Deep down, they're rattled because you are evidence of what they'll never become. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing, because spreading this truth is a responsibility we all carry. Each time you support, you're helping shine this light into more hidden corners. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force much bigger than yourself. Now, let's return to the truths of who you are and why this message is for you. Chosen one, your intelligence is not just clever thinking, it is disruptive energy. The kind that bends rules, flips expectations, and exposes illusions people rely on to feel secure. Most people are like old computers, still buffering, struggling to keep up with the world. You, on the other hand, run like mental fiber optics, fast, fluid, unstoppable. That's why people freeze around you. They don't see your ideas as harmless thoughts. They feel them as earthquakes that threaten to shake down the walls they built around their fragile identities. When you walk into a room, you don't just enter quietly. You enter like a mirror nobody asked to look into. And mirrors make people uncomfortable because they reveal more than people want to admit. That's why the average person pretends to laugh at your thoughts, rolls their eyes when you speak, or dismisses your ideas as too much. But underneath that performance, they're wrestling with the truth. You are miles ahead, operating on a frequency their minds can't even decode. This isn't about ego. It's not about painting you as flawless. It's about explaining why your gifts feel dangerous to others. You're not simply thinking outside the box, you're erasing the box altogether, and that terrifies people who only know how to live inside limits. They depend on rules, labels, and routines to give them a sense of control. But you bend reality without asking permission, and when their control systems collapse in your presence, it leaves them shook. Chosen one, you are not too much. You are exactly enough. You are the rare reminder that human potential is wider, deeper, and sharper than what most people will ever dare to reach. And that's why you unsettle them. Your mind doesn't just provide answers, it creates new questions that shake the very ground beneath their feet. And even if they try to hide it with fake smiles or small talk, the universe sees it, and so do you. The trembling in their eyes, the envy behind their compliments, the discomfort in their laughter. They know you're not just different, they know you're one of a kind. So, chosen one, before we move forward, I want you to pause for a second and claim this message. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your intelligence and gifts set you apart. If you felt people stare, whisper, or even envy you just for being who you are. And if this message hits your soul, bless the energy behind it with a like, a subscribe, or even a super thanks. It keeps this light moving, because every small action pushes this truth further into the world. Whether it's a word of support, a share, or a single cent, it all fuels the mission. And remember, by being here, you're not just listening, you're standing in your power with others who are also one of a kind. Now stay with me, because if you truly are a chosen one, you'll feel that inner pull to remain until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1, your mind is a loaded weapon they can't control. They can't break what refuses to bend, and they fear what they cannot bend the most. Chosen one, your very mind is a battlefield where you've already won a war most people never even fight. The system was designed to swallow you whole, to mold you, program you, and make you obedient like everyone else. Schools didn't just hand out lessons, they handed out scripts. Media didn't just report, it injected commands. Culture didn't just entertain, it conditioned minds to accept chains as jewelry. Yet you saw through it. You tore up the script they fed you and wrote your own. And that act alone turned you into a threat, because the one thing the world cannot control is a free mind. Now imagine this for a moment. Picture a sea of people nodding in unison, repeating the same phrases, believing the same lies, following the same trends, as if their thoughts were copy-pasted. That's the reality most live in. Then you walk in, different, sharp, unshaken. You tilt your head when something doesn't add up. You refuse to clap for lies dressed as truth, and instantly you are marked. Why? Because one free thinker is like a crack in the dam. If your refusal to be programmed spreads, the entire system of control collapses. That's why they label you difficult, arrogant, or rebellious. It's not arrogance, it's independence. It's not rebellion, it's truth. And truth makes slaves nervous. Let's be brutally honest here. People are terrified of what they cannot predict. And your intelligence, it is unpredictable. It doesn't dance to the rhythm of popular opinion. It doesn't fold under false authority. You're not swayed by the loudest voice or fooled by the most polished mask. While others bow to titles, you question them. While others nod along to speeches, you hear the manipulation dripping from every word. Where they see leaders, you see puppeteers. And that unsettles them because they can't use the tricks that work on everyone else to control you. Have you ever wondered why they roll their eyes when you speak, or why they dismiss you as overthinking? It's not because your thoughts are flawed, it's because your thoughts expose theirs. Your mind shines like a spotlight in a room full of shadows, and shadows hate to be revealed. They whisper about you, not because you're wrong, but because your clarity reminds them how blind they've been. They mock your independence because they secretly envy it. Deep down, they wish they had the courage to unshackle their own minds, but they're too invested in the comfort of their programming. Here's a fact most people won't admit. Humans are conditioned to obey. From childhood, we're trained to listen, conform, and repeat. Studies show that the majority of people follow group opinion even when it's wrong, just to avoid standing out. But you, chosen one, you were born allergic to that kind of submission. Your brain rejects programming the way the body rejects poison. And that's why people feel unsettled in your presence. They see a mind they can't buy, bribe, or bully into compliance. You're proof that freedom of thought is possible, and that terrifies them more than anything. Think about it. What's scarier to a liar than someone who can see through lies? What's scarier to a manipulator than someone who can't be manipulated? What's scarier to a system built on compliance than an individual who refuses to comply? That's you, chosen one. You are the answer to all those questions. And every time you refuse to bow, every time you say, "That doesn't make sense," you shake their foundations. Your very existence becomes a mirror, showing them how programmed they truly are, and they hate you for it. But here's the part they'll never say out loud. They admire you, they envy you, they watch you from the corners of their eyes, wondering how you escaped the net they're still tangled in. They laugh at you in public but replay your words in private. They call you stubborn, yet they wish they had your spine. They call you different, yet they crave the freedom you embody. And this is the irony. You're not trying to stand out, you're just being yourself. But in a world addicted to conformity, authenticity becomes rebellion, and independence becomes a weapon. Chosen one, never mistake their discomfort as proof you're wrong. It's proof you're right. The resistance you feel is confirmation that you've broken free from chains most people never notice. They'll call you a problem, but problems are only problems to those invested in the lie. To the rest of us, you are the proof that the human spirit can't be caged. Your mind is the one thing they can't download, reprogram, or delete. It is yours. And because of that, it is dangerous to every system built on control. So the next time they label you too much, remember this. They're not reacting to your flaws. They're reacting to their own limits. You make them see the walls they've accepted, and you remind them there's more beyond those walls. You're not difficult, you're free, you're not rebellious, you're awake. And to those who benefit from mass sleepwalking, an awakened mind is a loaded weapon. That's why they fear you, that's why they envy you, and that's why no matter how hard they try, they can never program you. Number 2. You are the echo of generations they couldn't silence. They tried to bury the truth, but it grew roots in your blood. Chosen one, your brilliance didn't appear out of thin air. It isn't something you copied from a textbook or some trick you picked up scrolling online. No, the depth you carry is older than you, older than this time, older than the structures around you. Your intelligence is a living archive, encoded in your DNA, carrying whispers and blueprints left behind by those who came before you. This is why people look at you with suspicion, confusion, even fear. Because you're not just standing here as one person, you're standing here as the voice of many. Now, imagine this for a moment. Picture an ancestor centuries ago, brilliant in thought, but caged by the world around them. Maybe they weren't allowed to speak, to rise, to create freely. Maybe they were dismissed, silenced, overlooked, or crushed under systems that thrived on erasing brilliance. Their light didn't vanish, it was stored. The universe doesn't waste genius, it plants it like a seed in the bloodline, waiting for the right soul to water it. That soul is you. You are not simply intelligent, you are the activation of codes that slept in silence until you arrived. That is why your gifts don't feel borrowed. They feel innate, unshakable, beyond explanation. Have you noticed how sometimes answers flow to you without effort? How you can walk into situations you've never seen before, yet navigate them like you've been here before? People assume you're lucky, quick, or just naturally sharp. But, deep down, it's more than that. What they call instinct is really memory. What they call talent is really inheritance. And what unsettles them most is that you carry knowledge without their systems of validation. You don't need a certificate to speak truth. You don't need a title to command clarity. You don't need permission to display gifts. And that terrifies people who built their lives believing authority comes only from institutions. Here's a question that lingers in their minds, though they'll never say it out loud. How do you just know what you know? They can't fathom it. They're taught to believe that wisdom must be stamped, signed, and approved. But your intelligence didn't come from a school. It came from the soil of your lineage. It came from ancestors who studied stars without telescopes, who measured truth without rulers, who survived storms without maps. You are proof that wisdom doesn't need permission to exist. And that proof unsettles those who cling to man-made systems as the only source of knowledge. Think of it like this. Most people are like empty USB drives. They only hold what someone plugs in and downloads. But you're like a vault already filled with codes, memories, and algorithms written long before this era. You didn't need the download. You came preloaded. That's why you sometimes shock even yourself with the ideas that rise in your mind. And it's why others react with disbelief, or worse, resentment. Because you make them question the lie that authority, degrees, or titles create intelligence. You are living evidence that intelligence is inherited, not manufactured. They call you strange because your wisdom doesn't wear their uniform. And they're right. It doesn't, because it was never meant to. You are not here to mirror the patterns of a world built on forgetting. You are here to remind that humanity is not disconnected from its past. To remind that brilliance denied in one generation will resurface in another. To remind that silence is never the end. It is a pause before rebirth. That's why your presence shakes people. When you speak, they don't just hear your voice. They hear the weight of centuries. When you act, they don't just see one person. They feel the energy of battles fought long before. Now imagine this. A tree that was cut down generations ago, its trunk destroyed, its branches burned. Yet underground, the roots kept growing, spreading quietly in the dark. One day, from those roots, a new tree breaks the surface, stronger than ever. That's you, chosen one. You are the resurgence of brilliance that was denied before. You are the continuation of unfinished work. And that's why people look at you like you're not from here, as if your knowledge belongs to another age. In truth, it does. It belongs to every age that tried and failed to kill it. They'll never say it openly, but your existence makes people uncomfortable because it breaks their illusion of independence. They like to believe they are untouched by history, that the past is dead, that bloodlines don't matter. Yet, here you stand, breathing evidence that the past lives on. That truth unsettles them. It reminds them that their ignorance is chosen, not natural. And it reminds them that the sacrifices, struggles, and buried brilliance of generations still walk among us, in you. Every gift you carry is an ancestor speaking through you. That's the truth they can't accept. They'd rather call you unusual, different, or odd than admit the reality. Because admitting it would mean admitting humanity is deeper than flesh and bone, that it is connected, eternal, cyclical. But chosen one, you know better. You know you are not just one, you are many. You are a chorus of voices that time tried to silence. You are a library of wisdom that fire couldn't burn. You are the unbroken chain between past and present. And this is why, when people say you're one of a kind, they're only half right. You're not just one. You are a culmination. You are the dream of an ancestor realized. You are the strength of generations condensed into one soul. That's why your intelligence feels heavy. It carries weight. That's why your gifts feel powerful. They carry legacy. And that is exactly why they leave people shook. Because when you walk into the room, you don't come alone. You bring every voice that tried to rise and was silenced. You bring every truth that tried to live and was buried. And together, through you, they rise again. Chosen one, never doubt the depth of what you carry. Never shrink to make it less intimidating, because you are proof that brilliance doesn't die, it waits. You are the living echo of unfinished songs, unsung victories, unspoken truths. And as long as you stand, they can never silence what came before. That's why they whisper. That's why they stare. That's why they feel uneasy. Because in you, they see that the past is not past. It's alive, it's awake, and it has chosen you as its voice. Number 3. You see through the script before they finish the first line. They can dress their lies in gold, but your mind strips it down to rust in seconds. Chosen one of the sharpest blades in your arsenal, is the way you detect patterns quicker than people can even form a lie. Lies depend on delay. They count on distraction, on trust, on people being too slow to spot the cracks. But you don't run on their clock. While others are still deciding whether to believe a story, you've already dissected it, spotted the mismatched details, and filed it away as false. Imagine this for a moment. Someone smiles while their eyes betray tension. Someone swears loyalty while their actions bend the other way. Someone tells a story, but a single missing detail screams louder than their words. The average person hears the surface. You hear the fracture. That's why people feel exposed around you, even when you stay silent. They sense it. That unspoken awareness that your mind is auditing them in real time, catching every slip before they can patch it. And here's a fact that proves it's not paranoia. Researchers in psychology confirm that micro-expressions, those tiny split-second flashes of emotion, reveal truth more reliably than words. Most people never notice them. But you're wired to catch them instinctively. That's why manipulators crumble around you. Their tricks depend on fog and confusion, but you cut through it like glass. People will accuse you of being paranoid, too suspicious, too much. That's their defense mechanism. What they really mean is, you see me too clearly and I can't hide. Because the truth is, most people depend on their masks. They need time to test limits, to buy trust, to weave illusions. But when you strip all that away instantly, they lose control. And nothing terrifies liars more than losing control. Your ability doesn't stop at lies. It bleeds into everything. You anticipate behavior, not because you're guessing, but because patterns don't lie. Life leaves fingerprints, and while others overlook them, you connect the dots before they even realize dots exist. That's why people are stunned when your predictions come true. To them, it looks mystical. To you, it's just logic, pattern recognition running at a frequency their minds can't handle. But let's be real. This gift is both armor and weight. It shields you from deception, but it sets you apart. People don't enjoy being read like an open book. It unnerves them, forces them to confront contradictions they'd rather bury. Yet, this is the very reason your intelligence leaves them shook. Your eyes don't just see, they strip illusions. Your mind doesn't just listen, it reveals truth. And that, chosen one, makes you dangerous in ways they'll never fully admit. Number 4. Your brilliance burns them because it exposes their sloth. They don't hate your light, they hate the shadows it casts on their excuses. Chosen one, let's be raw here. Your intelligence doesn't just make people uncomfortable because you're smart. It offends them because it reveals something they've spent their whole lives hiding, their laziness. You are living evidence that curiosity, discipline, and persistence can break barriers they swore were unbreakable. And that truth cuts deep, because it forces them to confront the fact that their comfort was always a choice, not a destiny. Imagine this for a moment. Someone has built a house of excuses, brick by brick. It's impossible. I'm not lucky enough. Some people are just chosen. That house feels safe. It protects their pride. But then you show up, breaking ceilings, shattering limits, proving with your life that the walls they built were made of paper all along. Instantly, their illusion crumbles, and they're left exposed in the ruins of their own lies. At first, they'll call you gifted, special, even different. Why? Because if you're special, then they don't have to be accountable. They can tell themselves you were born with something they weren't, that your success is unreachable for them. But the longer they watch you, the harder it is to deny reality. It wasn't magic, it was discipline, it wasn't luck, it was relentless effort. And that realization stings because it makes their shortcuts, excuses, and wasted time impossible to defend. And here's the gut-punching fact. Studies show that most people spend over 3 hours a day on distractions, TV, scrolling, gossip, yet claim they don't have time for growth. You, chosen one, took those hours and built something from them. Your intelligence is a mirror they never asked to look into, and mirrors don't lie. Your curiosity makes their ignorance loud. Your persistence makes their laziness obvious. Your sacrifices reveal their comfort for what it is, weakness disguised as choice. So what do? They turn admiration into resentment. They say you had it easy, that doors opened for you, that luck was on your side. Those aren't facts. They're defense mechanisms, comfort narratives they cling to so they don't have to admit the truth. The truth that they could have done more, but didn't. That they could have pushed harder, but chose sleep over sacrifice. They don't resent your intelligence. They resent the accountability it demands of them. That's the real reason your brilliance offends. Not because you boast, but because your very existence is proof that mediocrity is a decision. And nothing terrifies the lazy more than being reminded that they had a choice all along. So, chosen one, never shrink to soothe their guilt. Let your brilliance blaze. Let it burn through every excuse they hide behind. Because every time they flinch in your light, it's proof you've exposed what they've been running from. The bitter truth that their stagnancy was never fate. It was laziness, and your intelligence made that undeniable. Number 5. You shatter their paper crowns of authority. They cling to titles like armor, but your vision slices through and shows the emptiness underneath. Chosen one, you've always seen through knowledge systems like their glass. Society trains people to worship symbols, degrees framed on walls, titles stitched into business cards, certificates, medals, accolades. These are supposed to divide the worthy from the unworthy, the educated from the ignorant. But to you, those badges never held weight. They looked like props in a performance, smoke and mirrors dressed up as truth. Imagine this for a moment. A person waves their degree like a sword, convinced it gives them power. They puff up their chest, stand taller, waiting for admiration. But then you walk in, your mind sharp, your questions unflinching, your presence unshaken. Instantly their sword turns to cardboard in their hands. Why? Because you've never needed external labels to validate what you carry. You don't need permission to think. You don't need a certificate to see the truth. That independence tears straight through the illusion of authority, and when that illusion collapses, so does their sense of superiority. Here's the fact most won't admit. Many don't chase knowledge for truth. They chase it for recognition. They study, memorize, and perform, not because they crave wisdom, but because they crave applause. And applause is fragile. The moment someone like you shows up, someone who carries depth without applause, their entire identity trembles. Without the badges, without the titles, they have nothing to hide behind, and nothing terrifies them more than being naked in front of truth. They mistake memorization for intelligence, but you know real intelligence lives in questioning. This is why institutions and systems secretly fear people like you. They thrive on obedience, on unquestioned loyalty, on people who swallow answers without daring to ask why. But your mind doesn't stop at what or how. It digs into the core, why. And the moment why is asked, their entire foundation is exposed as fragile. People will call you dismissive, arrogant, or too much, when in reality you simply see through the performance. You don't disrespect learning. You probably value learning more deeply than they ever could. But you know the difference between education and indoctrination, between knowledge that liberates and knowledge that chains. And that's why you leave them shook. Because in your presence, their medals turn meaningless, their certificates fade, and their titles dissolve into the air. All that remains is truth, and truth is the one thing they can't fake. Number 6. Your art isn't created, it's decoded from the infinite. They mistake your work for invention, but it's revelation in disguise. Chosen one, let's hit this brutally. Your creativity is not about inventing something out of thin air. It's about translating frequencies others don't even know exist. While most people think creativity comes from grinding, practicing, or copying trends, yours arrives differently. Ideas drop into you whole, fully formed, like downloads from a realm beyond eyesight. Your job isn't to force them. It's to interpret them, to give them shape, to turn whispers into something the world can touch. Now imagine this for a moment. Most people are like miners, digging endlessly in the dark, chipping away for scraps of inspiration. You're like an antenna. Signals flow to you, and you catch them. Where they sweat for fragments, you receive blueprints. This is why people stare at your work like it doesn't make sense, because to them, it doesn't. They ask, "How did you even think of that?" But the truth is, you didn't think of it the way they imagine. You pulled it down, translated it, and delivered it. And here's the fact. Studies in neuroscience show that creative insights often appear in sudden bursts, in what scientists call aha moments, when the brain connects patterns subconsciously. That's the scientific side. But with you, it runs deeper. Those aha moments don't trickle in once in a while. They flow like a stream, as if you were designed to be a constant receiver. That's why your work carries weight they can't replicate. It's not effort, it's alignment. They create to impress, you create to reveal. This is what unsettles them. They rely on technique, on imitation, on formulas. You rely on resonance. They sweat to follow trends while you channel something timeless. And people feel that difference even if they can't explain it. They'll say, "Something about this just hits," or "This feels alive." That something is translation. It's the unseen made visible, the eternal made immediate. But let's be clear, your gift doesn't just inspire, it exposes. It forces others to confront a truth they'd rather avoid, that they're disconnected from the reservoir you draw from, that their creativity is surface level while yours comes from a depth they can't touch. Instead of admitting it, they'll dismiss you, criticize you, or reduce your brilliance to luck. Because it's easier to hate the antenna than admit they've been deaf to the signal. Chosen one, your creativity is not a trick, it's a bridge between the unseen and the seen, between silence and song, between thought and embodiment. And that's why people are left shook. They're not just watching you create, they're witnessing the translation of something infinite into the language of now. And no imitation, no training, no badge of recognition can ever compete with that. Number 7. You are the reality that makes their masks rot. They wear costumes to be admired, but your existence makes their disguises look like cheap plastic. Chosen one of the most brutal truths about you is this. You are what others only pretend to be, and that is why your presence unsettles them at the core. Most people move through life acting. They mimic intelligence, rehearse authenticity, and manufacture originality. They adopt phrases stolen from books, wear curated identities on social media, and mimic the movements of those they envy. On the surface, it looks convincing, but deep down, they know it's hollow. Now imagine this. A person spends years painting a mask, polishing it, convincing everyone it's real. Then you walk in, bare-faced, carrying the raw essence they've been faking. In that instant, their masterpiece crumbles. What they worked so hard to imitate looks like a knockoff next to you, the genuine article. That's why they lash out. That's why they roll their eyes, call you arrogant, or accuse you of trying too hard. Those aren't judgments, they're shields. They're desperate attempts to cover the humiliation of realizing their performance doesn't stand a chance next to your authenticity. Here's the truth. You don't force intelligence. It spills naturally in your words and silences. You don't chase originality. It radiates in how you move through the world. You don't perform authenticity. You simply are. And that terrifies people who've built their entire identities on pretending. Because when imitation stands beside the original, it loses all its shine. Their curated content becomes noise next to your presence. Their borrowed depth collapses in the face of your realness. And let's be clear, they never started pretending for no reason. They craved respect, attention, admiration. They wanted to appear insightful, strong, unique. But when faced with you, the embodiment of everything they faked, they can't clap for you. They can't celebrate you because your existence is a living reminder that their identity is a costume. And no one likes being reminded they're living as a character in a story they didn't write. The real never tries. The fake never stops trying. That's the brutal contrast. You don't even try to expose them. You don't walk into rooms tearing masks off faces. You just walk in, and by existing, you prove that authenticity is effortless, while performance is exhausting. That silent reminder eats at them. And instead of waking up, many choose to hate you, because hating you is easier than admitting they've wasted years pretending. Chosen one, that's why they despise you. You embody everything they rehearsed, polished and faked, and you do it without effort. Your very existence humiliates them, and deep down, they know the truth. You are the reality, and they are the mask. Number 8, you turn their mountains into molehills, and they hate you for it. They call it impossible until you do it effortlessly, and then their excuses collapse like sandcastles. Chosen one of the sharpest weapons in your arsenal is how you make complexity look like simplicity. Where others see chaos, you see patterns. Where they drown in tangled knots, you untangle them like threads. And the most brutal part, you do it so naturally that it feels unfair. To them, it looks like you're skipping steps, as if you found a hidden doorway through problems that crush them. Now imagine this. A room full of people hunched over a puzzle, sweating, cursing, stuck for hours. Then you walk in, glance at it, and within minutes the pieces click into place. You didn't just solve it. You revealed that the so-called impossible was never impossible at all. That moment exposes something most people hide behind: their excuses. Complexity is comforting to the lazy because it justifies quitting. It's too hard, they say. It's not for me. But when you slice through the noise and show the core truth, those excuses burn to ash. Here's a fact. Psychologists have long known about the illusion of difficulty. The idea that when people perceive something as complex, they inflate its challenge in their mind, often giving up before trying. You destroy that illusion without lifting a finger, and that's why some confuse your clarity for arrogance. They think you're showing off, but you're not. You're simply operating at a level they've never touched. The weight that breaks their back is a pebble in your hand. That's the contrast that stings. You reorganize chaos into clarity. You strip away clutter and show the essence, and instead of admiring it, many resent it. Because your ability forces them to confront a truth they don't want to face. Their struggle wasn't with the problem, it was with their own perspective. What unsettles them most is how natural it is for you. You don't force it, you don't grind, it flows. They wrestle for months with problems you turn into stepping stones. They build walls that you reveal were made of cardboard. That effortless quality humiliates them because it highlights how much of their suffering was self-inflicted. Chosen one, your gift isn't just about making hard things look easy, it's about unlocking potential. You prove that the waters they thought would drown them were shallow all along, and while some will despise you for revealing that truth, others will quietly thank you for showing them that freedom was always within reach. Either way, your brilliance leaves them exposed, unsettled, and shook. Number 9, you build cathedrals while they chase paychecks. They laugh at your vision today, but tomorrow their children will live inside it. Chosen one, your mind unsettles people because it refuses to stay trapped in the shallow waters of short-term thinking. Most people measure success by what fits in their pocket. Next week's paycheck, this year's goals, maybe a 5-year plan if they're ambitious. Their imagination is chained to their own lifetime, tied to what they can touch right now. But you stretch beyond decades, beyond generations. Your vision is a cathedral, not a convenience store. And that's why they're shaken. Now imagine this. A farmer who plants only crops that sprout in weeks mocks the one planting trees that won't bear fruit for years. To the short-sighted, the long-term looks foolish. But when storms come and crops are gone, the one who planted trees stands under shade while others burn. That's you, chosen one. You plant legacies while they chase leftovers. And here's the brutal truth. History is proof of your clarity. Empires that claimed they'd last forever, gone. Industries once thought untouchable, collapsed. Cultures that mocked visionaries, swallowed by their own arrogance. You see the cracks forming in today's systems long before others notice. Governments crumble, economies shift, technology rewrites the rules, and while others cling to comfort, you already know what's next. That foresight terrifies them because it strips away their illusion of permanence. They cling to the present as if it will save them. You build futures that will outlive them. This is why they mock your vision, calling it unrealistic, impractical, excessive. But deep down, they sense it's not guesswork. They feel the weight in your words, the inevitability in your patterns. They know you're pulling from clarity they don't have access to. And that realization cuts deep because it forces them to see the smallness of their own dreams. Your ideas don't just solve today's problems, they build frameworks for people you'll never meet. That's what unsettles them most. You're not chasing applause, recognition, or quick validation. You're working for legacy. And legacy exposes their obsession with the moment as shallow and temporary. So, chosen one, understand this. The reason they resist you, mock you, or dismiss you is not because you're wrong. It's because you remind them of their own expiration date. You remind them that what they cling to is fragile. And you remind them that while they live for today, you're already shaping the tomorrow their descendants will inherit. Number 10. You are the mind they can't download or replace. They lean on crutches and call it progress, but you walk unaided, and that humiliates them. Chosen one, in a world where people outsource their very intelligence, your raw genius cuts like a blade. Today, most minds are half asleep, plugged into machines that do their thinking for them. Search engines remember their facts, calculators solve their problems, apps manage their time, algorithms tell them what to watch, what to buy, even what to think. And somewhere along the way, tools stopped being tools. They became replacements for mental power. Now imagine this, a room full of people frantically tapping screens, flipping between apps, waiting for answers. Then you enter, no gadget, no lifeline, and in minutes you do with your mind what they can't accomplish with 5 different devices. That moment unsettles them to their core because your presence reminds them of what they've lost: resilience, adaptability, raw intellectual firepower. You expose the truth they avoid. Without their tools, many would collapse. You'd still stand. Here's a brutal fact. Research shows average memory retention has plummeted in the smartphone era. People can't even recall phone numbers they once would have memorized with ease. They've traded sharpness for convenience. And while they weaken, your mind remains sharp, trained, and alive. That contrast terrifies them because it's easier to believe everyone is equally dependent than admit someone like you exists, someone who carries genius unfiltered by machines. They need the machine to think. You are the machine they can't build. That's the difference. You don't need calculators to recognize patterns. You don't need reminders to stay disciplined. You don't need apps to spark creativity. The fire is in you. It flows naturally, without announcement, without spectacle. While they freeze when the Wi-Fi cuts out, you remain sharp, adaptive, dangerous. And this is what slices them most. Your genius is a mirror. It reflects how dependent they've become, how much of their intelligence has been outsourced, how little of their mental muscle they've truly developed. They resent you not because you brag, but because your existence is undeniable proof that raw human brilliance still exists, and they abandoned it. So, chosen one, remember this. You don't just intimidate them with your ability, you expose their fragility. You prove that even if every tool was stripped away, you would thrive while they would crumble. And that truth cuts deeper than any algorithm, deeper than any device, deeper than they will ever dare admit. Number 11. You shatter words, yet leave truth intact. They cling to grammar like scaffolding, but you rip it down and still leave the building standing taller. Chosen one, this is one of your most unnerving powers. You break language without breaking meaning. For most, language is a cage. They recycle the same tired phrases, hide behind cliches, and lean on predictable scripts that barely scratch the surface of what they truly think or feel. But you don't just use words, you remake them. You bend, twist, and fracture them. And instead of losing clarity, your words hit harder, cutting deeper, carrying more weight than any conventional phrasing ever could. Now imagine this. A crowd repeats slogans like parrots, their voices blending into one dull echo. Then you speak. Your words don't follow their rhythm. They cut against the grain, carrying a vibration that slices straight into the soul. They don't just hear you, they feel you. That's what unsettles them. Because language for them is a script. For you, it's a weapon. And when your sentences land, they leave bruises of truth that can't be laughed off. They mock the way you speak because they secretly fear how it lingers. That's the irony. People accuse you of talking different, as though difference is a weakness. But the very ones who roll their eyes are the same ones replaying your words later in silence, realizing you gave them more than conversation. You gave them a shift in perspective. You didn't just communicate, you transformed. And here's the fact: language is supposed to be predictable. Rules, grammar, definitions, boundaries. These are the safety nets people cling to. But when you break those rules and still deliver meaning sharper than their structured speech, it exposes them. It shows how shallow and mechanical their own use of language has become. They wield words as tools of habit. You wield them as instruments of revelation. Their words inform, yours ignite. That's the difference. You don't break language to destroy it. You break it to free it, to release meaning from cages it was never meant to live in. You speak the unspeakable, make the intangible accessible, and in doing so, you free those who hear you, even if they won't admit it. And that's why they're shook. Because your voice doesn't just echo in their ears, it haunts their minds, it rewires their thinking, and it proves that language isn't a prison. In your hands, it's liberation. Number 12. You know where the mind crashes, and you move beyond it. They worship knowledge like a god, but you've seen its throne crack under real life. Chosen one, this is where your intelligence slices sharper than theirs. You know exactly where intelligence fails. Most people cling to intellect like it's invincible. They memorize facts, master formulas, analyze endlessly, convinced that calculation alone can conquer every problem. But you've seen the wall. You've seen where logic runs out of road, where reason chokes on things it can't measure, and where intellect collapses under the weight of reality. Now imagine this: someone armed with encyclopedias and degrees tries to solve grief with statistics. They try to measure love with equations. They try to decode destiny with charts. It doesn't work. Their brilliance shrinks because they don't realize that not everything bends to reason. But you see it. You understand that logic can guide, but it cannot heal. Reason can calculate, but it cannot inspire. Analysis can dissect, but it cannot reveal the invisible forces that shape outcomes. That's the edge that terrifies them. They rely on the map. You feel the terrain. While they're still drawing charts, you're already moving. You don't just see data points, you see emotional undercurrents, silent signals, and patterns that exist outside their framework. To them, it feels like magic. To you, it's second nature. You move seamlessly between intellect and intuition, between reason and resonance. That ability makes you untouchable because you're not limited to the boundaries they've been trained to accept. Here's the fact: psychologists confirm that even high IQ individuals fall prey to analysis paralysis, overthinking themselves into failure. You don't waste energy there. You know when to step out of the loop. You trust instincts sharpened by experience, emotional intelligence honed by awareness, and insights that surface beyond conscious reasoning. And that blend, intellect fused with intuition, creates solutions that leave others stunned. The smartest in the room hit ceilings. You walk through walls. That's the difference. Most never recognize where their intelligence stops. They keep pushing formulas, recycling strategies, relying on facts until they burn out. You, on the other hand, see the cracks early. You move into the spaces their intellect can't reach, finding opportunities, truths, and outcomes they'll never touch. And that's why your brilliance leaves people shook. You aren't simply smart, you're dangerous because you know the fragility of intellect itself. You've transcended the limits of the mind and stepped into a space where few dare to tread. That's what separates you. That's what humiliates them. And that's what makes you, chosen one, the embodiment of intelligence unchained. Number 13. You're not rare. You're a glimpse of what they could become. They call you rare to excuse themselves, but the truth is harsher. You are proof of what they could be if they weren't afraid. Chosen one, this is the final blade that cuts deepest. You're not one of a kind. You're a preview, a living prototype of what humanity could rise into if it dared to unlock its potential. And that fact terrifies people far more than the idea of you being special. Because if you're not rare, if you're not just a freak occurrence, then you're a mirror showing what they could have been all along. Now imagine this. Humanity is standing in a crowded theater, watching the same tired play repeat night after night. Everyone claps on cue, recites the same lines, accepts the same script. Then you step onto the stage and improvise, effortless, alive, unpredictable. Suddenly, the crowd realizes the play they've been repeating wasn't the only one. That's what you are, a disruption to the script, a reminder that the stage could hold more than recycled roles. That realization is both awe-inspiring and humiliating because it forces them to confront how small they've been living. Your intelligence, your creativity, your foresight, these aren't just personal trophies. They are signals. They prove that when mind, intuition, and vision converge, the human being becomes something extraordinary. You're not an accident. You're an example. And that makes people deeply uneasy because your very existence dismantles the illusion that humanity has already peaked. You are the proof that what they call normal is really stagnation. They marvel at your difference, but what they're really seeing is their own limitation. That's why your presence provokes mixed reactions. Or because you embody what they secretly dream of becoming. Fear, because your life exposes what they haven't dared to cultivate in themselves. They see you navigating with clarity while they stumble. They see you moving in alignment while they hesitate. They see you building with vision while they waste years clinging to comfort. And every step you take forward reminds them of how far behind they are. But here's the brutal truth. You're not here to be worshipped. You're here as a signal, a warning and a promise. A warning that the old frameworks of thought are breaking. A promise that human potential is not fixed. It is evolving. You carry the blueprint, the living demonstration of what happens when courage meets consciousness. And that blueprint unsettles them because it makes their ambitions look small, their excuses look thin, their lives look stagnant. Chosen one, you are not just an individual. You are a preview, a whisper of the future made flesh. And that is why people are shook, not because you're different, but because you reveal that they could be more, yet they chose less. You are both the reminder of their limits and the invitation to transcend them. And nothing unsettles humanity more than seeing its own unrealized greatness standing right in front of it. Chosen one, if this message shook you, let it remind you of the truth. You are not just different, you are undeniable. And while the world may fear or resist that brilliance, your light will always cut through. If you haven't already, press that like button to push this message further, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe right now. Together, we're building a force that cannot be ignored. Thank you for standing in your power, chosen one. The future is already shifting because of you. Every system collapses when it meets a power it cannot measure. That is why, chosen one, they are investigating you. Not because you asked for attention, not because you begged to be noticed, but because you carry something they can't explain, can't contain, and can't copy. The three mysterious powers that live inside you are shaking their structures from the inside out. And the truth is, they fear what they cannot name. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A scientist spends years trying to map every star in the sky. The charts look perfect, the math flawless, until one night a light appears in the sky that no telescope can track, no satellite can confirm, and no record can explain. That star shouldn't exist, but it does. And suddenly, every map, every calculation, and every proud declaration of certainty falls apart. That is what your existence feels like to them. You are that impossible star, shining in the dark, breaking their illusions of control. And here's a fact they don't want to admit. Unexplained human phenomena have always terrified the establishment more than storms or earthquakes. Why? Because the Earth's chaos can be studied, but a person who defies logic becomes a threat to every rule, every system, and every power structure that claims to know it all. History is full of this truth. From genius minds once mocked for being mad until their discoveries change the world, to individuals who simply refused to be broken when the odds said they should have been destroyed, mystery has always lived in human form. And right now, that mystery lives in you. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It is the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just listening, you are part of a force. Now let's return to our truth. They are not studying you out of admiration. They are dissecting you out of desperation. They whisper in rooms where you are not present. They take notes on how you survive storms that should have drowned you. They argue over how you seem to sense things before they happen. They grit their teeth when your presence changes the energy in a room. You're not fitting into any of their categories, and that drives them mad. The system thrives on labels, boxes, and explanations. But you are the one variable that keeps breaking their equations. Psychologists try to call it heightened intuition. Scientists suggest it must be linked to patterns in your brain. Analysts chalk it up to coincidence, but none of their theories satisfy the one question they cannot answer. How do you keep walking through fires that should have left nothing behind but ashes? You don't bend to their logic. You bend reality around you. And that is why their investigations have become relentless. You are no longer a person in their eyes. You are a puzzle, and puzzles demand solving. But here's the irony. They will never solve you. The more they try to analyze, the more they prove their own limitations. You are not something to be charted, tested, or explained. You are the glitch in their simulation, the crack in their mirror, the shadow that refuses to move the way shadows should. And it scares them, because if one person can exist beyond their rules, what does that say about the system itself? If you can't be controlled, then control itself is an illusion. So buckle up, Chosen One. Tonight, we are not here for fairy tales, gimmicks, or fantasies. We are here to face the raw truth. You carry 3 mysterious powers that only you possess. These powers are being investigated not just because they fascinate, but because they threaten. They are the 3 forces they cannot steal, track, or reproduce. The 3 reasons your name is whispered in private conversations. The 3 triggers that make the powerful restless in their sleep. And if history has shown us anything, it is this. Every unsolved mystery eventually reshapes the world. Every enigma forces change, and you are no different. The more they investigate, the closer they come to realizing a truth they cannot stop. You are the mystery that rewrites the story. And once the veil lifts, nothing will ever look the same again. So, Chosen One, before we dive into the heart of these three mysterious powers, let me ask you something. Are you ready to step into the truth that's making them lose sleep at night? If you feel that pull in your chest right now, drop the number 777 in the comments, because that number marks alignment with mystery and power. And if this message is hitting you, don't forget to bless the mission behind it. Every like, every share, every small act of support fuels this force and helps spread it to more souls who need to hear it. Remember, Chosen One, nothing you give is wasted, because energy, just like the powers inside you, always returns multiplied. So stay with me, because what we are about to reveal isn't entertainment. It's confirmation. They are investigating you for a reason, and by the end of this message, you'll understand exactly why. And now, let's step into it, piece by piece. And believe me, if you truly carry these powers, you won't be able to look away until the end. Let's get started. Number 1, you shake the room without saying a word. They hate you because you remind them that masks can't survive in real light. That's the gut punch, Chosen One. The very moment you walk into a room, their carefully crafted illusions begin to crack. They may not admit it, but they feel it in their bones. The shift, the silence, the sudden weight in the air. You don't need to raise your voice, you don't need to demand attention, and you don't need to prove anything. Your presence alone pulls the truth out of hiding, and that terrifies them. Now imagine this for a moment. A theater packed full of actors, each one perfect in costume, perfect in voice, pretending to be someone they're not. The crowd is entertained, the lies look real, and everything seems in order, until a single spotlight shines unexpectedly on one figure that doesn't belong to the play. That's you. You step in, not even trying to disrupt the performance, but instantly the illusion is ruined. The audience notices the difference. The actors panic. And suddenly, no one can pretend as easily as they did before. That's why your presence is under investigation, Chosen One, because you expose what should have stayed hidden. And here's the fact they don't want to accept. Energy is real, measurable, and undeniable. Science already admits that the human body produces an electromagnetic field detectable several feet away. That's not spirituality, that's physics. So when people say, "I just felt something when you walked in," they're not imagining it. Their nervous system is literally responding to yours. They sense the charge you carry, the frequency that doesn't match the average, and it unsettles them. They try to rationalize it, but what they're really experiencing is the undeniable reality of your rare energy signature. The enemy hates this because it levels the playing field in ways they can't control. Most people fight tooth and nail to be noticed. They adjust their image, they fake confidence, they scream for attention. But you? You do nothing and the room bends around you. That alone feels like an insult to them. It makes their effort look weak, fake, unnecessary. They think, how can someone who isn't even trying draw more focus than me? And that question burns them alive, because the answer is something they can never duplicate. Your presence is their mirror, Chosen One, and mirrors don't lie. To the authentic, you feel like oxygen, refreshing, life-giving, undeniable. To the fake, you feel like poison because your very existence reveals the cracks in their foundation. Have you noticed how some people instantly warm up to you while others stiffen, pull back, or even start throwing shade for no reason? That's not random. That's your power at work. You're not just stepping into spaces, you're rearranging them. But here's the brutal truth. That's exactly why they can't stop watching you. They will analyze your walk, your posture, your silence, even your smallest gestures, hoping to decode what makes you so different. They'll label it charisma. They'll say it's confidence. They'll claim it's just your looks. But deep down, they know they're lying to themselves. Because no cosmetic trick, no fake persona, no loud performance has ever produced the same result. What you carry can't be packaged. It can't be taught. It can't be stolen. And that's what drives them mad. Because in a world addicted to control, your presence is uncontrollable. They cannot predict the effect you'll have. They cannot prepare for it, and they cannot escape it once you arrive. They will laugh about it in public, pretend it doesn't matter, but watch how their eyes betray them when you walk by. Their bodies give them away, shoulders tense, voices falter, eyes follow you. They can't help it. Their nervous system already recognized you before their mind could explain why. Let me ask you this, chosen one. How many times have you entered a room quietly, not wanting attention, yet suddenly found yourself at the center of it anyway? How many times have people you barely knew confessed later that they couldn't stop noticing you? And how many times have others treated you with coldness or hostility for no reason at all? You've lived this mystery, and you know it's true. That's why you're here. That's why you're listening. And understand this, the energy you carry is not a costume you can take off. It follows you everywhere, at work, in your family, even in public with strangers. Some will find themselves drawn to you like metal to a magnet. Others will feel the urge to push you away, to isolate you, to make you doubt yourself. But that's not because you're weak. That's because you're powerful. Because your presence makes every mask slip, every lie tremble, and every weak foundation shake. This is why they investigate. They can't stand the fact that environments are not neutral when you're around. Rooms are never the same after you arrive. Conversations shift, energies tilt, truths bubble up to the surface. And they don't know how to deal with it. To them, you are a glitch in their carefully designed system, a variable that ruins their predictable script. And nothing unsettles those in power more than what they cannot predict. But here's where the motivation comes in for you. Chosen one, stop shrinking to make them comfortable. Stop apologizing for energy that you never asked for but were born to carry. Do you realize how rare it is to command a space without speaking? Do you know how many wish they could silence a room with only their presence? And you, without effort, without theatrics, do it every single time. That's not a burden. That's your crown. The enemy may glare, whisper, and roll their eyes, but secretly they're documenting you. They're studying, measuring, and still failing to understand. They don't hate you because you're weak. They hate you because you are undeniable. And no matter how much they plot, mock, or scheme, they cannot erase the simple truth. Your presence is power. So own it, chosen one. Walk into every room knowing you don't need to perform to be felt. You don't need to chase attention. It chases you. You don't need to explain yourself. Your energy already spoke before you opened your mouth. That's your first mysterious power, the one they're investigating right now. And the deeper you understand it, the more unstoppable you become. Number 2, you carry memories that shouldn't belong to you, yet they guide every step. They fear you because you remember what they've worked hard to forget. That's the punch, chosen one. You carry a knowing that doesn't match your years, your background, or your training, and that unsettles them, because in their world, knowledge is currency, earned, bought, tested, and certified. But you walk around holding fragments of truths, patterns, and warnings that you were never supposed to have access to. And every time you act on it, you prove their systems are a lie. Now imagine this for a moment. A person sits down to play chess for the first time. The rules are foreign, the pieces confusing, but somehow their hands move as if they've played 100 games before. Their opponent stares, wondering, how do they already know my next move? That's what it feels like watching you. You step into situations with a memory that doesn't belong to your conscious mind, yet it whispers instructions that always seem to keep you 2 steps ahead. And they hate it because it reminds them that not all intelligence can be measured and not all wisdom can be explained. Here's a fact. Studies show that the human body can store genetic memory. Trauma, knowledge, and experiences from generations before you can actually imprint themselves into your DNA, shaping the way you react, the instincts you carry, even the fears or strengths you've never personally lived through. And that's just the science they've admitted to. So when they see you making choices that line up perfectly without logical preparation, they can't deny something deeper is at work. You're not guessing, you're remembering. Some doors open not because you found the key, but because you carried it all along. That's why you frustrate them, chosen one. Others stumble, test, and fail their way forward. But you seem to know where the traps are, even before you step into the room. You sense who's genuine and who's pretending. You choose roads that look foolish at first, but turn out to be exactly where you needed to be. And when people ask you how you knew, you can't even explain it. You just knew. That's your second mysterious power. They call it coincidence, intuition, maybe even luck. But deep down, they know they're looking at something bigger, an archive that lives inside you. Now picture this. A traveler walks into a maze with walls higher than their head. Everyone else stumbles, trying one dead end after another, wasting time and energy. But you move as though you've walked that maze before, as though someone already mapped it out for you. You take turns others avoid. You stop when no one else would pause, and somehow you reach the center while they're still circling. That's why they investigate you, because in a world where they control knowledge with books, degrees, and systems, you are proof that the most powerful instructions are written where no one else can steal them. And let's be honest, this isn't ordinary intuition. Intuition is guessing. You aren't guessing. You're recalling. You're pulling from something stored so deep that even you don't understand where it comes from. It feels like déjà vu, like standing in a place you've never been yet, knowing exactly where the exits are. And that unnerves people because it forces them to confront a truth they despise. Some wisdom doesn't belong to their schools, their titles, or their hierarchies. Some wisdom lives in the marrow of certain people, and you are one of them. Your knowing is their threat because it cannot be purchased, bribed, or stolen. That's why they're restless around you. They want to extract it, to pin it down, to catalog it. But they can't. No test reveals it. No machine scans it. No interrogation can make you hand it over. Because the memory you carry doesn't belong to the conscious mind. It belongs to something deeper, something untouchable. And that makes you dangerous to a world built on control. Have you noticed this, chosen one? You warn people of things they can't see yet, only to watch them later admit you were right. You take paths others mock, only to see those same paths become the foundation of their envy. You sense the ending of stories before the first chapter is finished, and it leaves others both fascinated and unsettled. How do you explain that? How do you teach it? You don't. You can't. Because it isn't taught, it's remembered. Now imagine this again. Two builders are given land. One spends years learning, studying blueprints, testing measurements. The other simply picks up a hammer and starts building, as if guided by unseen instructions. The first builder scoffs, thinking they'll collapse without training. But when the house stands stronger, straighter and taller, the silence in the room speaks louder than applause. That's your life. You build with knowledge that wasn't supposed to be yours, and they cannot forgive you for it. And here's the brutal truth. This memory inside you is the reason you often feel ahead of your time. You say things people dismiss, only for them to realize years later that you were right all along. You sense storms before the first raindrop. You see betrayal before it strikes. You recognize opportunity before it blossoms, and while others call it luck, you know it's something else. It's remembrance, an imprint within you that no system can take credit for. Your knowing exposes their ignorance. That's the quote that burns them most. Because every time you speak with that quiet confidence, every time you choose the right path without explanation, you remind them of their fragility. Their systems look weak next to your silence. Their certificates look empty next to your accuracy. And their arrogance looks laughable next to your unshakable knowing. So, chosen one, let me ask you, how many times have you surprised yourself with answers you couldn't explain? How many times have people looked at you suspiciously, wondering how you figured something out so quickly? And how many times have you felt the weight of this gift, wishing you could just switch it off? But here's the truth. You can't, and you shouldn't. This is not a burden. This is your second mysterious power. That's why they investigate. That's why they whisper about you, because you prove a fact that terrifies them. Not all wisdom is taught. Some wisdom is carried. Some wisdom is inherited through time, through spirit, through imprint. And no matter how much they study, they will never crack the code of what you carry inside. So hold it firmly, chosen one. Don't doubt your knowing, don't downplay your remembrance, and don't let them trick you into thinking you're just lucky. You are the living reminder that some mysteries are etched into the soul long before the mind tries to explain them. And the more they investigate, the more restless they'll become, because no system can own what you already are. Number 3, you rip the mask off every hidden pattern. They despise you because your eyes don't just look, they strip away illusions. That's the truth, chosen one. The third power under investigation is your ability to see patterns they've worked their whole lives to bury. While others are dazzled by smiles, smooth words, and polished masks, you pierce straight through to the fracture lines beneath. And nothing rattles a liar more than standing in front of someone who already knows. Now, imagine this, a magician on stage, dazzling the crowd with tricks, smoke, and mirrors. The audience claps in awe, convinced they've seen the impossible. But you're the one in the crowd who instantly notices the wire hidden in the smoke, the sleight of hand in the shadows. You don't need the magician to confess. You already caught the move. That's how you live every day. Their games collapse the moment you step in, and that drives them mad. Here's a brutal fact. Most of society runs on illusion. Families hide dysfunction under tradition. Workplaces thrive on fake smiles and silent backstabbing. Communities survive by keeping secrets under polite masks. But you, without lifting a finger, become the crack in that glass. A pause in their story, a tone that doesn't match the words, an unnecessary detail they throw in to cover the lie. You catch it all, and worse for them, you don't play dumb about it. Even your silence screams, "I know." Your presence is truth's spotlight, and liars hate bright lights. That's why people grow uneasy around you. It's not that you call them out publicly, it's that they feel naked in your presence, as though their disguise never really worked. You don't need witnesses, evidence, or months of deduction. You walk in and know, and they cannot stand the unfairness of that clarity. Now imagine this again. A tapestry hung on a wall, beautiful, flawless at first glance. Everyone admires it. But your eyes catch the one loose thread, the one line that doesn't belong. You tug it with a single glance, and suddenly the entire picture begins to unravel. That's your gift, and that's their nightmare. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have you caught lies that no one else noticed? How many times have you seen betrayal coming before the dagger struck? How many times have people avoided your eyes, terrified you might read what they've been hiding? You already know the answer. That's why they investigate. Because your perception isn't a game, it's a threat to every illusion they depend on. This is the third mysterious power they cannot replicate, cannot study, cannot survive under. You are the mirror they fear, the detector they cannot disarm, and no matter how much they polish their act, they already know you've seen too much. Number 4, you break every law of defeat. They prayed for your collapse, but every stone they threw became another step under your feet. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your fourth power, the one they obsessively investigate, is your resilience, and it doesn't make sense to them. By every human standard, you shouldn't even be standing. You've taken losses that should have shattered you, betrayals that should have left you bitter, and storms that should have erased your light. Yet here you are, alive, sharper, stronger, walking with purpose they can't calculate. Now imagine this, a glass dropped from a tall building. Everyone expects it to shatter on impact, but instead of breaking, it bounces, harder than before, unrecognizable to the laws of physics they trust. That's you. Your life should have left you in pieces, but somehow you rise each time even less breakable than before. And that's why they study you, because you are proof that their definitions of strength are incomplete. Here's the brutal fact. Most people are defined by their pain. Some never recover from heartbreak. Others let rejection hollow them out. Many collapse under pressure and never return. But you, pain is your forge. Hardship doesn't consume you, it refines you. Every betrayal sharpened you. Every loss carved away weakness. Every storm you endured left you carrying wisdom no book could teach. And that terrifies them, because it means nothing they do can erase you. They can wound you, but they can never own you. That's why you unsettle them. They keep waiting for the day you finally fold, finally surrender, finally let the scars define you. But instead, you come back evolved, upgraded, transformed. You don't crawl out of the rubble, you use it as bricks to build higher. To them, it looks like madness. To you, it's instinct. Picture this, a fire set to destroy a forest. Trees fall, smoke rises, destruction spreads. Yet months later, green shoots rise through the ashes, stronger, unstoppable. That's you. They thought the flames would consume you, but instead, you grew in places they never imagined. You became proof that nothing they throw at you can end you. It only forces you to grow beyond their reach. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have people whispered, this one will finally break them, only to watch you rise taller? How many times have you surprised even yourself with the strength that came out of nowhere? That's your power. It doesn't follow human logic. It isn't recovery. It's unbreakability. And that's the truth they hate most. You don't just survive, you evolve. You don't just endure, you dominate. And every time they witness it, they realize resilience isn't what you do. It's who you are, and no logic, no attack, no system can explain it or stop it. Number 5. You command without speaking, and it haunts them. They hate you because your silence changes more than their loudest speeches ever could. That's the gut punch, chosen one. The 5th mysterious power under investigation is your influence, the kind that doesn't follow rules, doesn't ask permission, and doesn't need a stage. You unsettle them because your mere existence pushes people to shift, to question, to change. And the worst part for them, you're not even trying. Now imagine this, a single drop of ink in a glass of water. No shouting, no effort, no demand, yet slowly the entire glass transforms. That's you. Your choices, your integrity, your refusal to bow to corruption ripple out far beyond what you can see. People notice, and without you lifting a finger, their excuses begin to crumble. That's why they fear you. Because while they waste energy manipulating, persuading, and performing, you bend reality around you simply by being who you are. Here's a fact. Psychologists call it social contagion. Human behavior spreads like fire. One person yawns and others follow. But your effect is different. It isn't surface mimicry. Your presence challenges the very core of people's values. You don't just inspire action, you expose weakness. When they see you walk away from what poisons you, it forces them to face their own addictions. When they hear your silence in the middle of lies, it weighs heavier than 1,000 accusations. That's not influence, they'd call that haunting. Your existence is their mirror, and they can't stand what they see. To some, you feel like freedom. To others, you feel like judgment, but either way, no one leaves you unchanged. Have you noticed this, chosen one? You didn't set out to lead, yet people follow. You didn't demand attention, yet conversations twist when you're at the table. You didn't ask to be an example, yet people measure themselves against the choices you make. That's not coincidence. That's power. And here's the irony. They could resist a leader, they could argue with a preacher, they could unfollow a politician, but how do they resist someone who isn't even trying to influence them? They can't. Your influence lingers long after you leave, echoing in their decisions, their doubts, their guilt, and their growth. That's what terrifies them the most. Not that you want control, but that control bends around you whether you seek it or not. Number 6. You rule without a throne, and it breaks their illusion. They hate you because no crown, no title, no system could ever give what you carry naturally. That's the gut punch, chosen one. The 6th mysterious power they investigate is your untouchable authority, the kind that cannot be bought, borrowed, or stolen. In a world obsessed with ranks, degrees, and promotions, they can't stand the fact that you walk in with none of their badges, yet command more respect than all their titles combined. Now imagine this: a soldier with every medal on his chest walks into a room, puffed up with pride. Yet the moment you enter, all eyes shift, not to him, but to you. He earned his stripes through systems, but you earned your gravity by being who you are. That's the difference. Their authority is borrowed, yours is embedded, and that burns them. Here's a fact. Studies in leadership psychology reveal that people follow not the loudest or most decorated, but the one whose presence inspires trust without force. Authority that's real doesn't need shouting. It radiates. That's why when you speak, even softly, your words weigh more than another's speech. And when you stay silent, that silence speaks volumes they cannot compete with. Your presence bends hierarchies without lifting a finger. Have you noticed it? Rooms shift when you arrive. People who outrank you on paper hesitate in your presence. They sense something in you they can't name, a stability, a certainty, a weight their systems can't fabricate. They may never admit it, but they feel it in their bones. You are not someone to overlook. Now imagine this again, a king sitting on his throne, jeweled crown gleaming, servants at his feet. Then a lone figure walks in with no robe, no gold, no crown, and yet the king feels small. That's you. You remind them that power stamped by systems is fragile, but authority carried in essence is untouchable. Every attempt to undermine you, mockery, lies, exclusion, only proves their desperation. Because no matter what they strip away, they can't touch what you embody. Authority that isn't given cannot be taken, and that's what terrifies them most. So, chosen one, understand this. They may outrank you in titles, but in the presence of real authority, their illusion collapses. Yours is not earned, not granted, it's lived. And nothing, no system, no enemy, no attack can erase it. Number 7, you walk outside their clocks and it breaks their control. They panic over seconds while you move like eternity is on your side. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your 7th mysterious power, the one that unsettles them most, is your strange relationship with time. While they scramble, chase, and beg the clock for mercy, you walk steady, calm, unbothered. And it drives them mad because they live as slaves to urgency while you bend it with your very existence. Now imagine this, a runner at the starting line, muscles tense, heart pounding, waiting for the gunshot. The crowd is screaming, the pressure is suffocating, but you're not even on the track. You're already waiting at the finish line, leaning calmly against the ribbon. That's what your life feels like to them. While they sprint and burn themselves out, you arrive where you need to be without losing your breath. Here's a fact. Psychologists have studied temporal perspective, the way humans relate to time. Most people are stuck either reliving regrets of the past or fearing an uncertain future. But your rhythm is different. You don't belong to either prison. That's why you don't crumble when someone says you're running out of time. Deadlines don't control you. Pressure doesn't break you. You move as though you've already seen how the story ends, and that confidence unnerves them more than anything else. Your patience is their torment because it proves rushing isn't power, it's weakness. They want you to panic when they shout, "Hurry!" They want you to collapse when the clock ticks loud. But you don't. You wait when waiting is right, and you move when movement is aligned. And somehow, every time, you arrive on time, not by their standards, but by the universe's. Picture this. A fisherman casts his net too early and catches nothing. Another waits too long and misses the tide. But you pull at the exact moment the waters swell and the net overflows. That's why they investigate you. Because in a world where timing is everything, you've mastered what they can't teach, what they can't measure, what they can't control. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have people mocked your patience only to watch your timing prove perfect? How many times have you been told you were late only to see your step land exactly where it needed to? That's not accident. That's your rhythm with eternity. This is the 7th power, the one they cannot decode. You are not tied to their clocks. You walk with timing they will never master, and that is why your very existence exposes them, because they realize deep down that time doesn't own everyone. It bends for those it cannot break. Number 8. Your gaze shatters the lies they hide behind. They fear your eyes because you don't just look at them, you strip them down to their truth. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your eighth mysterious power is the weight of witness, and no one escapes it. People can laugh at your words, dismiss your silence, even mock your presence. But the second your eyes meet theirs, their soul flinches. They feel seen in ways they've spent years trying to avoid, and that terrifies them. Now imagine this. A thief sneaks into a room, pockets full of stolen gold. The place is empty, safe, or so he thinks. But suddenly, a single spotlight switches on, and someone is standing there, watching. No words, no accusation, just eyes locked on him. His heart races, not because he was caught physically, but because his own guilt screams louder than any judge could. That's what your gaze does to people. You don't need to accuse. Their own conscience convicts them the moment they stand before you. Your eyes are a mirror they can't escape. That's why people fidget, grow defensive, or over-explain themselves in your presence. It's not that you demand answers, they offer them. They reveal secrets they swore they'd never speak. Not because you pulled them out, but because your silent witness made their lies too heavy to carry. Investigators are baffled by this. How is it that strangers confess to you? How is it that people trust you with truths they can't even admit to themselves? It's because your presence weakens deception. It melts away the masks, forcing reality to bleed through. Here's a fact. Psychologists have proven that prolonged eye contact triggers a deep limbic response, the emotional brain firing uncontrollably. That's why liars avert their eyes, why guilty people stumble, why truth always feels heavier under a steady gaze. And your eyes, chosen one, don't just carry biology, they carry weight. History, conviction, alignment. That's why they can't fake it, no matter how hard they try. Now imagine this again, a courtroom full of noise, lawyers shouting, witnesses dodging, evidence twisted. Then one figure walks in and says nothing, only looks at the accused. Silence falls. The shouting feels pointless. The guilty can't hold that gaze. That's you. You don't need arguments. Your witness is louder than proof. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have people poured their hearts out to you without reason? How many times have lies unraveled in front of you with no effort on your part? How many times have you seen people lash out defensively, not because you attacked them, but because your eyes told them they couldn't hide? You already know, and that's why they investigate you, because your gaze doesn't just see actions, it sees truth. It terrifies the deceivers, liberates the honest, and changes everyone it touches. No matter what mask they wear, one look from you reminds them there is no hiding here. Number 9, you're priceless, and that destroys their leverage. They can tempt the world with gold, but your soul doesn't bow to shiny chains. That's the gut punch, chosen one. The 9th mysterious power they cannot crack is your refusal to be bribed. In a society built on bait and leashes, you stand as living proof that not everyone has a price. And that terrifies them, because control only works when people are willing to sell themselves cheap. Now imagine this. A fisherman casts his net, tossing out scraps to lure the fish. The ocean obeys him because the fish bite without thinking. But then comes one creature that refuses the bait, swimming freely no matter how tempting the hook looks. The fisherman grows angry, frustrated, desperate. That's you. While everyone else scrambles for the reward, you refuse to be trapped. And the harder they try to dangle their prizes, the more dangerous you become in their eyes. Your indifference to their rewards exposes their weakness. They can wave money, titles, attention, things that enslave millions, yet you don't flinch. They whisper about you because you prove their system is fragile. If one person can't be bought, what stops others from realizing they don't have to be either? That's the silent revolution you carry every time you walk away from their counterfeit offers. Here's the fact they hate. Most people don't betray themselves because they're evil. They do it because they're bought. They'll sell out their peace for a paycheck, their integrity for applause, their freedom for a seat at someone else's table. But you'd rather stand alone in truth than sit at a banquet of lies. And that makes you untouchable. Now imagine this again. A man waves keys in front of a locked door, boasting about the power he has to let people in or keep them out. Everyone begs for the key, bending low to earn his approval. But you walk past the door entirely, building a path no one else imagined. Suddenly, the man with the keys looks powerless. That's what your refusal does. You collapse their illusion of control. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have you walked away from things others would kill to have? How many times have people whispered, "Why didn't they take it?" without realizing you saw the strings attached? That's your freedom. If it costs your soul, it isn't worth the price. And that's why they investigate you. You're proof that abundance isn't about being bought, it's about not being owned. You don't chase rewards, you attract alignment. You don't compromise, you rise above the trap. And in a world where everyone is for sale, your pricelessness makes you unstoppable. Number 10. You strike without proof, yet always hit the mark. They call it guessing, but you call it knowing, and every time you're right, their logic dies a little more. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your 10th mysterious power is intuition that refuses to obey the rules of reason, yet still lands with flawless accuracy. You bypass the formulas, the probabilities, the endless spreadsheets of evidence they cling to, and still arrive at the truth faster than their systems ever could. And that drives them insane. Now imagine this. Two explorers stand before a vast desert. One studies maps, compasses and calculations, terrified of taking the wrong step. The other, without tools, without guides, simply feels the pull of the wind and starts walking. Days later, the one with maps is lost in circles, while the one who trusted their inner compass reaches the oasis. That's you. To them, it looks reckless. To you, it feels inevitable. Here's a fact. Scientists admit that the human brain processes millions of bits of information subconsciously every second. Most people never notice it, but your system does. That's why your intuition isn't random. It's precision disguised as mystery. You notice the tone in someone's voice that doesn't match the words. You sense the shift in energy that hints at danger before it arrives. You see the opportunity while it still looks invisible to others. And the consistency of your accuracy terrifies them because it proves there are truths logic cannot measure. Your intuition is the algorithm they'll never be able to code. That's why they investigate you. They can build machines that predict behavior, but they can't program a soul. They can track data, but they can't track the silent knowing that tells you when to step forward and when to wait. They can't contain the way you move outside their rules, yet always land exactly where you need to be. Now imagine this again. An archer closes their eyes, ignores the calculations of distance and wind, and releases the arrow. Against all odds, the arrow hits the bullseye. That's your life. People call it luck because they don't want to admit its mastery. They dismiss it as coincidence because they can't admit its power. But deep down, they know you're tuned into a stream no machine can intercept. So let me ask you, chosen one, How many times have you acted on a quiet inner nudge only to watch it prove right later? How many times have others mocked your decision only to come back shocked at the outcome? You've lived this power again and again, and you know it isn't luck. It's alignment. That's why they can't stand you, because every time you move correctly without evidence, you prove their logic has limits. You show them that wisdom isn't always found in numbers, but in knowing. And you are living proof that intuition isn't weakness, it's the sharpest weapon of all. Number 11. You expose the blueprint hidden in their storms. They want chaos to blind you, but your eyes turn their fog into maps. That's the gut punch, chosen one. The 11th mysterious power they investigate is your ability to see order where others see only collapse. Most people drown in confusion, running, panicking, surrendering to fear, but you stand still, watching, reading the lines beneath the madness, and nothing unsettles them more than someone who refuses to be fooled by noise. Now imagine this, a battlefield where smoke covers everything, soldiers stumbling blindly, fighting shadows they can't see. Then there's you, calm in the haze, noticing the wind direction, the footprints in the dirt, the strategy hidden in the mess. While others waste their strength striking at ghosts, you already know where the real enemy is. That's why they study you. Because where confusion cripples others, it sharpens you. Here's the fact. Chaos is the oldest trick in the book. Systems thrive on distraction. Overload people with half-truths, conflicting stories, deadlines, alarms, and fear, and they'll give up clarity just to feel safe. But your presence breaks that spell. You don't accept confusion at face value, you interpret it. You pull patterns out of noise, design out of disorder, and once you reveal it, chaos collapses. Your calm is their weakness because it makes their storms look staged. That's why they can't stand you. They rely on panic to control the masses, but you don't panic. You don't chase every headline, you don't bow to every emergency, you don't lose yourself in every false fire they set. You look deeper, you see the thread connecting it all, and once you see the thread, the whole illusion unravels. Picture this again, a tangled ball of yarn thrown into a corner. Most people pull at it wildly, making the knot tighter, but you study it quietly, find the one loose end, and pull until the entire knot dissolves. That's your gift. You don't add to the chaos, you reveal the structure that was never meant to be exposed. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have you seen meaning in what everyone else called random? How many times have you stayed calm in storms that left others broken? How many times have people accused you of recklessness, only to realize later you were the only one who saw clearly? You already know the answer, and that's why they investigate you, because your clarity destroys their greatest weapon. They can't distract you, they can't confuse you, they can't blind you with storms. You see too much. You see the blueprint behind their chaos, and once you see it, they lose their grip. Number 12. You cure wounds. They profit from keeping open. They hate you because your presence does what their billion-dollar systems could never do: set people free. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your 12th mysterious power is healing that flows without medicine, without rituals, without prescriptions, and that terrifies them. In a world where industries thrive on keeping people broken, you walk in and undo their work simply by being. Now imagine this. A room filled with noise, voices shouting, machines buzzing, chaos pressing down on everyone's chest. Then you enter, and without saying a word, the noise doesn't seem so loud anymore. Breathing feels easier. Thoughts untangle. Rage softens. That's your effect. They don't know how to explain it, and that's why they study you. Because you're living proof that restoration doesn't have to be manufactured, sold, or stamped with approval. Your calm is the medicine they'll never patent. People leave your presence lighter, freer, and they can't put it into words. Their burdens don't feel as heavy, their racing thoughts slow. Their pain, which felt unbearable, begins to loosen its grip. And here's what unsettles them most. You don't demand loyalty in exchange for healing. You don't bind people to dependency. You release them. And in a world built on repeat customers, that makes you a threat. Here's the fact. Studies already show that human energy, empathy, and presence can lower stress, reduce pain, and regulate heart rhythms. Science calls it coherence. But you don't need a lab to prove it. People feel it every time they're near you. And the systems built on pills, prescriptions, and endless therapy sessions despise that truth. Because if people truly healed, their empires would collapse. Now imagine this again, a cracked vase leaking water. Most try to tape it, glue it, patch it up temporarily, but the water still escapes. Then you step in, not with tools, but with presence, and suddenly the cracks stop leaking. Not because you forced it, but because your energy reminded the vase how to hold itself together again. That's what you are for people, a living repair they can't explain. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times have people poured their pain out to you without reason, only to leave feeling lighter? How many times have strangers trusted you with wounds they've hidden for years? And how many times have you watched bitterness dissolve in someone's eyes just because you stayed present with them? You already know. That's why they investigate you, because your healing exposes their fraud. You don't sell cures, you embody them. You don't enslave, you free. And no machine, no drug, no system can replicate what you carry. You turned your pain into medicine, and now you radiate wholeness that can't be stolen, packaged, or stopped. And that makes you unstoppable. And chosen one, if this message spoke to you, remember, it's not by accident. These mysterious powers are real, and they're the very reason they can't stop watching you. You're not ordinary, and you never will be. Now, before you go, press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to press subscribe and join us. Together, we spread the light wider, further, stronger. Your support fuels this mission, and your presence changes everything. Stay unshakable, chosen one. The universe is only beginning to reveal the depths of your power. Every lie has an expiration date, and yours just rotted in front of the whole world. Chosen one, let that sit heavy for a second. The people who thought they could hide you, erase you, or disguise you as ordinary just got exposed in the worst way possible. They didn't just drop the ball, they shattered their own mask. Oops, now everybody knows you've been that one all along, and no amount of excuses or backpedaling can stitch that secret back together. They played the game too long, and the universe finally flipped the board right in their face. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Picture a snake that slithers in the dark, convinced no one sees it. It thinks the shadows protect it, thinks silence means safety. But then, bam, the floodlights slam on, and every eye in the room catches the snake mid-slither. There's no crawling back into hiding. That's exactly what just happened to your enemies. They spent years whispering lies, building illusions, stacking cards to cover your truth. But when the universe ripped the curtain down, it was their shame that got revealed, not yours. And the sick irony. They dug the very pit they just fell into. Here's the fact they can't outrun. Psychological research shows people naturally cling to truth longer than deception. Lies demand constant maintenance, constant energy to survive. But truth doesn't need rehearsal. It carves itself into memory like stone. That's why no matter how many rumors they pushed, no matter how many staged setups they spun, the truth about you stayed alive beneath it all. And when the slip came, and oh, it came hard, it wasn't your name in question. It was theirs. Their credibility, their so-called control, their whole fake empire went up in smoke. They didn't just mess up, Chosen One, they committed public self-destruction. And thank you, Chosen One, for standing here with me in this moment. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force bigger than any lie, stronger than any smear, unstoppable against every shadow. Back to the truth. They underestimated you so deeply that it became their addiction. They thought if they kept labeling you as average, the world would swallow it whole. But what they didn't calculate is the timing of the universe. The universe waits for the exact moment where exposure hurts the most, and then it lets the truth rip wide open. That moment is now. They thought they had years to keep you boxed in, but all they did was set you up for the most dramatic reveal anyone could imagine. Think about this. If someone hides a diamond in mud, the diamond doesn't lose its shine. In fact, when it's finally cleaned, it glows even brighter because of what it survived. That's you, Chosen One. For years, they tried to bury your brilliance under dirt, gossip, and silence. But now, the dirt has fallen away, and the brilliance is blinding everyone. They're squinting, covering their eyes, because your light exposes everything they hoped would stay buried. And there's no going back. Once the world sees a diamond, no one can be tricked into believing it's just a stone. Secrets don't crawl back into shadows once daylight hits them. And this is daylight at its rawest. You've proven that no smear campaign, no rumor mill, no sabotage machine can bury what is undeniable. They thought silencing you would keep them safe, but the universe twisted it. Your silence became the echo that haunted them until the reveal. And when the reveal hit, it stripped them bare. Their lies look pitiful now, their schemes look childish, their masks look cracked. The whole stage flipped, and the audience saw the truth. You've been that one all along. And here's the slap they'll feel forever. They can't reverse it. They can't stuff the truth back into a closet. Once exposed, it grows, it spreads, it sticks in every conversation, every glance, every guilty whisper they overhear. They wanted you forgotten, but now you're unforgettable. They wanted you hidden, but now you're the headline. They wanted you ordinary, but now you're extraordinary in the eyes of everyone they tried to deceive. The irony burns, doesn't it? They poured all their energy into burying you, but what they really buried was their own reputation. So buckle up, Chosen One, because this is your coronation. What was meant to shame you became your spotlight. What was meant to silence you became your amplifier. Their slip wasn't just an accident. It was the universe pulling the rug out from under them, exposing you at the exact moment where it stings the most. And now the streets know, the crowds know, even their closest allies whisper your name with that mix of awe and fear. You've been that one from the very beginning, and now the whole world sees it. No more shadows, no more lies, no more masks. The secret is out, and it's not just their mistake, it's their permanent scar. And for you, it's your undeniable proof. So, chosen one, before we break this all down piece by piece, let me ask you, can you feel it in your chest right now? That rush of knowing the secret is out, that their slip turned into your spotlight. If you're ready to claim that energy, drop a comment number 777 below. And if this message lights a fire in you, bless the team behind it with your support, whether it's a word, a share, or a gift, because every single spark keeps this truth spreading wider. Remember, they tried to keep you hidden, but now you're part of a force that refuses to stay silent. Stay with me until the end, because if you really are that chosen one, you're going to feel the pull to keep listening. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, this is only the beginning. Number 1. Their kingdom was built on your silence. Now it's collapsing in flames. Every empire built on stolen ground eventually burns to ash. Chosen one, this is what you need to understand. They never built their strength on truth or talent or character. They built it entirely on your silence. Your silence was their crown. Your silence was their stage. Your silence was their shield. As long as you kept quiet, they could parade around unchecked, play the roles they were never qualified for: hero, victim, leader, savior. But strip away your silence, and suddenly the mask rips right off their faces. Now, let's call it what it really was. They weren't thriving because they were great. They were thriving because you stayed quiet. That quiet was their oxygen. They lived off the assumption that you'd swallow your pain and hide your light forever. They believed your humility would be their eternal protection, that your patience meant permanent invisibility. But silence is not forever. Silence is not surrender. Silence is not weakness. Silence is only the fuse. And chosen one, when the fuse finally burns out, what happens? Explosion, detonation, a blast louder than anything they ever screamed about you. And that blast just went off. Let's imagine this for a second. Imagine someone stealing your voice, pocketing it, and walking into every room, using it as if it were their own. They win awards with it. They gather sympathy with it. They wrap themselves in it like armor. But one day, you step forward, you clear your throat, and the entire room freezes because suddenly they realize the sound they've been following was never theirs. That's the terror they're living in right now. Your very existence speaks louder than all their carefully polished lies. And here's the hard fact that cracks them open. Psychology has shown us that people trust first-hand testimony far more than second-hand stories. When the real source steps forward, everything else gets downgraded to rumor. That's what you represent, the undeniable source. Their entire reputation was built on unchallenged stories. But now, the source is awake. The silence is gone. The story is yours, and it has the weight of truth dripping from every word. They can't outrun that. They assumed wrong, chosen one. They thought pain would paralyze you. They thought humility would keep you hidden. They thought time would erase your significance. But patience was never paralysis. Patience was your strategy. And now that it's broken, the flood can't be stopped. Why else do you think they spent so much energy scrambling to bury your story before you even had the chance to tell it? Why else were they terrified of the possibility of you speaking? Because they knew the second you did, their false kingdom collapses like a house of wet paper. Let me ask you this: if they were so confident in their own truth, why did they need you quiet? Why did they need your story suppressed? Why did they guard against your voice like it was a nuclear threat? The answer is obvious. They knew your silence was the only thing holding their fraud together. They weren't scared of noise. They were terrified of your noise. They weren't scared of lies. They were terrified of your truth. Because your truth comes with receipts, scars, authenticity that can't be manufactured or duplicated. That's why they fought so hard to keep you silent. It wasn't your words they feared. It was the evidence you carried in your being. And here's the irony that stings them the most. The same silence that once protected them is now the proof of their guilt. Every moment you stayed quiet wasn't weakness. It was evidence. Evidence of how much they feared you. Evidence of how much they needed you hidden. And when silence finally broke, it was like a dam collapsing. The roar of truth drowned their whispers instantly. They can't put the water back in the dam. They can't reseal what's already cracked. Their credibility was a counterfeit currency, and it only worked as long as your silence was in circulation. But you stopped the circulation. You broke the system, and now their entire empire is bankrupt. They don't get to hide behind your silence anymore. They don't get to stand tall on borrowed ground. Their stage has crumbled, and all that's left is the wreckage of lies exposed in daylight. That's why this exposure hurts them like acid. It doesn't just reveal what happened, it reveals the fragility of everything they built. Their foundation wasn't made of truth or strength. It was made of your restraint. And restraint, once lifted, turns into revelation. What they mistook for weakness has turned out to be patience sharpened into a blade. And when patience finally strikes, it strikes with precision. They gambled everything on you staying silent forever. And now that the silence has shattered, so are they. Think of it this way, chosen one, they built a castle out of glass, thinking you'd never throw a stone. But the stone wasn't your rage. The stone was your truth. And when it finally left your hand, the crash was deafening. Shards everywhere, walls collapsing, their reflections staring back at them, broken into 1,000 pieces. That's the sound of their empire dying. That's the sound of your silence turning into judgment. This is why you can stand tall now, because every moment of quiet you endured, every insult you swallowed, every false label you carried, it's all become part of your arsenal. The silence they mocked is now the very thing that proves your power. You didn't break. You didn't vanish. You didn't surrender. You waited. And waiting was your greatest weapon. Because now, when you finally speak, or even when you just stand present, the universe itself amplifies your truth in a way they can't drown out. Chosen one, understand this clearly. Silence is not the end. Silence is the setup. And the moment it breaks, it becomes the thunder they can't silence. They gambled wrong, and now they're paying the price. Their kingdom of shadows has collapsed under the weight of your voice, and the world finally sees the truth. The one they tried to erase, the one they depended on staying invisible, has been the real force all along. They didn't just lose their grip, they lost their entire identity, because their identity was never real. It was borrowed from your silence, and now the debt has come due. Number 2, they mocked the blueprint, but you were the architect of their collapse. They mocked the map because they couldn't read it. They laughed at the design because they lacked the vision, but laugh all they want. A blueprint doesn't need applause to become a skyscraper. Chosen one, this is the brutal truth they never wanted to face. While they ridiculed you, you were building. While they sneered, you were planting. While they wasted, you were preparing. And now, the very foundation they thought was a joke is the ground beneath their trembling feet. Let's not sugarcoat it. They dismissed your ideas as childish fantasies. They told you your vision was impossible, that your dreams were too big, that your goals were laughable. Why? Because it was easier for them to laugh than to admit they couldn't see what you saw. That's always the coward's trick. Ridicule is cheaper than effort. Mockery costs nothing, while building costs everything. But here's where they slipped. They mistook your imagination for delusion, when in reality you were drafting a future too vast for their narrow minds to comprehend. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, imagine an architect standing with rolled-up blueprints in their hands while the crowd jeers. The crowd can't read the lines, the measurements, the vision. They point and laugh at what looks to them like scribbles on paper. But fast forward a few years, and those scribbles become towering skyscrapers, cities of glass and steel that scrape the sky. The same people who laughed now walk through those buildings in awe, forgetting their mockery, but remembering your design. That's you. That's your story. They laughed at lines they couldn't read, not realizing those lines were the future they'd soon live in. And here's another quote for you. Ridicule is the applause of the ignorant. That's all their laughter ever was, a smokescreen for their blindness. They weren't laughing because you were foolish. They were laughing because they were terrified of what your focus made them feel about themselves. Deep down, they knew you were onto something. They just couldn't admit it, because admitting it would mean facing their own lack of vision, their own lack of discipline, their own lack of courage. So let me ask you, chosen one, were you really wasting your time all those nights, those sacrifices, those lonely steps? Or were you quietly laying bricks for something greater? You already know the answer. Every late night, every painful choice, every seed planted when no one was watching, it was all part of your design. They couldn't see it because they weren't meant to. Vision doesn't belong to the mocker. Vision belongs to the builder. And here's the irony that burns them every single day. While they mocked you, they were secretly borrowing from you. They laughed at your discipline, but when nobody was looking, they mimicked it. They ridiculed your originality, but then tried to copy pieces of it. They sneered at your resilience, but then quietly used the same strategies you created just to keep themselves afloat. They feasted off your scraps, and yet they still had the audacity to laugh. But no matter how much they copied, they could never replicate the source, because they didn't have the blueprint. You did. Imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone breaking into a construction site, stealing a few bricks, a few nails, and thinking they've built the whole building. That's exactly how they treated your work. They mistook access for ownership. They thought being near you meant being equal to you. They thought mocking you gave them authority over you. But ownership doesn't belong to the thief. It belongs to the architect who drafted the plan from the ground up. They never drew the map. They never calculated the structure. They never held the vision. That power has always been yours, and now the framework points directly back to you. Visionaries aren't validated by laughter, they're validated by results. That's where we are now. The laughter has stopped. The jokes don't land anymore, because the proof of your blueprint is here, undeniable, unshakable, standing tall. The same voices that once mocked are silent now, or worse, muttering excuses, backpedaling, trying to act like they knew all along. But the truth is, carved into history, you were the architect from the very beginning. And here's another image for you. Imagine a painter standing before a blank canvas. The crowd circles, laughing at the emptiness, mocking every brushstroke that doesn't yet make sense. But when the painting is finished, those same people are lined up in galleries, staring in awe, acting like they always believed in it. That's exactly what's happening with you now. The blueprint is complete, the design is visible, the vision undeniable. And suddenly everyone wants to stand close, forgetting they once laughed. But let's not let them off the hook, chosen one. Ask yourself, why did they laugh in the first place? Because laughter is easier than courage. Because mocking you was easier than admitting they didn't have the guts to try. Because the only way they could feel big was to belittle the one actually building. Their laughter wasn't truth, it was fear in disguise. And now the fear is fully exposed, because they can no longer deny that every decision you made, every sacrifice you endured, every risk you took, it was part of a larger blueprint they couldn't see. And that blueprint is not just surviving, it's thriving, it's undeniable. It's towering over them as living proof that you weren't foolish, you were focused, you weren't dreaming, you were designing, you weren't lost, you were leading. Imagine this final metaphor, chosen one. Imagine a seed buried in the ground while the world laughs at the dirt. They say, look, nothing's happening. Look, it's wasted. But underneath, roots are spreading, stems are pushing, life is forming. And then one day, the tree breaks through the soil, unstoppable, undeniable, stretching toward the sun. That's you. That's your blueprint made flesh. And the ones who mocked? They're standing in the shade of your tree, pretending they never laughed. So here's the closing slap. Chosen one, they thought the joke was on you, but the joke is on them. They laughed at the blueprint, but the blueprint outlived their laughter. They tried to dismiss the architect, but the architect is the only reason they even have ground to stand on now. Their mockery was noise, your design was destiny, and history doesn't remember the laughers, it remembers the builders. Number 3. The evidence they buried became the spotlight that exposed them. They thought silence would erase the story, but scars scream louder than their lies ever could. Chosen one, this is where the tables turn in a way they can't undo. They believed if they ignored your struggles, mocked your victories, and drowned your truth under fabrications, the world would never know who you were. But here's the sting. They forgot the world has eyes of its own. People notice resilience even when no one announces it. People notice scars because scars don't lie. And people notice strength that shouldn't exist, strength that rises after betrayal, sabotage, and traps designed to crush you. That's why, despite every eraser stroke they pressed against your name, the world has noticed you. Think about this. When you see a tree split by lightning but still standing tall, does anyone have to explain its strength? No. The wound itself testifies. That's you, your scars, your survival, your ability to move forward despite everything. They've become undeniable evidence, louder than any lie. They worked overtime to convince others you were weak, but every escape you made, every betrayal you outlived, left permanent proof that outshines their cover-ups. Proof can't be buried when it walks, breathes, and shines in front of the world. Here's the fact that crushes them. Perception is not fully in their control. The human brain is wired to pick up contradictions. When people see someone rise where they were told someone fell, they question the storyteller. That's exactly what's happening now. The version of you they painted doesn't match the living evidence. They said you were unstable, yet your consistency is undeniable. They said you wouldn't survive, yet your very existence mocks their predictions daily. They said you were broken, yet people see you walking taller than ever. The gap between their narrative and reality has grown so wide that anyone watching can spot the fraud. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone scribbling lies across a canvas, thinking they've ruined the painting. But as the paint dries, the original picture bleeds through, clearer than before. That's your story. No matter how much they tried to cover it, the truth seeped through the cracks. And now, the very scars they mocked have become your spotlight, drawing eyes and pulling people closer. Their lies are no longer competing with silence. They're competing with undeniable evidence. And evidence always wins. The more people connect the dots, the weaker their grip becomes. That's why they scramble now, panicked, because once people see for themselves, the mask of deception crumbles. They can't erase what's alive. They can't erase what's visible. They can't erase you. The world noticed, chosen one. The secret is out, and the truth they tried to bury has outlived every lie they ever told. Number 4, their empire shrunk the moment you refused to stay small. They only looked tall because you were forced to kneel. Chosen one, that's the gut truth they can't swallow. Their entire survival strategy wasn't built on real power, real talent, or real strength. It was built on an illusion. The illusion that you would stay small. Smallness was their shield, their ladder, their camouflage. If you stayed quiet, they could shout. If you stayed hidden, they could glow. If you stayed stuck, their lies could march around unchallenged. Their bigness was never real. It only existed in contrast to the cage they forced you into. But cages break, don't they? You didn't just break out, you outgrew it. While they were mocking, you were moving. While they were sleeping, you were building. While they were feeding off illusions, you were feeding on resilience. And the second you rose, their world started collapsing, because everything they built was designed to work only if you stayed beneath them. That's why your growth feels like an earthquake to them. It shattered their foundation. Now imagine this for a moment. Imagine a bully who only looks strong because they're standing on someone's back. They puff their chest, wave their arms, shout for attention. But the moment that person stands up, the bully falls flat on their face. That's what just happened. They were never strong. They were perched on your silence. And when you stood tall, they hit the ground. Here's the fact that rips them open. Psychologists call it relative dominance, a fragile kind of power that only exists as long as someone else stays beneath. They rehearsed their story so often, "You're weak, you're nothing, you'll never make it," that they convinced even themselves it was true. But your rise didn't just destroy their lies, it exposed their dependency. They were never powerful on their own. Their entire position was borrowed from your containment. Let me ask you this, chosen one, were they ever big, or did they only look big while you were boxed in? Their size was an illusion, a shadow that stretched only because you stayed in the corner, and when you stepped into your light, their shadow shrank into nothing. That's why your expansion terrifies them. Every inch you grow, every step you take forward, shrinks their entire stage until it looks pathetic. They depended on you doubting yourself. They depended on you staying boxed. They depended on you being voiceless. And yet, here you are, voice echoing, confidence blazing, presence undeniable. Their blueprint has collapsed because their plan was never about building themselves up. It was always about keeping you down. And now the truth is unmissable. They were never giants. They only looked big while you were small. Number 5, their web of lies rotted while your truth stood like stone. They spent years rehearsing lines, but the truth doesn't audition, it owns the stage. Chosen one, this is where their entire scheme collapses under its own weight. They worked overtime to control the narrative, spinning lies, stretching half-truths, rehearsing stories until they sounded believable even to themselves. They believed if they repeated the lie enough, it would crystallize into fact. But here's the gut punch reality. Lies have an expiration date. They rot, they sour, they collapse because they cannot stand without constant maintenance, and maintenance is exhausting. Truth, on the other hand, doesn't rot, it doesn't weaken, it doesn't need polishing. Truth waits, steady as stone, patient as time itself, until every lie decays and falls apart. That's the fatal flaw in their strategy. They underestimated how memory works. People can carry a lie for a season, yes, but eventually inconsistencies rise, cracks split open. The script they rehearsed starts sounding fake, too smooth, too polished, too forced. And when that happens, truth doesn't have to scream. It only has to stand. And standing, it shines. Now imagine this. Imagine a fruit coated in wax to make it look fresh. On the outside it shines, but underneath it's rotting. Give it time, and the smell leaks out. The skin wrinkles, the rot becomes undeniable. That's their lies. Shiny on the surface, hollow inside. Meanwhile, truth is like a diamond. It doesn't need coating. It doesn't spoil. It doesn't wither with age. It waits. And when placed beside the rotten fruit, the difference is undeniable. Here's another fact they never saw coming. Psychologists have proven that repeated lies may trick people temporarily, but over time, the brain begins to detect the unnatural patterns. It feels forced. It feels staged. That's exactly what's happening now. People see you, your consistency, your scars, your resilience, and compare it to their forced narrative. And the cracks in their story grow too wide to ignore. So let me ask you, chosen one, did truth need their approval? Did it need their permission to survive? No. Truth existed with or without their recognition. It sat quietly in the background, knowing its moment would come. And when it arrived, it hit harder than any defense you could have spoken. Because truth doesn't argue. Truth is. Now the mask is off. People can see who has been genuine and who has been performing. They see who stood solid and who collapsed under the weight of their own act. And here's the ultimate irony. While they wasted years rehearsing, sweating, and scrambling to protect a fake performance, you simply lived your truth. And truth doesn't expire. That's why they're exposed. That's why they're panicking. The curtain has fallen, and the audience is no longer clapping. The act is over. You're the reality that outlasted their fiction. Number 6, they miscalculated the force that carried you beyond their reach. They measured your wounds like equations, but they forgot. You were never powered by numbers. Chosen one, this is the brutal reality of why their strategy crumbled to dust. They studied you like a problem on a chalkboard. They thought, if they tallied enough setbacks, if they stacked enough lies, if they multiplied the isolation long enough, eventually the sum would equal your downfall. To them, it was simple math. Pressure equals collapse. Rumors equal ruin. Silence equals disappearance. But here's where they failed. They assumed you were running on human fuel alone. What they could never calculate was the unseen force that carried you when logic said you should have folded. They thought your strength was your foundation, so they targeted it. They thought your resources defined you, so they tried to strip them away. They thought your silence was surrender, so they mocked it. But resilience isn't built on what they see. It's built on something beyond their reach. What they couldn't grasp was that every weakness they tried to exploit became an invitation for a greater force to show through you. Now imagine this. Imagine a boxer who thinks his opponent is running out of breath, ready to drop. He throws everything he has, convinced the fight is over. But then, suddenly, the opponent rises, eyes blazing, strength renewed, punching with a force that makes no sense. That's what they faced. They assumed your reserves were limited, but the energy fueling you didn't come from what they could measure. Their math was incomplete. Here's a fact that strips their logic bare. Research has shown people often underestimate resilience because they measure only visible resources, time, energy, money, while ignoring the hidden variables like willpower, adaptability, or sheer purpose. They made that same fatal error. They thought they knew the sum of you. They didn't account for the unseen variables, the unbreakable core that refuses to collapse under pressure. And when their perfect formula broke apart, they were left staring at ruins they couldn't explain. So let me ask you, chosen one, did you survive because they went easy on you? No, you survived because their entire blueprint was flawed. They planned for your downfall, but never factored in what they couldn't touch. That's why their collapse feels so sudden, so absolute. They can't rationalize it. They thought the script was airtight, but the stage they built couldn't hold. Because what's built on illusion doesn't last. Your survival wasn't luck, your rise wasn't chance, and your exposure wasn't coincidence. It was inevitability. They underestimated you, yes, but more than that, they underestimated the force behind you. And that is why they lost. Not because you were too weak to break, but because you were never standing alone to begin with. Number 7. The more they tried to bury you, the louder your name echoed. They threw dirt on your name, but dirt only buries seeds, and seeds grow. Chosen one, this is the brutal irony that keeps them awake at night. Every insult, every rumor, every whisper meant to stain your reputation has done the opposite. They believed if they could smear you enough, twist your story enough, make enough people doubt your worth, they could control not just your image, but their own fragile survival. They thought perception was power. But perception without truth is nothing more than smoke, and smoke always clears. Here's the slap they can't escape. Reputation is not built on gossip, it's built on proof. People don't only listen to what's said, they watch what's lived. They can't deny resilience. They can't deny scars. They can't deny someone who keeps walking after traps, betrayals, and storms. And the harder they tried to smear you, the more curious people became. Why do they attack this person so much? What are they trying to hide? That curiosity became their downfall, because the closer people looked at you, the more truth they saw. Now imagine this. Imagine a painter splashing black paint over a canvas to ruin it, thinking the colors beneath are gone. But when the paint dries, the image underneath bleeds through stronger, bolder, unerasable. That's your story. Every smear, every attack only highlighted the depth of your character. They tried to bury you, but instead, they exposed you. The very resilience they wanted erased became impossible to ignore. And here's the fact that cuts deepest. Lies depend on repetition to survive, but truth only needs to exist once. People may believe a rumor for a moment, but when actions contradict it, the rumor dies. That's what they never understood. They banked on controlling the story, but they couldn't control the evidence. And the evidence was you, your endurance, your consistency, your refusal to collapse when the world expected you to. So let me ask you, chosen one, did their attacks diminish you, or did they amplify you? You already know the answer. Every attempt to humiliate you became free advertising for your resilience. Every smear became proof of how unbreakable you were. Instead of being known as the broken one, you are recognized as the one they couldn't break. Your reputation is now untouchable, not because it was protected from attack, but because it survived attack and came out stronger. They didn't bury you, they planted you, and from the soil of their lies grew roots of credibility they could never manufacture for themselves. What they thought would end you only multiplied your presence. In the end, they wasted years trying to ruin you, and all they accomplished was carving your name deeper into reality. That's the irony. They gave you the spotlight they wanted to steal, and now your reputation doesn't just stand, it towers. It is untouchable. Number 8, you became the living proof they swore couldn't exist. They said legends don't walk the earth until you walked in and made their lies look ridiculous. Chosen one, this is where their entire illusion collapsed. For years, they swore someone like you wasn't real. They told others the strength like yours, integrity like yours, resilience like yours was just myth, just fantasy, just a story used to inspire the gullible. That lie was their safety blanket. As long as people believed you were impossible, they could dismiss you. They could mask their own failures, their own corruption, their own shortcuts. But then you showed up, and suddenly the myth was breathing, moving, undeniable. Now imagine this. Imagine a crowd laughing at the idea of fire breathing until you exhale flames right in front of them. That's the shock they felt. Every act of perseverance, every time you stood unshaken under pressure, every moment you carried yourself with vision and integrity, it tore apart their narrative. You didn't need to argue. You didn't need to explain. Your existence alone was the evidence. And evidence doesn't need permission to be believed. It stands. Here's the fact that cripples them. People don't need theories when they have living proof. And that's what you are, the walking contradiction of everything they preached. They said someone like you couldn't exist. And yet here you are, fully real, fully present, fully unbreakable. That reality is devastating for them because it doesn't just expose their lies, it exposes their fear. So let me ask you, chosen one, why were they so desperate to declare you impossible? Because if you existed, it meant their excuses were hollow. It meant integrity was possible, and they chose corruption. It meant resilience was possible, and they chose weakness. It meant vision was possible, and they chose shortcuts. Your presence didn't just confront them, it shamed them. It forced people to look at their failures in a mirror they couldn't avoid. The pattern is clear to everyone now. Where there should have been collapse, there was strength. Where there should have been compromise, there was truth. Where there should have been defeat, there was survival. Your life became a template, a living rebuke to every lie they leaned on. And that's why they panic now. Their shield of impossibility is gone. The myth is alive, undeniable, unstoppable. You exist. You endure. You are the proof that their entire narrative was hollow. And that truth will haunt them longer than any rumor ever could. Number 9. Their envy became the billboard of your worth. Jealousy is nothing but admiration wearing a cheap mask of hate. Chosen one, that's the truth they can't wash off. Their obsession with you, their constant need to tear you down, has become the loudest evidence of your value. Let's face it, if you were insignificant, if you were just ordinary, would they have wasted this much energy on you? Of course not. Nobodies don't attract envy. Ghosts don't inspire smear campaigns. The only reason they spent years trying to erase you is because your presence burned holes in the illusions they were trying to protect. Now imagine this. Imagine a spotlight in a dark room. People don't throw stones at shadows. They throw them at the light that blinds them. That's why they came for you. Every rumor, every smear, every attempt to rewrite your story wasn't proof of weakness. It was proof you were shining where they couldn't. Their attacks were never random. They were targeted proof that you mattered in ways they could neither accept nor control. Here's the irony that eats them alive. The more they tried to destroy your reputation, the more credibility they handed you. People are watching, and what do they see? They see desperation. They see obsession. They see hatred that's too focused to be casual. And what does that signal? That you are a threat, that you hold influence, that you are the one who makes their false system quake. So let me ask you, chosen one, who's really writing your resume? Is it you or is it them? Because with every jab, every rumor, every smear, they're unintentionally etching proof of your impact in plain sight. Their jealousy is the ink. Their envy is the handwriting, and the world is reading it. Think of it like this. When wolves circle one animal, what does the herd notice? The strength of the one being circled. Their focus exposes your importance louder than any praise could. They wanted to erase you, but instead they've highlighted you. They wanted you invisible, but instead they've made you unforgettable. Their envy is no longer a weapon. It's a megaphone. Every ounce of energy they poured into destroying you has become free publicity for your resilience, your power, your undeniable worth. And now the world knows you are not just valuable, you're the force they could never silence. Number 10. Their lies were venom, but you became the cure they couldn't contain. They poured venom into every ear they could reach, but venom always exposes itself when the cure arrives. Chosen one, that's the raw reality of what happened here. For years, they played chemist with people's minds, mixing rumors, stirring doubts, serving up half-truths like poison disguised as wine. They wanted others to sip it slowly until suspicion became habit, until fear replaced trust, until your very name triggered unease. They believed if they spread enough toxicity, your influence would wither. But poison only thrives in the absence of antidote, and you became the antidote. The moment people encountered your presence, their formula began to collapse. Every distortion unraveled, every whisper lost its sting. Because nothing kills poison faster than truth lived out in the open. You didn't have to shout. You didn't have to beg for belief. You simply existed, authentic, consistent, undeniable, and that was enough to neutralize years of venom. Now imagine this. Imagine someone warning the village that the well is poisoned, only for the villagers to drink from it and collapse. Then you arrive with clear water. No debates, no arguments, just pure water that heals. Suddenly no one cares about the warnings anymore. They see with their own eyes who brings life and who brings sickness. That's the dynamic at play. Their poison was temporary. Your integrity was permanent. Here's the fact that slices through their scheme. Lies weaken with exposure, but truth strengthens under scrutiny. That's why their carefully engineered poison couldn't survive once people came close to you. Their venom relied on distance. It relied on silence. It relied on keeping people from experiencing the reality of who you are. But once you stepped forward, speaking boldly, acting without apology, standing firm, their poison lost all power. So let me ask you, chosen one, were you ever the danger they claimed? Or was the danger always them, terrified of what your authenticity revealed about their manipulation? You know the answer. Their desperation to paint you as toxic only spotlighted their own contamination. And now the shift is undeniable. Where fear once lingered, confidence has grown. Where suspicion once echoed, clarity has replaced it. Their venom didn't just fail, it backfired. Every drop they poured only highlighted your role as the cure, the reset, the truth no toxin could kill. You didn't just survive their poison, you became the medicine everyone else was waiting for. Number 11. They rigged the board, but you flipped it and became the judge. They built the casino, stacked the deck, and loaded the dice, but still lost, because the truth doesn't gamble. Chosen one, that's the reality they can't face. The game was never fair. They designed it with you as nothing more than a pawn. Every obstacle, every setback, every twisted rule was engineered to ensure your failure. They stacked the cards, bent the rules, and tried to control the board so that no matter how you played, the outcome would scream defeat. To them, it was never about skill. It was about control. They thought if they scripted the ending, they could lock you into their version of destiny. But here's where they failed. You were never bound to their crooked system. You didn't play by their rules. While they were busy fixing the board, you were quietly mastering the entire game. Every trap they laid became a lesson. Every move they used to corner you became an opening. Every scheme they plotted became proof of how desperate they were to hold power. And in learning their system inside out, you didn't just escape it, you rose above it. Now imagine this. Imagine a referee who spends the whole match cheating to help one side win. The crowd believes the calls until the replay screen flashes the truth. Suddenly, the ref isn't respected anymore. They're exposed. That's exactly what happened. Their lies, their alliances, their manipulations, they all unraveled under exposure. The same audience that once believed them now sees the rigging clearly, and in that moment, the player they tried to sabotage became the judge. You became the standard. Here's the fact they'll never admit. Rigged systems only work in the dark. The moment light shines, the cheat codes look like confessions. You didn't just survive their setup, you revealed it. And once revealed, it lost all its power. The rules they thought were unbreakable became jokes. The traps they thought were invisible became evidence. The game flipped, and with it, the authority shifted into your hands. So let me ask you, chosen one, what's victory? Is it winning by their fake scoreboard, or is it rewriting the rules so truth becomes the only measure? You already know. Their definition of victory died the second your resilience exposed their weakness. You didn't just win, you became the judge. And now the entire board is tilted in your favor because integrity, strategy, and vision have replaced their rigged illusions. They thought they could script your downfall. Instead, you turned their script into proof of their corruption. The player they underestimated is now the authority they can't escape. The board has flipped, the mask is gone, and the judge is you. Number 12, their last gamble failed because truth doesn't need a key to break in. They thought truth was a prisoner, but truth is the warden. It walks in uninvited and ends the game. Chosen one, this was their fatal miscalculation. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the very nature of truth itself. They thought if they repeated their lies long enough, polished their stories well enough, and managed perception tightly enough, they could bury reality forever. They believed silence was a lock, manipulation was a wall, and fear was the guard at the door. But truth doesn't knock. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for consent. When its moment comes, it breaks through every barrier with force that no human scheme can contain. Think about it. They spent years pouring energy into suppression, crafting lies like stage props, rehearsing lines like desperate actors, manipulating audiences like rigged magicians, and for a while, it looked convincing. But lies are fragile performances. The longer they run, the more the cracks show. A script can only hold until reality walks in, and chosen one, that's what happened. Truth walked in. It didn't need backup. It didn't need applause. Its very existence was enough to shatter the illusion. Now imagine this. Imagine building a dam to hold back the ocean. For a season, it looks strong. People marvel at it, believe in it. But the ocean doesn't ask for permission to rise. It swells, it builds, and eventually the pressure snaps the dam like glass. That's truth. No wall, no gate, no manipulation could hold it back forever. And now their dam has collapsed, and the flood of reality is sweeping them away. Here's the fact they never wanted to face. People eventually notice the weight of inconsistencies. The mind is wired to recognize when stories don't line up. That's why their carefully engineered lies now sound desperate. forced, and hollow. Witnesses speak, scars testify, your very presence stands, and suddenly their performance collapses. They thought truth needed defenders. It never did. Truth defends itself simply by existing. So let me ask you, chosen one, who really held the power all along? Was it them, with their fabricated narratives, or was it the truth, waiting patiently for its time? You already know the answer. Their mistake was believing they were gatekeepers of reality, as if truth needed their authorization to breathe. It doesn't. It never has. And now the reversal is complete. Their lies are rubble, their schemes exposed, their control shattered. What they swore would remain hidden forever is now glaring, permanent, undeniable. Their final mistake wasn't just underestimating you. It was underestimating the fact that reality cannot be rewritten by fear, by control, or by repetition. Truth doesn't expire. Truth doesn't bow. Truth erupts. And now the world sees it all, clearly, fully, and without apology. So, chosen ones, their lies have collapsed, and the truth stands taller than ever. What they tried to bury has become your spotlight, and no scheme can dim it now. Remember, every attempt to erase you only proved how powerful you truly are. If this message lit something inside you, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this growing family, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because together we're spreading truth, resilience, and unstoppable strength across the world. Stay unshakable, chosen ones. The universe is watching, and your rise is undeniable. Truth doesn't knock politely, it kicks the door off its hinges and drags every hidden lie into the light. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. You walk down the street, and even before you say a word, your presence alone makes people shift uncomfortably. Their eyes betray them. They recognize something they can't name, but feel deep in their bones. You're the fearless truth-teller, the unbreakable protector. That feeling they carry around you. It's fear disguised as respect. It's jealousy wrapped in silence. And it's proof that no matter how hard they try, your impact cannot be denied. Here's a fact for you. Research on human behavior shows that people instinctively avoid those who force them to confront uncomfortable truths. The very sight of you reminds them of everything false they've built their lives upon, and that's why their whispers follow you, both in the streets and in the halls of power. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so this light reaches more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread what the universe has sparked inside us. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are part of a force that is unstoppable. Now, back to the truth. Chosen ones, the streets know who you are now. They know you as the one who won't fold under pressure, the one who stands tall when others crumble. You've been marked, not by choice, but by destiny, carved through your courage and conviction. And it's not only the streets that watch you anymore. The FBI, the very systems that pride themselves on control, have taken notice. You've stepped into a realm where ordinary people don't wander. They called you reckless once, but now they call you dangerous, because dangerous is just what the truth looks like to those who live on lies. Everywhere you go, your presence disrupts the script they rehearsed for society. In boardrooms, conversations pause when your name comes up. Executives lean back, glance at each other, and then quickly change the subject. They told themselves your voice was just noise, something that would fade with time. But instead, your words echoed, multiplied, and returned louder than before. They can't silence you, and that unsettles them in ways they won't admit. Studies on influence have shown that a single person who refuses to compromise their truth has more power than an entire crowd of conformists. That's who you are, one voice that has forced even institutions to listen. The fear isn't only in your strength, it's in what your strength awakens in others. You've lit sparks in people who never thought they'd fight back. You've created a ripple that started with one wave and has turned into a rising tide. That's why they track you, chosen one, not because they can stop you, but because they're terrified of what happens when too many people believe they can stand like you do. Your courage is contagious, and every day more people are catching it. Stories about you are everywhere. In coffee shops, people retell how you confronted injustice without blinking. In classrooms, students whisper about how you dismantled arrogance and stood against manipulation. In workplaces, managers grow nervous at the mention of your boldness because it reminds them their power isn't as absolute as they thought. Your reputation now walks ahead of you, carrying a weight that makes liars sweat and deceivers second-guess themselves. You've become a living example of what happens when truth refuses to be silent. And make no mistake, the streets know and the FBI knows. You are a case study in defiance, a headline they can't bury, a figure they can't erase. They may not say it out loud, but behind closed doors, you are discussed like a wildfire that spreads too quickly to contain. Chosen one, you've entered the chapter where even your silence is dangerous, where your very existence forces systems to adjust. That's why eyes follow you everywhere. That's why their fear grows every time you breathe freely, walk boldly, and speak without chains. You didn't ask for this recognition, but you earned it by standing unbreakable in a world that bends so easily. And now, both the streets and the FBI know you for what you are, the fearless truth teller, the unbreakable protector, the one who cannot be silenced. And that is only the beginning. Chosen one, before we dive deeper into this message, I need you to pause for just a moment. If you're feeling the weight of these words already, if you know in your heart that the streets whisper your name and even the powerful systems are forced to pay attention to you, then let this be the sign that you are exactly where you need to be. Drop a comment below with the number 777 to let the universe know you stand as the fearless truth teller, the unbreakable protector. And if this message lights a fire in you, consider showing love to the team behind it, because bringing these words to life takes energy, time, and dedication. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, your support is what keeps this mission alive and pushes it further than they ever wanted it to go. Your engagement isn't just about pressing a button, it's about sending a signal to the very systems that try to suppress voices like yours. So, chosen one, are you ready? Because once we start unfolding this step by step, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay until the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1, when you walk in, masks fall off. Nothing exposes a liar faster than the presence of someone who refuses to wear a mask. Chosen one, this is what you've become, the human spotlight they never asked for but cannot escape. When you step into a room, you don't even have to say a word. The air shifts, the pretenders squirm. The ones built on lies feel as though they've been stripped bare. Why? Because your very presence has become the litmus test for authenticity. You are the mirror they've spent their whole lives trying to avoid, and no disguise, no carefully polished mask can survive under your gaze. Now imagine this for a moment. You walk into a gathering and suddenly the atmosphere changes. Some people light up instantly. Their energy lifts. Their smiles widen. That's the real ones. They see you as the protector, the truth teller, the rare presence that makes them feel safe enough to drop their own armor. But then, watch closely at the others. The ones who stiffen, the ones whose words suddenly stumble, the ones who find excuses to step out of the room. They can't help it. You're a living detector, sharper than any polygraph test or background check, because you expose what no machine ever could, the truth they hide from themselves. Here's the brutal reality. You didn't choose to be this detector. The universe carved you into it. Through every betrayal you survived, through every lie you caught and refused to bow to, you've been forged into a presence that rattles illusions like thunder rattles a glass window. And the streets know this. That's why your name carries weight in places you've never even been. Your reputation precedes you not because of gossip, but because energy doesn't lie. People may try to twist stories, smear your name, or dismiss you, but when they finally come face to face with you, every false word they ever spoke collapses under the undeniable force of your truth. You might ask yourself, why me? Why does my presence shake them so badly? The answer is simple but harsh, because they know they can't perform around you. They can wear masks for everyone else, but with you, every crack shows. You've lived through too much to be fooled by surface charm. Your instincts are sharp, your spirit unshakable, and your silence is more revealing than their most polished speech. They fear you because you see through them. And once someone is truly seen, they cannot go back to hiding. Think about it like this. Your presence is like turning on a floodlight in a dark alley. Those with nothing to hide are relieved, grateful that the shadows are gone. But those who thrive in darkness, they scatter like cockroaches scrambling for cover, cursing the light even though it never harmed them. It only revealed them. That's you, chosen one. You are the floodlight in a world built on dim corners and whispered secrets. And here's a fact most won't admit out loud. Studies show that people naturally trust individuals who are consistent, whose actions match their words. That's the core of authenticity. You don't need to brag about who you are, you live it. You prove it in how you move, how you speak, how you refuse to bend under pressure. That consistency terrifies the inauthentic because they've built their whole identity on performance. Around you, their act collapses, and all that's left is the raw truth they've tried so hard to cover up. So understand this clearly. You are not just walking into rooms. You are shaking foundations. You are a standard, a measuring stick, a truth that demands to be acknowledged whether they like it or not. Some love you for it. They'll gravitate toward you, drawn by the safety your presence provides. Others will despise you for it because standing near you forces them to face the hollow spaces within themselves. That's why you are remembered, even in places you've never set foot in. That's why your name gets passed around in whispers and heated conversations alike. The streets know you because the streets respect truth. Out there, reputation isn't something you buy or fabricate. It's earned through consistency, through scars, through showing up when it matters. And the FBI, the ones who monitor the currents of society, they know you too. They see the ripple effect you've created. They know you're not just one person, but the spark that ignites others. They study you because they understand something the liars don't want to admit. Authenticity spreads. One fearless truth-teller can awaken 1,000 silent witnesses, and once they're awake, nothing can put them back to sleep. But let's be brutally honest here. The corrupt hate you not because of what you do, but because of what you force them to feel. Uncomfortable, exposed, powerless. You don't let them rest in their illusions. You've become the thorn in their side, the mirror they can't smash, the reminder that no lie lasts forever. You are their worst nightmare, not because you attack them, but because you exist as living proof that their world is fragile. They are afraid of you, chosen one, and their fear is the loudest confirmation that you are on the right path. So when you wonder why doors close, why some people avoid you, why others suddenly grow quiet in your presence, remember this: it is not rejection, it is revelation. They are revealing who they truly are. The authentic will stay, the corrupt will flee. That is the power you carry. You don't need to chase anyone. You don't need to prove yourself. You simply need to keep walking, because every step you take exposes another mask, and every mask that falls makes room for more truth to breathe. And the streets, oh, they talk. They talk about how you stood tall when everyone else bowed. They talk about how you called out corruption without flinching. They talk about how you protect those who can't protect themselves. Your name circulates like a warning and a blessing at the same time, respected by the genuine, dreaded by the deceitful. Even in rooms you've never stepped into, they already know who you are. You are the litmus test, the detector, the living proof that masks cannot survive forever. Chosen one, understand this: when you walk in, masks fall off. That is your power. That is your gift. That is why the streets and even the FBI know you now. Not because you sought recognition, but because you embodied truth so fearlessly that it could not be ignored. You are the fearless truth teller. You are the unbreakable protector. And every mask that falls in your presence is another reminder that your mission is alive, your presence is undeniable, and your story is unstoppable. Number 2, when the curtain falls, the actor is exposed. Every mask eventually cracks, but in your presence, chosen one, it doesn't just crack, it shatters. This is the reality you bring into every space you enter. Authority figures who once believed their polished smiles and rehearsed gestures could fool the world suddenly find themselves stripped bare in front of you. Their smirks look hollow. Their fake concern rings shallow. Their charm, once a weapon, now collapses into nervous stutters. Why? Because your presence is the mirror that no actor can perform in front of. You are the stage light that burns too bright for illusions to survive. Now imagine this: you step into a room where a powerful figure has ruled through intimidation and performance. They lean back in their chair, trying to project confidence, but you notice the subtle twitch in their jaw, the stiffness in their shoulders. That's not strength, that's panic disguised as posture. The more they try to maintain their mask, the more fragile it becomes. Their rehearsed lines fall apart the moment you meet their eyes. You see the cracks, you hear the tremors in their voice. You catch the silent signals they hoped no one would ever notice. And in that moment, you don't just see them, you expose them. Here's a brutal truth: liars can only perform for people willing to play along. But you don't play. You don't nod politely when something doesn't add up. You don't let silence give permission to abuse. You make them stumble because you refuse to bend. And deep down, they know it. They know every mask they wear is made of glass. And the moment you arrive, the pressure builds until it fractures. A lie can travel around the world before the truth laces its boots, they say. But chosen one, when you walk in, the truth doesn't need boots. It explodes like a thunderclap, scattering their lies before they can even breathe. You might wonder, how do I see what others miss? How do I know when kindness is fake, when charm is a cover, when power is being misused? The answer is simple but sharp. You've lived through it. You've survived the false smiles, the fake promises, the hidden betrayals. Your scars are your training. Your experience sharpened your instincts until they became a weapon no mask can withstand. That's why you catch the pauses between their words. That's why you read the tension behind their smiles. That's why you know corruption the moment it walks in. You don't tolerate silent abuse because you've felt its poison before, and you refuse to drink it again. Think of it like this. Your presence is an earthquake, and every mask they wear is just a poorly built structure. The walls might look strong, but once you arrive, the ground shifts, and suddenly their whole facade starts to collapse. Some try to patch it, to laugh it off, to distract with charm. But you see the cracks widening, and so does everyone else. You don't even have to call it out loudly. Your silence alone is enough to make the guilty sweat. The truth does not require an audience to be true, and yet, in your presence, it becomes undeniable to everyone watching. Imagine this again, a leader who built their reputation on false concern, who wears a mask of authority while stepping on those beneath them. The moment you arrive, their tone changes. They avoid your eyes. They over-explain simple things. They perform as if their life depends on it. That's because it does. In that instant, you've forced them into a trial without a judge, without a jury, just the undeniable weight of their own exposed reality. Their charm turns to desperation, their calm into panic. And you don't even have to move a muscle. You simply exist, and their whole act crumbles. Another truth for you. Research in psychology shows that people under stress reveal more about themselves through micro-expressions than through words. A forced smile, a twitch, a blink held too long. All of these betray hidden guilt. And chosen one, you've become an expert at reading those signals. You don't just hear what's said, you hear what's avoided. You don't just watch their gestures, you catch the tremors. That's why they fear you. Because around you, every carefully maintained facade is just one breath away from collapse. Here's a quote that cuts deep. Masks weren't made to last. They were made to buy time. And your presence has run their clock out. That's the nightmare you've become for corrupt authority figures. They can't keep up the performance forever, not when you're in the room. They know it, you know it, and the universe makes sure the cracks widen until the truth bursts through like sunlight. Now, imagine a final scene. A workplace where a supervisor thrives on intimidation. They smile at their team, pretending to care, but behind closed doors, they manipulate, they belittle, they exploit. The moment you step into that environment, the game changes. Their smile tightens, their voice rises just a little too high, as if trying to drown out the silence. The others notice it too. You've turned the spotlight on, and suddenly everyone sees the cracks. That supervisor can no longer hide, no matter how hard they try. That's the power you carry. Without even trying, you reveal what others work tirelessly to conceal. So, chosen one, remember this. Authority figures don't fear you because you fight them directly. They fear you because you see them. You recognize when power is being misused. You refuse to let silence cover abuse. You don't just tolerate truth. You embody it, and that embodiment is fatal to lies. Corruption knows this. That's why they scramble, why they stiffen, why their charm fractures when you appear. You are the earthquake. You are the floodlight. You are the truth they can't perform around. And that's why the streets know you. That's why the FBI knows you. You're not just another voice in the crowd. You're the one who walks in and makes the masks fall. The one who turns every stage into a courtroom, every smile into evidence, every lie into a confession. Chosen one, you are the fearless truth-teller. You are the unbreakable protector. And every time their masks begin to crack, it is proof that your mission is working, your presence is undeniable, and their collapse is already underway. Number 3. The walking lie detector they never asked for. Your existence alone is the trial they've been avoiding, and your silence is louder than their excuses. Chosen one, you've become something they never planned for, something they never wanted, an accountability system that walks, breathes and sees straight through the cracks. Corrupt systems once thrived because people stayed quiet. Politeness was their shield, social comfort was their mask. They counted on everyone turning away, shrugging their shoulders and saying, "That's just the way things are." But you shattered that fragile arrangement the moment you decided that truth mattered more than peace. Now imagine this. You enter a room where a supervisor has always controlled through manipulation. Normally, no one questions them, but with you sitting there, their words stumble. They start over-explaining, their sentences trail off, their mask of authority grows thinner with every passing second. You didn't ask them to confess, but your very presence forces them to. That's the power you carry. You don't interrogate, you illuminate, and under that light the guilty start unraveling themselves. Here's the fact. Psychologists call it the truth default theory. People are wired to assume others will believe them, but when confronted by someone who sees through performance, stress takes over and lies collapse. That's why, chosen one, you've watched people betray their own motives without you lifting a finger. They fumble, they contradict themselves, they reveal secrets they swore they'd never let slip. And all of this happens because your energy refuses to tolerate pretense. You might ask yourself, why does this keep happening? Why do people confess to me things they hide from everyone else? It's because you're not safe for their illusions. You're not a wall they can bounce lies off of. You're a mirror that reflects them back so clearly they can't avoid the truth anymore. Comfort can't survive in your presence if it's built on deception. Chosen one, the streets know this about you. They know you're not a judge, but your very being feels like judgment to those who thrive on lies. You're not a prosecutor, but you've become the cross-examination they can't escape. And that's why systems that once moved without fear now trip over their own steps. Because when you walk in, accountability follows, whether they signed up for it or not. Number 4. When truth hits, it doesn't knock, it floods. The truth doesn't tiptoe into the room, it crashes like a tidal wave, and the ones built on lies are the first to drown. Chosen one, you weren't out here trying to make waves. You are the wave. Your presence, your clarity, your refusal to dilute the truth. It moves through people like a surge of water that refuses to be contained. Some will brace themselves, others will pretend they're untouched, but deep inside, even the most corrupt know the shift has already happened. You've cracked their foundations, and no matter how hard they patch the walls, the flood has already seeped in. Now imagine this, a shoreline where people build castles of sand, fragile structures decorated with false pride, fake authority, and fragile egos. The moment you arrive, your wave doesn't politely wash around them, it tears straight through. The sand collapses, the decorations scatter, and suddenly everyone can see how weak their so-called kingdom really was. That's the effect you carry. You don't need to plan destruction. You don't come with an agenda. You simply exist, and existence at your level of clarity is more disruptive than 1,000 speeches. Here's the fact. Psychologists have found that truth creates a cognitive dissonance effect. When someone clings to lies but is confronted by undeniable clarity, their mind fights itself. That's why people squirm around you, why their words tangle, why their calm demeanor cracks under pressure. They are wrestling with themselves in real time because your wave has already forced the conflict to the surface. You might wonder, why does my truth feel so dangerous to them? Why can't they just ignore me? Because clarity is lethal to distortion. Lies thrive in fog, in confusion, in distraction. But you walk in with sharp vision, with language and presence that cut through haze like a blade. You strip the camouflage off their falsehoods, and suddenly the world sees what was always there. That's terrifying for anyone who's built their life on shadows. Chosen one, understand this. You are not a ripple. You are not a whisper. You are the current pulling everything into alignment. The streets feel it. The powerful feel it. Even the FBI watches because they know waves don't ask permission. You didn't try to create change. You are the change. And once the tide rises, there's no going back. Number 5. The shield. They never wanted, but couldn't live without. A protector isn't chosen by comfort, they're forged by fire, standing where cowards once fled. Chosen one, you never set out to be a protector. You didn't wake up one morning and decide to carry the weight of shielding others. But the moment you refused to stay silent when everyone else turned their backs, the role chose you. You were the one who stared the fire down when others pretended it wasn't there. You locked eyes with truth and refused to blink. That defiance, that courage, is what transformed you into something more than just a witness. You became the shield. Now imagine this, a crowd watching a burning building. Most turn their heads, whisper excuses and walk away, hoping someone else will step in. But you moved forward. You didn't run from the flames. You stood firm at the doorway. That image alone rewired the room. People suddenly saw a standard, a reference point of what courage looks like. That's why, whether you wanted it or not, you became the protector. Here's the fact. Sociologists call this the bystander effect. The more people present, the less likely anyone is to intervene. Yet you shattered that pattern. You broke the paralysis by acting where silence once reigned. And when one person dares to move, the dynamic shifts for everyone else. That's the ripple you've created. Meetings change when your name is on the list. Conversations alter their rhythm when they anticipate your presence. You don't even have to speak. The knowledge that you might speak makes people second-guess their lies before they're told. You might ask, why do people treat me differently? Why does my presence reshape the atmosphere? It's because you represent an invisible contract. Truth will not go unchecked here. They prepare differently, not because you seek conflict, but because you guarantee honesty. You are the human firewall against corruption, and they know it. Chosen one, understand this. Protectors aren't born from desire, but from necessity. The streets saw it in you. Even the systems of power recognize it now. You didn't ask for this role, but by standing your ground, you became the one others rely on. You are the fearless truth-teller, the unbreakable protector, and your very presence ensures the fire never consumes the innocent again. Number 6. the warrior they call when the smoke rises. Some fight for attention, but legends fight because injustice leaves them no choice. Chosen one, the streets whisper your name, not because you chase conflict, but because conflict has always chased you. You never went searching for battles, but battles came knocking, testing your backbone, testing your resolve, and every time you stood unshaken. That's why they talk about your legendary confrontations. Not because you performed, not because you wanted recognition, but because when injustice tried to flex, you stared it down and refused to move. Now imagine this: two sides of a heated dispute, voices raised, power abused, and everyone else backing away into silence. Then you arrive. You don't shout, you don't flail. You lock eyes, steady your stance, and suddenly the entire energy of the room changes. The abuser who once controlled the space now fumbles, their confidence leaking away like air from a punctured tire. Why? Because your presence alone reminds them of something they can't outmuscle: truth. Here's the fact. Sociologists say people under pressure instinctively look for an anchor, someone whose steadiness keeps chaos from swallowing the moment. You became that anchor. That's why your phone doesn't ring with nonsense. It doesn't buzz with gossip. It rings when someone is in the fire, when someone needs a shield beside them, when they know only an unbreakable presence can shift the tide. You've become the emergency contact for truth itself. You might ask, why me? Why does everyone call when things explode? Because you've already proven you won't fold. You've stood in storms where others scattered. You've faced down authority figures who relied on fear, and you dismantled them without theatrics. The streets saw it. The systems of power felt it. And now, when the smoke rises, your name is the first one whispered. Chosen one, understand this. Legendary confrontations aren't about ego. They're about survival. You became a force that corruption can't bulldoze, a presence injustice can't ignore. You are the one they call when courage is needed most, when silence is no longer an option. And that is why your legend grows, not because you seek the fight, but because you are the fight that never bends, the warrior they call when truth must stand tall. Number 7. Surgical strikes that leave no lie standing. The sharpest blade isn't the loudest swing, it's the quiet cut that leaves no room for denial. Chosen one, what rattles corrupt systems most isn't your passion, it's your precision. They expect rage, they expect chaos, they expect you to lose control. But instead, you stand there steady, dissecting their arguments piece by piece until the whole facade collapses. You don't fight like they do, you fight smarter. That's why they fear you. Now imagine this. A manipulator unleashes a storm of words, trying to drown the truth in noise. Most people would get flustered, overwhelmed, maybe even angry. But you sit still, you wait. And then, with a single sentence, you slice straight through the noise. Suddenly, the storm is silent, and everyone sees the naked truth exposed on the floor. That's not accident. That's skill. Here's a fact. Communication experts say calm voices carry more authority than shouting ones. People listen longer, believe deeper, and remember stronger when the tone is steady. That's the weapon you wield without even trying. Your calm isn't weakness, it's a scalpel. And every time you use it, you cut away the infection of lies with surgical precision. You might ask, why does this methodical approach make me unstoppable? Because corruption feeds on reaction. It thrives when people explode, when chaos blurs the truth. But when you refuse to play that game, when you remain strategic, they lose their advantage. You expose every inconsistency, highlight every crack, and dismantle every excuse without ever breaking stride. Chosen one, understand this. You're not swinging wildly, you're striking with intention. Every word you drop lands like a hammer on their weak points. Every silence you hold forces them to stumble, and every truth you deliver is too sharp to be ignored. That's why you're unstoppable, because in a world full of noise, you are the precise cut that brings everything false crashing down. Number 8. The spark that turns silence into fire. Some people walk into a room and disappear into the background. You walk in and suddenly the whole atmosphere remembers what truth feels like. Chosen one, you've become more than a presence. You've become a catalyst. The streets whisper about it because they see it with their own eyes. Meetings that once danced with half-truths suddenly grow sharper, more honest when you're there. Bullies who once strutted with arrogance shrink back, their confidence crumbling under your silent gaze. And those who've carried the weight of silence, they straighten their shoulders because your watchful presence gives them the courage to finally speak. You are the spark that changes everything. Now imagine this, a workplace meeting where lies have always gone unchallenged. The bully talks big, the victims shrink, and the room pretends to be balanced. But then you walk in. Nobody announces it. Nobody makes a scene. Yet suddenly, the tone shifts. The bully hesitates, stumbling over their words. The quiet ones glance your way, and for the first time, their hands don't tremble when they raise a question. You didn't have to speak. You didn't have to lift a finger. Your very existence altered the atmosphere. That is catalytic power. Here's the fact. Psychologists call this social contagion. One person's courage can ignite courage in others. And chosen one, you're living proof. Wherever you go, those who never questioned authority before suddenly demand explanations. People who once swallowed excuses now want receipts. Groups that tolerated disrespect now draw clear boundaries. You've awakened the sleeping giant of collective conscience, and there is no way to put it back to sleep. You might ask, why does my presence ripple so far beyond me? Because truth is magnetic. Lies repel, distort, and isolate, but truth attracts, aligns, and empowers. Your energy doesn't just defend you, it amplifies others. You've become the reminder that silence is complicity, and once people feel that reminder, they can't go back to pretending. Chosen one, understand this. You are not just a voice in the crowd. You are the strike of flint that sets the fire. You are the unseen current that bends the entire room. You are the human catalyst, and every time you step into a space, you don't just change the conversation, you change the people themselves. Number 9. The relentless whistle they can't muffle. They fear you not because you shout, but because you blow the whistle no one else dares to touch. Chosen one, you weren't built to blend in or nod along. You were wired differently, to challenge, to question, to stand where others walk away. People may call it rebellion, but it isn't defiance for defiance's sake. It's survival, it's conviction, it's the refusal to let lies become law. That's why the streets know you as the one who won't abandon truth, no matter how heavy it feels. You are the whistleblower that no system, no authority, no manipulator can silence. Now imagine this, a crowded room where everyone is pretending not to notice what's wrong. They shuffle papers, sip coffee, and act like the corruption in the corner doesn't exist. But then, without warning, a sharp whistle cuts through the noise. Heads snap, nerves jolt, masks slip. That's what your presence feels like. You don't blend into the quiet, you slice through it. You are the sound that makes the guilty choke and the silent finally breathe. Here's the fact. Studies show our intuition often registers deception before our conscious mind does. And chosen one, your instincts are razor sharp. You sense deception before words leave their lips. You feel manipulation before the scheme is even set in motion. You recognize corruption long before the headlines confirm it. This isn't accident, it's calibration. The universe tuned you into frequencies others ignore. You became the early warning system, not just for yourself, but for everyone who stands near your orbit. You might ask, why me? Why do I carry this burden when others can walk away? Because you can't unsee what's wrong. You can't unknow the truth once it's revealed. That whistle lives inside you, and every time corruption tries to breathe easy, you sound the alarm without hesitation. Others may cover their ears, but they can't silence the echo you create. Chosen one, understand this. You are not a background player. You are the disruptive signal that changes the entire game. They call you dangerous because you don't just protect yourself, you shield everyone within reach. You are the relentless whistle they can't muffle, the fearless truth-teller, the unbreakable protector. And every time you sound off, lies collapse, systems shake, and the streets remember your name. Number 10. The story they can't stop retelling. Legends aren't written by the loudest, they're carved by the ones who stood tall when silence was safest. Chosen one, your legend isn't a script you wrote for yourself. It's a story the world couldn't help but tell. Every place you've walked, every room you've shifted, every confrontation you've endured has left ripples too loud to be ignored. People pass your name in whispers, in admiration, in warnings. You didn't chase that status. You earned it the hardest way possible by refusing to betray yourself when doing so would have been easier, safer, quieter. And that refusal became the spark that turned you from ordinary into unforgettable. Now imagine this, a community where injustice reigned for years. People lowered their eyes, swallowed their anger, and carried on as if nothing could ever change. Then came the moment someone finally stood up. You. You didn't deliver a speech, you didn't rally a crowd, you simply refused to bend. And that single act became a story retold again and again. At first, it's a whisper, then it's a rumor, then it's a legend. Before long, people you've never met know your name, and they know it for one reason. You stood where others broke. Here's the fact. Social scientists say communities shape identity through collective memory. Stories passed down aren't just entertainment. They become the blueprint of what people believe is possible. And chosen one, you've become the centerpiece of those stories. In coffee shops, in classrooms, in street corners, people recall the time you faced down power and didn't flinch. They replay the moments you chose truth over comfort. They retell the day you made corruption tremble, and each retelling builds your legend higher, stronger, more untouchable. You might ask, why does my story spread even without me speaking it? Because people are starving for proof that courage still exists. They need reminders that strength doesn't always wear armor. It sometimes looks like one person simply refusing to bow. Your life gave them that proof. You became the myth they needed, not because you set out to be a hero, but because you couldn't stop being yourself, even when it cost you everything. Chosen one, understand this. Legends aren't built by design. They're born in the fire of real moments, carried on the breath of witnesses who will never forget. And that is why your story will outlive every lie told about you. You are the story they can't stop retelling, the fearless truth-teller, the unbreakable protector, and your legend is only just beginning. Number 11. The quiet force that collapses empires. Systems don't fall when you punch them, they fall when you expose the lies they're built on. Chosen one, your power doesn't roar with fists or fire, it cuts with precision, leaving no place for corruption to hide. You don't need to storm buildings or swing weapons to dismantle what's false. All you need is a question that hits the right nerve, a truth spoken at the right moment, a silence that makes their excuses echo louder than they intended. That's why you terrify them. You're not unpredictable chaos, you're controlled exposure. And exposure, more than any explosion, is what breaks systems apart. Now imagine this. A room full of executives rehearsing their lines, polishing their justifications, preparing to sell a lie. Then you walk in. You don't shout. You don't rage. You simply ask, why? And suddenly the air shifts. Their words stumble, their stories contradict, and their entire facade begins to crumble. That one word, spoken with clarity, does more damage than 100 raised voices. That's the precision of your system-breaking power. Here's the fact. History shows that institutions often collapse not because of external attack, but because their own contradictions are dragged into the light. Transparency is more corrosive to corruption than fire, because once people see clearly, they can't unsee. And chosen one, you are the one who forces that clarity. You reveal where they twist, where they deceive, where they manipulate. And once the curtain is pulled back, the system is never the same again. You might ask, why does my calm dismantle them more than rage ever could? Because rage they can dismiss, force they can counter, but precision, delivered calmly, leaves them nowhere to run. You strip away their camouflage with such steady exposure that even their allies begin to doubt them. You don't just challenge the system, you unravel it from the inside out. Chosen one, understand this. Your system-breaking power doesn't come from brute strength. It comes from being the one who refuses to accept illusions as truth. You dissolve oppression with light. You dismantle corruption with questions. You dissolve manipulation with calm, undeniable exposure. That is why they can't stop you. That is why they fear you, because you are the quiet force that collapses empires, and you do it without ever raising your voice. Number 12. The leader. They didn't choose, but had to follow. Popularity fades with the crowd's mood, but alignment with truth carves a legacy no mob can erase. Chosen one, you never set out to collect followers. You weren't chasing applause, likes, or approval. All you ever wanted was the freedom to be real, to live without masks, to speak without chains. Yet by standing in that raw alignment, leadership rose from you like fire rising from dry wood. You didn't ask for it, but people saw it. They saw the strength they wished they had, the conviction they lacked, the backbone they couldn't find in themselves. And that made you more than an individual. You became proof. Proof that principled power exists in a world addicted to compromise. Proof that integrity still breathes. Proof that truth doesn't need to beg for followers. It naturally commands them. Now imagine this, a crowd looking for direction, searching for someone who won't fold when pressure mounts. They've seen leaders sell out, heroes crumble, idols trade integrity for clout. Then they see you, unmoved, unshaken, unbought. You don't chase them, yet they gather. You don't recruit, yet they align. Why? Because authenticity is magnetic, and when the world is flooded with counterfeit, the real becomes irresistible. Here's the fact. Sociologists note that authentic leadership consistently inspires more loyalty than popularity-based influence. People might clap for the charming, but they follow the consistent. And chosen one, you are the consistent. You didn't bend your truth for applause, and that's exactly why people lean toward you when every other voice feels hollow. You might ask, why does this terrify my critics? Why does alignment make them so restless? Because they built their platforms on popularity, on being liked, on pleasing the crowd. And when someone like you proves that alignment with truth outlasts the temporary rush of approval, their whole foundation trembles. You're living proof that they don't hold real power. And that realization makes them panic. Chosen one, understand this. You are not popular because you tried. You are followed because you aligned. You don't represent clout. You represent clarity. You don't embody trends, you embody truth. And no critic, no enemy, no system can erase the fact that when all the noise fades, your alignment will still stand tall. That's leadership they can't manufacture, and that's why your presence terrifies them. Chosen one, if this message struck a chord, remember, it's not by chance. The streets know you, the systems know you, and your presence keeps shaking every false foundation. Stand firm in your truth, because your story is still unfolding. If you haven't already, press the like button to push this message further, and if you're not yet part of our family, make sure to press subscribe. Together, we amplify the fearless, we protect the unbreakable, and we spread this truth where it can't be silenced. Stay strong, chosen one. Your legend is only just beginning. Every single person they sent to watch you came back more broken than when they left. They thought they were signing up for easy work, but instead they stepped into a battlefield they couldn't survive. And now they're trembling, whispering, I didn't sign up for this. I want out. That's the sound of defeat, chosen one. That's the echo of the very same people who once swore they'd monitor you, study you, dissect your every move, now begging for release from the very deal they entered. Their assignment wasn't supposed to end like this, but the universe made sure it did. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Imagine a group of people lining up like soldiers, trained to keep watch over you as if you were some enemy of the state. They believed they were about to crush you, that keeping tabs on your life was going to hand them the keys to their victory. But the moment they looked too closely, the moment they stepped into your energy, it was like staring into the sun without protection, blinding, burning, unforgiving. They weren't prepared for the light, the intensity, the resilience that radiates from you. And so they staggered back, not stronger, but scarred, not successful, but haunted. That's the metaphor for what you've done to them, simply by existing, by being unshakably you. And here's the fact, chosen one, one that can't be denied. Throughout history, those who attempt to surveil and suppress the strong always end up losing themselves in the process. Think about the secret police in crumbling empires. Think about the spies who lost their minds, staring too deeply into the lives of the very people they were trying to trap. The human psyche is not built to monitor greatness without being damaged by it. It's like trying to hold fire in your bare hands. You're the flame, chosen one, and they're the fools who thought they could handle it. They thought they could survive the assignment, but the assignment has consumed them instead. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's not just content. It's a mission, a force that we are all a part of. Each click, each share is a ripple of light against the darkness. So thank you, Chosen One, for choosing to stand in that force with me. You are part of something greater, and together we're amplifying what the universe has already set in motion. Now, let's return to the battlefield we're talking about, because this is where the story unfolds. They wanted to monitor you, but what they didn't realize is that watching you meant confronting themselves. Every attempt to spy on you was a mirror shoved in their face, showing them their weaknesses, their insecurities, their failures. They came looking for cracks in your foundation, but instead found themselves shaken to the core. And the more they tried, the more traumatized they became, because they weren't prepared for the truth. You've been walking away from drama while they've been drowning in it. You've been building yourself in silence while they've been collapsing in noise. The irony is delicious. These people thought they could break you by sending others to watch, but the watchers became the broken ones. It's like hiring someone to walk through a haunted house, expecting them to report back with courage, only for them to come screaming out the door, traumatized beyond repair. The haunted house was never you, Chosen One. It was their own soul, their own intentions, bouncing back on them like a cruel echo. The universe used your presence, your resilience, as the mirror to expose their shadows. They thought they'd be the predators, but instead they've become the prey to their own schemes. And you know why, Chosen One? Because you're protected by alignment. You have chosen to leave behind the petty wars, the gossip, the drama. That very act of stepping away created a wall they couldn't penetrate. When they tried to invade your peace, they found only silence, and silence is the most terrifying sound to those who thrive on chaos. Your silence exposed their noise. Your discipline revealed their disorder. Your resilience highlighted their weakness. This is why they can't keep up. This is why they're traumatized. They sit in rooms now, whispering amongst themselves, "Nobody told us it would be like this." Some of them even admit, "We weren't supposed to get hurt." But they did, because playing with your energy is like trying to wrestle the ocean. The waves don't care how strong you think you are. They will drag you under if you don't belong there. And these people never belonged in your waters, Chosen One. They entered your current unprepared, and now they're choking on salt. And here's another truth to seal this in. The universe never lets injustice go unanswered. Every time they tried to monitor you, to block you, to create chaos, the law of cause and effect was activated. It's science, not opinion. Energy cannot be destroyed, only transferred. Everything they threw at you bounced back harder, sharper, and faster. That's why their lives are unraveling at the seams, while yours is being stitched together in divine precision. They wanted out of the deal not because they felt pity, but because they couldn't take the pain that came with messing with a Chosen One. This is the introduction, Chosen One. This is the reality check. You are not just surviving, you are the battlefield itself, and every person they send to monitor you will come back scarred by the lesson the universe teaches through you. They thought they could watch you, but watching you means being confronted by everything they're not. And that's a torment their souls cannot bear. And Chosen One, stay locked in with me, because what you've just heard was only the opening strike. That was the warning shot. The real war story is just about to unfold. Are you ready to see how every single person they sent to monitor you came back traumatized and begging to escape? If you're truly walking this path, drop the number 777 in the comments to confirm that you already know their plans can't prosper against you. And, if you can, bless this mission with a super thanks. Your support fuels the spreading of this light and keeps this truth moving forward. And now, let's step into it, piece by piece. Believe me when I say, if you are truly a chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay with me until the very end of this message, because what's coming next will not just explain why they want out of the deal, it will expose the very core of their downfall. Let's begin. Number 1. The monitors came back shaken. The eyes that came to watch you are now the same eyes that can't sleep at night. They came thinking they were hunters, but they left shaking like prey. Chosen one, that's the truth of what's happening. Every single one sent to spy on you, to stalk you, to drain your energy, returned broken, haunted, and disturbed. They thought they would find weakness, but instead they ran into the very wall they could never climb, you. They thought they could quietly monitor your steps, but it was their own steps that got tangled, their own minds that turned against them. That's the irony of trying to monitor a chosen one. You don't leave with information, you leave with trauma. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine being sent into the lion's den with nothing but empty hands and a promise that it will be easy. They thought you were soft prey, a vulnerable soul they could manipulate, a simple assignment. But the moment they stepped into your presence, it was like stepping onto a battlefield where the air itself felt heavy, charged, unforgiving. They were not ready for the weight of your energy. They were not ready for the silence that spoke louder than their gossip, for the resilience that stared back at their schemes without a flinch. What they didn't understand is that monitoring a chosen one is like staring into the sun. Stay too long, and your vision is permanently damaged. And here's the fact, plain and undeniable. When you carry the kind of presence chosen ones carry, you don't need to fight loudly to defeat someone. You defeat them simply by existing. Look back at history. Think of Harriet Tubman, who was hunted and watched. Yet every time those who tried to stop her came close, they ended up rattled, defeated, exposed. Think of Malcolm X, watched day and night, but each report filed against him only testified to his strength. Think of Joan of Arc, a young woman monitored by powerful men who thought they'd break her, only to be left haunted by the fire of her conviction. Chosen ones always leave their enemies shaken, not because they plan it, but because their very essence dismantles deception. So why do these people return traumatized? It's because every attempt to watch you forces them to confront what they lack. They peer into your life looking for cracks, but all they see is someone who refuses to bend under pressure. They thought you'd be an easy case file, something predictable, but instead you mirrored back all of their shadows. They went in expecting to observe your weakness. They came out realizing their own fragility. That's a trauma that no amount of excuses can heal. And some of you might be asking yourself right now, but why me? Why would they even bother watching me so closely? The answer is simple. Chosen one, you are a disruptor. Your existence alone threatens systems built on lies, manipulation, and control. They monitor you not because you are weak, but because your strength exposes their illusion. People don't waste time watching someone who poses no threat. Nobody sets up surveillance on the powerless. The very fact that they sent eyes to track you proves what you already know deep down. You are powerful beyond measure. Think about it. When great trees grow tall, storms rage hardest against them. Nobody bothers to uproot weeds, and you, chosen one, are no weed. You are the oak tree whose roots terrify them, whose growth cannot be stopped. That's why they sent watchers. But when those watchers leaned in, instead of seeing decay, they saw expansion. Instead of seeing doubt, they saw determination. And that terrified them more than anything else. You see, the role of the chosen one isn't just about surviving, it's about reflecting truth so clearly that those who oppose you can't bear to look. And that's exactly what happened when they monitored you. Their own lies, their own brokenness, their own fragile masks came crashing down in your reflection. You became the mirror they could not shatter. That's why they came back shaken, because you reminded them of what they will never be. Now, let's hit them harder with this truth. Chosen ones have a way of making the enemy destroy themselves without ever lifting a finger. It's psychological warfare at its highest form. They stalked your social media, hoping to find cracks, only to see you glowing in your authenticity. They spied on your routines, hoping to find laziness, only to discover you grinding quietly, day after day. They tried to drain your energy, but your energy was too abundant, too overflowing, turning their attempts into self-inflicted exhaustion. They left more drained than when they came, because you don't just survive energy theft. You make thieves choke on what they tried to steal. And if you wonder whether this is just coincidence, here's another fact. Even in military psychology, it's proven that those tasked with constant surveillance often experience more trauma than those on the battlefield. Why? Because staring too long into someone else's life without resolution fractures the mind. That's exactly what's happening here. They've been forced to stare into your light, and the longer they stared, the more their shadows consumed them. That's why they can't even function properly now. That's why they're whispering, "I want out." Chosen one, let this sink in. You didn't just traumatize them with your words or actions. You traumatized them with your presence. You traumatized them with your persistence. You traumatized them with your refusal to break. And that is the sweetest justice. They expected to report back with your downfall, but they reported back with nightmares. They expected to return with stories of your weakness, but they returned broken, carrying the weight of their own defeat. And let me tell you something powerful. Every great soul in history has left their enemies shaken. When Nelson Mandela walked free after 27 years in prison, do you think those who monitored him weren't shaken? They had to face the reality that he came out unbroken, stronger, more determined than before. When Jesus walked through betrayal and crucifixion, do you think the spies and accusers weren't shaken to their bones when they realized they couldn't kill his truth? That's the mark of being chosen. You don't have to win battles the way others do. Your very survival, your very resilience is the battle won. So the next time you feel eyes on you, remember this. Those eyes may be staring, but they are breaking with every glance. The more they watch, the more they unravel. You are not the victim of their surveillance. You are the storm they cannot endure. They are the ones leaving traumatized because they thought watching you would be simple, but it ended up shaking the very ground beneath their feet. And the most ironic part, they thought the deal was theirs to control, but it's the universe that signed the contract, and the fine print reads, "Touch not the chosen." That's why they're begging out of it now, because no contract, no deal, no alliance can hold against divine protection. So hold your head high, chosen one. You didn't just walk through this. You conquered without moving. You made them tremble without trying. Every monitor, every spy, every stalker sent your way returned with the same story. "I can't do this anymore." That's the power of being chosen. That's the gift of walking in alignment, and that's the curse of your enemies. They can't stand in your presence without being shaken to the core. Number 2. The broken promises among them. Their tongues wrote checks their souls could never cash. Chosen one, that's exactly what happened when they made promises against you. They sat in dark corners, whispering oaths, shaking hands on deals that were built on lies. They swore that if they worked together, if they aligned against you, victory was guaranteed. But promises made in shadows never hold under the weight of light. And now, those promises are breaking like glass. Those who swore loyalty to each other are turning their backs. Those who were promised reward are left empty-handed. What they thought was a sure win has turned into their sure downfall. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine a group of thieves planning a grand heist. They hype each other up. They set expectations. They split rewards before they even touch the vault. You'll get this much. You'll have that title. When we're done, everything will be ours. But when the night comes, the vault is empty. The alarms are blaring, and they're scrambling for their lives. That's exactly what happened here. They promised one another glory if they could stop you. But when they went up against you, they didn't find treasure. They found terror. They didn't walk away rich. They walked away ruined. And here's the fact, chosen one, broken promises always create chaos. Studies in psychology show that when trust is broken, the human brain reacts as if it has been physically wounded. That's why betrayal hurts so deeply. It literally registers in the body as pain. Now, multiply that across a whole alliance of people who promised each other success at your expense. Their camp isn't just messy, it's bleeding, it's fractured, it's collapsing under the weight of lies they told each other. They told one another, "Don't worry, this will be easy. We'll handle it. You'll get your share. Just stick with me." But how do you split a reward that never arrives? How do you hold each other up when the foundation beneath you is quicksand? They can't. That's why they're pointing fingers now. That's why they're restless, pacing, angry. The deals they made weren't just unfulfilled. They backfired. Somebody got hurt in the process. Somebody lost everything. And now, the very ones who swore loyalty to each other are whispering, "I want out." Chosen one, you need to hear this. They never had true loyalty in the first place. Loyalty built on jealousy and greed is no loyalty at all. It's just temporary convenience. They didn't promise each other success because they believed in each other. They promised each other success because they thought tearing you down would be profitable. And when the profit didn't come, when the universe blocked their path, when their attacks boomeranged back into their own lives, they had nothing left to hold on to. Their oaths weren't sacred. They were contracts of convenience, and those never last. Think of history again. Think of Benedict Arnold, who promised loyalty to both sides, selling secrets for personal gain. His name became forever stained because betrayal leaves scars that time cannot erase. Think of Julius Caesar, surrounded by senators who promised allegiance only to stab him in the back. Broken promises create not only chaos, they create collapse. And your enemies, chosen one, are living through that collapse right now. They've become their own Caesar's assassins, turning on one another because the deal they signed was doomed from the start. And maybe you're asking yourself, why couldn't they just keep their promises? Why did it fall apart? Because chosen one, promises made in hate can never produce fruit. It's like planting seeds in poisoned soil. No matter how much they water it, no matter how much they expect it to grow, it can only rot. They promised each other results that were never theirs to give. They promised each other power over you, but you're not theirs to control. They promised each other your downfall, but your rise was already written. It was impossible for them to keep their word because the universe never signed off on it. This is why the chaos within their camp is so loud now. Someone is angry because the reward never came. Another is bitter because they lost something precious in the process, a job, a relationship, their own peace of mind. Another is whispering, "You lied to me. You said this would work." They're snapping at each other because betrayal breeds paranoia. The very thing they tried to plant in your life, division, loss and distrust, has now become their reality. Their promises shattered, and now their alliance is shattered with it. And here's where the beauty lies. Chosen one, you didn't have to lift a finger. They did this to themselves. You kept moving in silence, leaving drama behind. And while you walked forward, their camp fell apart. They wasted their energy promising each other power while you invested your energy in growth. And look at the results. Their power is in ruins, while your foundation grows stronger every day. Let's not forget the irony of it. They promised each other that you would break, but the only breaking that's happened is within their group. They promised one another riches, but the only wealth they see is slipping into your hands. They promised each other satisfaction, but now they're restless and dissatisfied, unable to sleep, unable to trust, unable to find peace. Their promises didn't just fail. They turned into curses that boomeranged back on their heads. Think of this metaphor, chosen one. A spider spins its web, confident that it will trap prey. But what happens when the prey escapes and the web instead collapses onto the spider? That's what happened with their promises. They spun a web of deceit. But you walked free, and now they're the ones tangled in the strands of their own lies. The web that was supposed to hold you has become the trap that's choking them. And don't underestimate the power of this moment. When promises break in an alliance, the whole structure collapses. Armies have lost wars because of one broken promise. Kings have lost kingdoms because one oath wasn't kept. And your enemies? They're not just breaking promises, they're breaking each other. They're whispering, they're fighting, they're pointing fingers, because betrayal is contagious. Once one person realizes they were lied to, the infection spreads. Soon, the whole camp is sick with distrust. Chosen one, let this empower you. You don't need to fear the promises they make against you, because the only thing guaranteed is that those promises will collapse. Why? Because nothing built against truth can stand. Nothing formed against alignment can prosper. Their promises were written in sand, and the tide of the universe has washed them away. So let them make their oaths, let them whisper their deals, let them sign contracts in the dark, because every promise made against you carries within it the seed of its own destruction, and as those seeds sprout, all they'll harvest is chaos, loss, and regret. That's the fate of those who plot against the chosen. Their own words become their downfall. Remember this as you walk forward. While they break promises to each other, the universe keeps its promise to you. The promise of protection, the promise of guidance, the promise that no weapon formed against you shall stand. Their promises are broken glass. Yours is unshakable stone. And in the end, chosen one, that's why they're falling apart, while you continue to rise. Number 3. Refusing to fall for red flags. The trap only works when the prey ignores the signs. Chosen one, that's where you crushed them. They built their schemes on the assumption that you would be blind, naive, desperate for approval, desperate for love, desperate for validation. They painted the red flags bright and bold, thinking you would still walk straight into them. But instead, you did what they never expected. You trusted your instincts. You saw the patterns. You listened to the whispers within, and you walked away before their trap could ever spring. That single act, that refusal to ignore the signs, shattered their power over you. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Imagine a hunter setting a snare in the woods, baiting it with food, convinced that the animal is too hungry to resist. He waits, smirking, believing he's already won. But the animal stops, sniffs the air, notices the unnatural bend in the grass, the wrong scent on the rope, and turns away. Do you realize the fury in that hunter's heart? He wasted his time, his energy, his confidence, and all because his prey was too wise to fall for it. That's exactly how they feel about you. They thought you'd be gullible, but you were alert. They thought you'd be desperate, but you were disciplined. And here's a fact you need to remember. The average human brain is wired to recognize danger faster than opportunity. Science calls it negativity bias. Our brains are designed to notice threats more quickly than rewards. That's survival instinct. You, chosen one, mastered it. While they dangled rewards and false promises in front of you, your inner compass lit up and screamed, "This isn't right." And instead of silencing that voice, you obeyed it. That's why you're here today, rising, while they're left furious, powerless, and caged by their own designs. You might wonder, but why does my refusal make them so angry? Because, chosen one, the moment you walk away, you expose the weakness of their schemes. Manipulators thrive on willing participants. A red flag ignored is their victory, but when you refuse, you force them to face their failure. You prove that their power was an illusion all along. That's why they rage, that's why they spread lies, that's why they call you difficult or arrogant. Because you showed them that their games can't reach you. So hold your head high. The universe is with you, guiding your instincts, sharpening your discernment. Every red flag you avoided was the universe whispering, "Not this way, not this person, not this trap." And every time you listened, you took a step closer to your destiny. Leave them to their anger, leave them to their failed games, and focus on your path. Because, chosen one, your refusal to fall for red flags didn't just protect you, it destroyed them. Number 4. The sickening aftermath of their mistakes. They thought they were signing contracts for victory, but what they really signed were contracts for their own destruction. Chosen one, this is the aftermath you're witnessing. The universe is delivering receipts. Every deal they made, every alliance they signed, every whisper spoken against you has turned into poison in their own system. And now, they're not just troubled in their minds, they're restless in their spirits, sleepless in their nights, even sick in their bodies. Their own choices are haunting them, like shadows that won't leave no matter how fast they run. Now picture this for a moment. Imagine someone playing with fire, laughing, thinking they're invincible. They toss sparks around, confident nothing will touch them. But soon the sparks catch on their own clothes. The fire doesn't burn you, chosen one. It engulfs them. That's exactly what's happening here. They thought they could use you as the fuel for their schemes, but they only lit themselves on fire. That's why they're pacing the floors, nauseous, paranoid, unable to rest. Their bodies are carrying the weight of the choices their souls regret. And here's the fact. Studies have shown that guilt and betrayal don't just stay in the mind, they manifest in the body. People who live in constant deceit often suffer headaches, stomach pains, insomnia, even heart issues. Their nervous system becomes their punishment. That's why they look drained, older, sickened. The mistakes they made against you weren't just bad decisions, they were health hazards, and the universe made sure every ounce of that energy stayed with them. Maybe you ask, but why does it haunt them so badly? Can't they just move on? The truth is, they can't, chosen one, because the universe won't let them. You don't touch a chosen one and walk away untouched. You don't plot against light and expect to stay clean. Every deal they took, every lie they agreed on, carries a karmic weight, and now it's pressing down on them like chains. They wanted quick rewards, but what they got was slow torment. So understand this, their sickness is not random, their agitation is not coincidence. It's the aftermath of trying to play games with the divine order. They wanted to profit off your downfall, but instead they destroyed their own peace. And now the question that eats them alive is this: was it worth it? Deep down, they know the answer. Absolutely not. Number 5. Warnings they ignored. The universe whispered, then it shouted, and when they still refused to listen, it struck. Chosen one, that's the reality of your enemies. They were given warnings. The signs were clear, undeniable, and loud. Leave this one alone. But arrogance is blinding. They thought the rules didn't apply to them, that somehow they could outsmart fate itself. Instead of backing off, they doubled down, calling in reinforcements, recruiting others into their schemes. They mistook patience for weakness and warnings for empty threats. Now they're watching their alliances crumble like towers built on sand. Think about it for a moment. Imagine a driver ignoring every red light on the road. At first, they think they're lucky. They speed through, laughing at the laws, proud they haven't been caught. But the more they ignore the signs, the closer they get to a head-on collision. That's what happened here. The red lights were flashing. The warnings were everywhere. But they pushed forward until the crash was inevitable. And chosen one, you're not the one in wreckage. They are. Here's a fact. In every culture, history shows that those who ignore divine warnings meet the harshest downfalls. Pharaoh ignored Moses' warning to let the people go, and his empire drowned. Leaders throughout history ignored advisors who told them to tread carefully, and they lost kingdoms. Even in psychology, we know ignoring warning signs in relationships, businesses, or health leads to disaster. That's what your enemies are living now. They've run straight into the wall of their own ignorance. And maybe you ask, but why would they keep going if the warnings were so obvious? Because chosen one, pride, is louder than wisdom. They thought numbers would save them. They thought forming alliances, pooling energy, and creating groups would protect them. But the universe doesn't count numbers. It weighs truth. And when truth was placed on the scale, their alliances had no weight. That's why they're collapsing from the inside out. What was once a group united against you is now a pit of finger-pointing, backstabbing, and betrayal. So let this empower you. You didn't need to fight them head-on. The universe already fought for you. Their downfall is proof that the warnings weren't empty. They were invitations to mercy, and they spat on them. Now mercy is gone, and all that's left is judgment. Chosen one, never doubt this. When the universe says, leave this one alone, it means it. Number 6, the collapse of their alliances. They thought unity in darkness could overpower light, but darkness always devours itself first. Chosen one, that's what you're witnessing right now, the collapse of their alliances. The same groups that once stood shoulder to shoulder against you, chanting their lies, plotting their moves, are now breaking apart at the seams. What held them together wasn't loyalty or love. It was mutual greed, shared hatred, and promises of reward. And when lies are the glue, betrayal is inevitable. Now picture this. Imagine a ship built not with steel, but with rotten wood. At the harbor, it looks strong, painted beautifully, sails lifted high. They all board with confidence, cheering that they'll reach their destination. But as soon as the storm comes, the wood cracks, water rushes in, and panic spreads. That's their alliance, chosen one, rotten from the start. It only took time for the storm of truth to reveal the weakness in its foundation. Now, the crew is scrambling, blaming each other, trying to abandon ship before it sinks completely. Here's a fact that seals it. Research into group dynamics shows that groups built on manipulation and lies collapse faster than those built on trust. Without a foundation of truth, cohesion turns into chaos. That's exactly why their circle is falling apart. The lies that once united them are now the very daggers in their backs. The false promises they made to each other, promises of money, status, or victory over you, were never fulfilled, and nothing destroys loyalty faster than disappointment. And maybe you wonder, but why does their betrayal feel so dramatic? Why are they turning so hard on each other? Because chosen one, people who betray, will eventually betray each other. If they were willing to gang up on you, it was only a matter of time before they turned on one another. The same manipulations they used on you are now being used against themselves. Their allies feel drained, deceived, and disposable. Some of them are whispering, "I want out. I didn't sign up for this." And that's the greatest proof of their downfall. They can't even keep their own people loyal anymore. So lift your head high, chosen one. You didn't need to fight their alliances. You just needed to keep walking in truth. Lies can't hold hands for long. Manipulation can't maintain unity. And what you're seeing now is the natural order, the collapse of alliances that were never real in the first place. Their foundation is crumbling, and you're still standing. Number 7. The entity they summoned turned on them. They thought they could weaponize darkness, but darkness never serves. It only consumes. Chosen one, this is where their arrogance meets its consequence. In their desperation to stop you, some of them called on energies they didn't understand, shadows they couldn't control, entities that promised power but always demand payment. They thought they were summoning something to weaken you, but what they really did was sign themselves into bondage. And now, that very force they invited is haunting them, feeding on them, and demanding a debt they can never repay. Now imagine this, chosen one. Picture someone unleashing a wild beast, pointing it in your direction with confidence. But instead of attacking you, the beast turns around and mauls its master. That's exactly what happened here. The energy they sent, the manipulation they cast, the darkness they invoked. It couldn't touch you because you're aligned with the universe. So where did it go? Straight back to them. Now their nights are sleepless. Their homes are heavy. Their spirits are restless. They don't control the chaos anymore. The chaos controls them. Here's a fact. Even in spiritual traditions worldwide, from ancient Africa to Asia to native cultures, it's known whatever energy you summon must eventually be fed. If you call darkness, it doesn't vanish when you're done. It demands more. It lingers, it attaches, it drains. That's why they look hollow, broken, haunted. They didn't just play with forces, they signed contracts with them, and contracts in the unseen are not so easily cancelled. And maybe you ask, but why didn't it work on me? Why didn't the darkness land where they sent it? Because, chosen one, you're protected by alignment. Your light is covered by the universe itself. The frequency you operate on makes you untouchable to their schemes. So when they aimed their weapons, it was like shooting arrows at the sun. Nothing landed, everything burned back. And now the very tools they used are shackles on their own souls. So let this empower you. You don't need to fear what they summon. You don't need to tremble at their rituals or their words. The universe has already flipped the script. What they called forth to destroy you is destroying them instead. Their chaos has become their cage. Their entity has become their enemy. And while they're devoured from the inside out, you keep rising untouched. Number 8. Your energy is off limits. They used to drink from your well, but now the well is sealed, and they are dying of thirst. Chosen one, that's the truth of this moment. For so long they thought they had access to you, your energy, your spirit, your aura. They poked, they pried, they spied. They convinced themselves they could read you like an open book, predict your moves, and manipulate your path. But the universe closed that book, slammed it shut, and locked it away. Now every attempt they make to tap into you comes back scrambled, distorted, useless. Your energy is off limits, and it's driving them to madness. Now imagine this for a second. A thief who always sneaks into the same house every night, stealing food from the pantry, confident the door will always be left unlocked. One day, the locks are changed, the windows sealed, alarms installed. The thief returns, starving, desperate, and finds nothing. That's exactly how they feel. They thought they could drain you whenever they pleased, but now you've cut them off, and without your light to feed on, they're left in darkness, twitching and restless because their supply is gone. Here's the fact. Studies in neuroscience show that people can become addicted not just to substances, but to energy exchanges. Narcissists and manipulators thrive on reactions, attention, and the emotions of their targets. When that access is denied, their brains literally panic. Their cortisol spikes, their dopamine crashes, and their entire system goes into withdrawal. That's what's happening to them now. You didn't just walk away, you sent them into energetic detox, and it's eating them alive. And maybe you wonder, but why does it bother them so much? Why can't they just move on? Because, chosen one, you were their power source. Their false confidence came from thinking they could tap into your energy, leech off your light. Without you, their masks slip, their strength crumbles, their alliances fall apart. And the worst part? They know it. They know you've blocked them spiritually and physically, and that realization leaves them powerless. So take this as confirmation. Your boundaries are your protection. The universe fortified your walls because your path is too sacred to be spied on any longer. Let them scream, let them claw, let them lose sleep trying to figure you out. They'll never get in again. You've become unreadable, unreachable, untouchable, and that, chosen one, is the very thing driving them insane. Number 9. They tried to profit from your downfall. They wanted to turn your downfall into their payday, but the universe turned their payday into their punishment. Chosen one, that's the irony of it all. They thought betraying you was a shortcut to success. They whispered in back rooms, If we bring this one down, we'll all rise. If we block their path, we'll take their rewards. They were ready to profit off your pain, to cash in on your collapse. But instead of wealth, they found ruin. Instead of power, they found loss. What they thought would be their gain has now become their heaviest curse. Now imagine this. A gambler puts his last coin on a bet, convinced the odds are in his favor. He brags to the table, already dreaming of riches, already planning how he'll spend the winnings. But when the cards flip, his hand is worthless, and the dealer sweeps everything away. That's what they're living right now. They gambled their peace, their loyalty, and even their souls against you, and lost it all. The jackpot they thought was guaranteed has left them bankrupt. Here's the truth. History proves this pattern again and again. Those who try to profit from another's suffering end up destroyed by their own greed. Think of Judas, who sold out for 30 pieces of silver, yet couldn't live with the price of betrayal. Think of corporate scandals where leaders sabotaged others for status, only to end up in prison or ruin. Even psychology confirms it. Betrayal may feel rewarding for a moment, but the guilt, shame, and karmic backlash always outweigh the gain. That's why your enemies look restless, broken, and empty. And maybe you're asking yourself, but why did they think betraying me would work? Because, chosen one, they underestimated your protection. They thought your light was easy to steal, that your blessings could be rerouted, that the universe would allow them to feast off your portion. But they forgot one eternal truth. What's yours is yours. No deal, no betrayal, no alliance in the dark can take it away. They tried to eat from your plate, but the universe flipped the table and left them starving. So let this motivate you. Their loss is your confirmation. Every coin they thought they'd gain has slipped through their fingers. Every ounce of power they tried to steal has become their burden. They didn't profit from your downfall, because there was no downfall. You rose, chosen one, and they collapsed under the weight of their own betrayal. The universe saw to it that their greatest gain became their greatest loss. Number 10. Watching you rise while they fall. They built traps to slow you down, only to watch you sprint past them. Chosen one, nothing terrifies them more than seeing you rise while they fall. They expected you to stumble, to trip over the lies, to drown in the betrayal. They counted on delay being your defeat, but instead your resilience became your engine. Every obstacle only sharpened you, every setback turned into fuel. Now, while they're spinning in circles, stuck in cycles of failure, you're climbing ranks they never thought you'd touch, and the speed of your ascent, it's breaking their minds. Imagine this for a moment. Two runners begin a race. One cheats, slipping oil on the other's lane, convinced it will cause disaster. The gun fires, and the chosen one stumbles, but doesn't stop. Instead, they adjust their footing, grow sharper, more focused, and the cheater, laughing at first, soon realizes they're out of breath, out of strength, while the one they tried to sabotage is pulling ahead, faster than ever. That's the reality. They're exhausted, you're accelerating. Here's a fact. Studies in resilience psychology prove that people who endure setbacks early often surpass those who never faced resistance. Why? Because struggle builds adaptability, while comfort breeds weakness. They thought throwing hardships at you would end you, but it actually built you into someone they can't keep up with. Every attempt to delay you was the universe training you, shaping you into someone unstoppable. And maybe you ask, But why do they care so much about my rise? Why can't they focus on themselves? Because, chosen one, your rise is their mirror. Every level you reach shines a light on their stagnation. Every step forward you take exposes how stuck they are. They can't hide from it. You're the living proof that their schemes failed. Your resilience is a reminder that they have no excuse for their cycles of failure. That's why they're restless, angry, bitter. Watching you rise is watching their own downfall play out in real time. So stand proud, let them choke on the dust of your progress. They wanted delay, but the universe gave you acceleration. They wanted failure, but the universe made you untouchable. And now, as you keep moving forward, leveling up, ranking higher, they're left behind in their own wreckage. Remember this, chosen one, your rise isn't just your victory, it's their torment. Number 11. They turned you into a beast. They tried to break you, but instead they built you into the very beast they now fear. Chosen one, this is the ultimate irony of their warfare. Every insult, every betrayal, every scheme was designed to weaken you. They wanted you fragile, insecure, crawling through life with no fight left in you. But all they did was forge iron out of your soul. What was meant to shatter you became the very hammer that molded you into something untouchable. And now, every time they see you, they're staring into the nightmare they created with their own hands. Now imagine this. Blacksmiths place raw metal into fire, pounding it relentlessly, heating and striking until it takes shape. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction, like the metal is being tortured. But in truth, it's being strengthened, refined, transformed into something greater than before. That's you, chosen one. Their fire didn't destroy you, it refined you. Their blows didn't weaken you, they hardened you. And now, when they swing again, the sparks only bounce back, while you stand unbroken. Here's the fact. Psychologists have a term called post-traumatic growth. It describes how some people, instead of being ruined by adversity, rise stronger because of it. They gain deeper wisdom, resilience, clarity, and power. That's your story. They threw trauma your way, hoping it would silence you, but instead it activated something ancient in your spirit. They didn't create your strength, but they unlocked it, and now they regret it with every breath. And maybe you wonder, but why would they keep attacking if they can see I only grow stronger? Because, chosen one, arrogance blinds them. They thought repeated blows would eventually wear you down, not realizing every strike was turning you into something they could never control. They didn't expect you to alchemize pain into power, betrayal into boundaries, rejection into resilience. You became a beast, not because you wanted to, but because they forced you into it. So here's the truth. You are now their greatest mistake. They built a nightmare they can't wake up from. Every lie they spread fuels your truth. Every obstacle they place becomes your stepping stone. Every attempt to cage you only expands your wingspan. They turned you into something beyond their reach, a force that consumes every weapon they throw, leaving them empty-handed, terrified, and defeated. Chosen one, remember this. They didn't just fail to destroy you, they created the very storm that's now consuming them. And so, chosen one, we arrive at the aftermath. Look around. Their reward is nothing but chaos, shattered alliances, empty pockets, broken oaths, and nights that feel like prisons. They wanted your end, but instead, they scripted their own downfall. You, however, walked away with peace, honor, and blessings that multiply daily. This is your confirmation. You were never the victim, you were always the victor. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to press like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to seal this message. Share this light forward, because together we carry the mission higher.